Hey, Jeffrey, finished watching the squeeze analysis. You're ready for the quarterfinals. So am I. And Koopa, oh man, thank you so much for the 27 months of support. Appreciate it. Welcome back to the lounge. I am hyped for the quarterfinals because look at the matchups we have on deck today. Fleischer, Shori, Helen Hans, Zimmerman Rubenstein, and Overdeck Rosenthal. Most of these are the top 8 seeds that have still made it through, but Team Hell ends up overtaking Team Nickel yesterday in their match, taking down the Giants. They were leading the entire way through. And then, of course, Team Andresen already took out Team Street early in the event in the opening round, or round of 60 or round of 32. But then Overdeck had a huge comeback against them in the 4th segment yesterday. So those are the 2 teams that are not the top 8 seeds, but they're going to be some exciting matchups. Good morning, Craig. Let me jump on Discord. 4th segment yesterday. Hello. Those are the 2 teams that are not the top 8 seeds.
Hey.
How's it going?
Good. So, yes, shame for Zhao after such a good run that they couldn't quite pull it out. They lost by maybe 18, I think. It was a pretty narrow match by the end of it. I think Hans had a very big 4th quarter to take over the lead.
Yeah, we were checking that out yesterday. Had Danny Miles with us because he was familiar with Fred Pollock and Jeffrey Smith.
Right. Yeah, Pollock, I know a little bit. The one time I played on a national knockout team with him, he played so well.
Yeah, it was really just, it really was just a couple of decisions, both in the bidding and play, that really vaulted Hans into the lead in that final segment. Doubled part score that ended up making due to a little bit of missed defense from Team Zhao, and then as well just Hans being a little bit more aggressive getting to some of these games, and once again getting either some missed defense or fortunate misguesses on the defense that allowed these games to slip through. So 24 amps could have gone the other way, but Hans is obviously the defending champions of the not this event, but the cycle of 3, the Soloway they ended up winning previously.
Yeah, I know Cornelius Duffy a little bit from New York. He's a Jane Street guy. Very good player, and I feel confident predicting that the core of that team is going to be back in these.
I'm sure they will.
They're all young, super talented. Obviously, not quite a breakout result, but the kind of result that they're going to have a ton of confidence for, the next few of these. So, we'll see more of them.
Yeah, and a good learning experience, as we've talked about, for a lot of the younger players to play in these high-level team events. So we will see them around, but we have all 4 matches available to us today, at least according to RealBridge. So where would you like to go, Craig?
So I don't really have a preference. I would love to see a little bit of Overdeck Rosenthal because I have rooting interest in both matches. Rubenstein Zimmerman feels like it's probably the top pairing for bridge quality. I think everyone's going to want to see some of Fleischer Shori, as do I. So, I mean, and, this Hella team that's been steamrolling some good ops, including Nickel, I think, also probably has some fan interest.
Absolutely. No wrong answers today. I know we watched a lot of Shori yesterday. We were with them for 3 quarters. We have yet to see Fleischer. They haven't been on VuGraph. I'm kind of interested in starting there.
Sure.
Let's say if Versace and Cementa are in, I've had a lot of people wanting to watch them play. So if they're playing in the first segment, which I don't know if they will be, we'll head to that matchup. Otherwise, we can.
They 100% will be.
Oh, because Marty sits out the first set. That's right.
Exactly.
Yeah. So okay, we'll check out Versace and Cementa's table. Whoever they're up against. Well, we'll see both tables in that match, and then maybe, as you say, we'll head over to check in on Zimmerman Rubenstein throughout the day, but all of these are going to be great matchups.
Yeah, so Zimmerman Rubenstein. The Zimmerman team is four poles along with Zimmerman Molton, I believe, and Rubenstein is just one of the world's great front fours there, and obviously Rosenberg and Rubenstein play together, right? Yeah, we've seen them. Also obviously quite a good pair. So despite the seeding, I think I make Rubenstein a slight favorite in this match. Like, it's just really hard to bet against Grew and Moss. Grozak and Helgema, I suspect, are having a little bit of growing pains as a partnership, but, given how strong they are as players, as long as it's not going to be like a lot of delicate partnership bidding at that table, that pair is as good as any in the world.
I mean, yeah, they're just going to bid 1 heart, 3 hearts, 6 hearts on every hand. What's the problem? So,
Yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, like when Wolenkin played with Helgamo, he told me that kind of, the same, like he knew it going in that, science was going out the window. I think Grossack maybe is a little bit less scientific than Wolenkin, so it might be a slightly better pairing. But, you're just praying that all the hands that come up are declare play hands and not bidding hands.
yeah. Or defensive problems. I mean, Zach, I think, is an exceptional defender.
Zach is a great defender. Yeah.
So, and,
I
and
mean, Zach
obviously,
is a great all around. Like, we make fun of the Grozaks a little bit, but Zach is an incredible all arounder. He really has no leaks.
for sure. I mean, I think I would say that probably defense might be the best aspect of his game, but
Yeah.
he, yeah, as you say, I mean, obviously he was on Team Rosenthal for the Bermuda Bowl last year, and has been competing in these top level events for quite some time, and now partnering Helgamo. Hopefully that partnership will work out for him in some of these higher level competitions. Got
No,
about
that's true.
8 minutes to go.
Obviously, like, great analytical defender, but extremely good at giving declarers problems. He just, has a very, very good mind for figuring those positions out.
Yeah. It just becomes so much harder to play as declarer when your opponent can underlead an ace at any point, like even at trick
Yeah.
one. And
Oh, for sure.
that puts so much pressure on. So like I I think that a lot of people focus in on or like hone in on the disasters that happen, right? Like he
Mhm.
underleads an ace and declares stiff king, and then it's like, oh well,
Yeah.
that slam shouldn't have
No
made.
bet
And
you. I
but
promise you.
but like that's just what happens because you're not going to get every single position right. So and he probably comes out more ahead than behind on some of these let's call them anti-field positions that he takes on defense, and that's a really big skill for any bridge player at the highest level.
Yeah, and you say, like, you remember that hand with Olivia where she hopped up with an ace of trick one, like, knowing that you have a reputation for being tricky, you get it back on some of the hands where you weren't tricky.
Exactly.
Yeah, so Luria Versace against whoever they're playing against sounds like a good start. I imagine Shori himself will probably play one and two, but I'm not positive what his preferences.
Yeah, he usually does, and then he comes to hang out here. Hopefully we don't watch his team because I don't know. I actually don't know his preference. I mean, some players prefer to watch their team when they're on VuGraph, and some players prefer not to. So yesterday they had just such a massive third segment that they got kicked off of VuGraph for the fourth quarter.
Did they actually even play a fourth quarter?
They did. I mean, it was concedable. It was like 64. So, most teams
Yeah.
won't concede unless it's like 75 plus, but there's no true cutoff there. It was just that like once the sponsors were out, the front four for Team Shori was just so completely dominant that it almost made sense to not play the fourth quarter, but they did. So
Yeah, there's a little bit of, fine, like, even if you're playing against that team in Suck 65 and, like, pretty confident the match is over, you do owe it to the next day's pairing a little bit to play if there's any possibility that the score is within reach.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I think like 75, 80 is about the number where you all head to the bar, but like probably you're not getting 60 back, but I would never concede a match down 60. And maybe a 12 board match, but not a 15 board spin gold match or Vanderbilt match.
Yeah, that's a reasonable take for sure. Hey,
Yeah, I didn't actually see why my bracket totally collapsed, but it did.
oh, mine is just completely toast. I mean, Andresen had another fourth quarter flop yesterday. Um,
Yeah, well, I
I
didn't have them going far, but I have Grossack winning, and they're still in it, I think, right? Oh no, I
Gro-
guess they're out.
yeah,
The other, the Grossack who's not a captain is still in it.
right.
Yeah, that's why I'm stuck.
Yeah, other Grossack ended up losing to Rosenthal yesterday.
Oh yeah, and I always feel bad picking not Rosenthal, but historically it's been an okay bet.
That's how I felt too. I also had that pick. So
As a personal rooting interest, it's the team that I would love to see win, but as a ruthless, cold-hearted handicapper, it's really tough to pick them.
exactly. Couple minutes to go. Hey Eric, yeah, Slay the Spire 2 is out today. If anyone uh,
Oh wow.
is a player of that game, it has been 7 years or something, or wait, 8 years maybe since the first one released, and now they finally have the sequel. So that should be exciting.
I imagine that's going to be one of the top releases of the year ever. I've never played it, but everyone I know says it's just a fantastic game, the original.
Yeah, I mean, I do not play video games, and it's basically like the only game that I play. Um,
Well, it's a
so
deck building game, right?
it is.
Not
Yeah.
a true video game as such.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But I
I
was
do like. I should check it out because I do like deck builders.
I would recommend, and it is a very tame learning curve, so you can enjoy playing the game at a bunch of different difficulty levels, for sure. I
Yeah,
mean, basically
either.
every bridge player I know plays it, like Dan Corbell, of
Yeah.
course, very into
Mhm.
games, Roger Lee into games.
Oh, I knew Roger was a very strong player. Yeah,
Yeah.
wasn't Roger at one point like one of the top ranked players? In the game overall.
In what?
Inspire.
No, Spire's a single player game.
Oh, maybe I think of Hearthstone.
Yeah,
One of the bridge players is a
Hearthstone.
really great Hearthstone
Um,
player.
Yeah, so I don't think Roger ever made it to a big tournament. Like I got one invitation to a big tournament way back in the day, so like I was probably a little bit better than Roger, but Roger was very good for sure.
Yeah, I also like roguelikes, so roguelike deck builder is right up my alley.
Perfect. Yeah,
Um,
I would highly recommend it. I mean, I assume that there are going to be some balance changes in Slay the Spire 2 as things come out. Um, but I mean, Slay the
yeah,
Spire 1 is still going to remain a very, very good game. Um,
yeah. I
so,
think like one for me, like one of the characteristics of a great game is can you play it at any degree of seriousness and enjoy it? And I think like Bridge has that, right, which is one
yep.
thing that makes it a great game. Like you can sit around your kitchen table with a bunch of beginners and really enjoy playing Bridge. Like I think for one, for me, that's one reason why I don't think chess is, you know, a great like as much as chess is a great game at the top levels. If you play chess badly, chess isn't that fun. But like playing Bridge badly can still be kind of fun.
There are millions of
I mean,
people
they're
on
wrong.
chess.com that would disagree.
Yeah,
but,
I mean,
but
maybe
yeah.
this says more about me than the game because obviously, like, plenty of people rated 700 play chess every day.
Yeah, exactly. Looks like we are getting the matchup started. Um,
Yeah, so we don't have the Fleischer story yet, but the clock is ticking down. So
yeah, chat, let me know when Slay the Spire 2 is officially released. I was looking at a couple of streams just before I went live from people who had early access to the game. And I will try and download it during the match so that we can check it out during the break. In two
oh yeah,
hours? Okay, yeah, but just remind me in 2 hours to get the download started so that we can take a look during the break in between the second and third quarters. I assume that some of my viewers are going to be interested. Maybe some people won't be. Great. we have Samantha Versace against Wolpert and Shori, and this hand looks very familiar. It is not the same hand we saw yesterday, but one of the pivotal deals during the Hans match had a 2-0-6-5 shape. Strong with both minors.
So obviously, Shori and Wolpert are going to be playing a fairly normal 2/1. Samantha Versace are also 2/1, but I think they might be 10-13 no trump in certain seats.
Her who'd you say was 10-13?
I think Samantha Versace may play 10-13 in certain
Yes.
non-vulnerable positions. Other
Yeah.
than that, they're also playing, kind of an Italian 2/1, but nonetheless a fairly familiar looking 2/1.
Yeah, exactly that. Which is kind of nice that, I mean, both in terms of doing commentary for it, but also in terms of like spectator experience. Like Samantha and Versace play basically your system at home, maybe a couple of
Right.
gadgets here and there, and they're competing at the highest level. So you can do
Yeah.
it too.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a lot of strong club players in these events, but, some of the best players in the world play 2/1. It's a really good system.
Yeah, we have an immediate difference in. Oh, okay, yep. Well, so we have an immediate difference in the auction where Lorenzini had an easy time showing his two suitor with two no trump over two hearts, whereas Shori had a bit of a more difficult time. He elects to just kind of gamble that either five of minor is going to make, or maybe it's a good save against the opponent's four hearts contract. And it looks like he is going to be correct this time. Declare will have a spade guess once North gets in with the club king.
Yeah, of course, Shori, his alternative is to bid three diamonds because his three no trump in this auction, I think, should be just natural. South's three clubs is probably a mixed raise at the other table. I have to assume that the American South had it available, but bid only two hearts, I guess, because the hand is slightly light on high cards and also flat. I think, mixed raise would probably be the majority choice, but even if it's available, I understand why Bathurst would, choose to go a little bit lower. But, here, sure, I guess he could bid three diamonds and three hearts comes back to him and he bids four clubs. That would be good. If four hearts comes around, he's committed to bidding five clubs. But showing the juice here immediately can never be terrible. Given that he was willing to bid to five clubs anyway, it's like, okay, why not, do it all at once?
Exactly. And, like if you bid 4-0 and your left-hand opponent doubles and then you play five diamonds double, down one or down two, it might not be the end of the world. It is imps. So very reasonable choice. And it looks like we're going to
Yeah.
get... well, Wolpert's going to have to guess the spades now because after this diamond opening lead, North is going to get in and put a low spade on the table. I think that Wolpert's going to guess the spades because South very likely on this trump. I mean, it's not so clear, but I think it's pretty likely that South with this trump lead might have the ace of hearts. And so if South has the ace of hearts, then it's very likely North for their opening bid has the ace of spades at that point. But
Yeah, I think, even so, um, South probably has exactly one high heart on her. He's got exactly one spade on her. But if it's the ace, like, given the king of hearts, so there's a little more room in the North hand. North's hand is still extremely weak at that point. So, also just on opener versus responder point odds, the ace, I think, is a very heavy favorite to be in North.
exactly. Yeah. So at the other table, Bathurst against a different auction, knowing that the opponents actually had a pretty large diamond fit, given that jump to four diamonds over two no trump, realized that a trump lead was not going to do a whole lot and elected to try a spade, which immediately gave Declara the spade position. So On board 2, though, in the other room, I mean, we'll have to see what Gavin ends up doing here after winning the Jack of Diamonds immediately. I mean, a pretty simple line of play. Pull the second trump, club to the queen, and he knows that he's going to have a spade guess at some point. Maybe he's thinking about
Ooh.
ways to... What?
No, no, yeah, board two in the other room.
Yeah. I was... So, okay, he does pull the second diamond. I was going to say that Gavin's long thought here probably was based on, like, is there any way I can make a discovery play? Like, if he could ruff all 4 hearts in the west hand to find out what heart honors South has, then that would be helpful to him. But he just doesn't have time to do so. So club goes to the queen. Cementa's in. Probably plays a low spade throw. And then
Yeah, and you can obviously see that there's no other possible third defensive trick than partner having the king or queen of spades. If it's the king, it doesn't matter what he does, so a low one is totally indicated.
exactly. But yeah, as you
I'm
were pointing out,
I'm
4
surprised
heart.
he hasn't done it already.
I mean, the longer he thinks, the more confident Gavin will be in putting up the king.
Yeah.
Also, he does know that it gives up an overtrick a decent amount of the time, which he does switch to a low spade. 5 imps makes 6. 1 imp to Team Shori on the first board. Just 59 more of those, and they'll win the match by 60. So yeah, you were talking about board 2 at the other table, north-south ending up in 4 hearts, and when East on lead tried a low club away from the king, that did end up blowing up the club suit immediately. Now, the hand
Yeah,
is...
but Declare guessed it wrong.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
Still made the overtrack.
yeah,
Yeah.
the hand
You just
is
don't really have any losers.
very friendly. 3-3 diamonds. The queen is on side if you even want to take the finesse. Hearts are 2-2. So there's just no danger in this contract, although from Declarer's perspective, a whole bunch of things could, in theory, go wrong. So we'll see if Cementa Versace duplicate that result. We do get a 1 club opening bid on the 11 count from Wolpert here in first seat.
Yeah, if nothing else, Declare is gonna see the dummy when it comes down and more or less expect 2 trump losers if he doesn't guess correctly. If you pick off stiff ace, great, but most of the time it's like ace jack third, even ace jack 10 in one hand, nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, so probably not too many imps swung on that second board, but we'll keep watch. In the meantime, board 3, south with a big hand, 17 count, way too good for 1 no, all aces and kings, good 5-card heart suit. A heart, a spade from Herd, and south rebids a no trump. Look at this cute thing, whatever they're doing with this. A heart, a spade, a no trump, showing the 18 to 19. I am not certain what north-south sequence is going to show, but it does seem like they're going to eventually end up in 3 no trump from the south. They don't have a heart or spade fit, and both hands are pretty balanced.
I see. So, yeah, 2 hearts is a good heart preference. Doubleton heart and 8 to 11 points.
Ah, okay. And we still don't have the alert on 1 no trump, unfortunately. I guess, so I've seen a lot of alerts from the VuGraph operator for all the bids in the auction, but they only ever explain one of the player's bids, which probably means they're like only sitting close enough to see one of the players write down stuff on the paper. So, okay.
And sometimes, of course, so it's self-alerting. So, the alert card comes out of the bidding box, and that's really easy to see. But if the player doesn't ask, then maybe they're just never writing it down. Some of the time, these guys are familiar with each other's systems enough that they don't need to ask. So if the operator doesn't know, they can't put it in.
Yeah, now I don't think anyone's really going to be all that familiar with this 1 no trump bid, which looks like, based on the explanation of 2 no, strong and balanced, it seems like 1 no trump could have a variety of different hand types,
Yeah.
but weak no trump is probably not one of them. I don't think they're playing a weak no trump, Hurd and Bathurst, although I could be wrong. But yeah, it does seem like they might have given up that sequence in situations like this.
Yep. Yeah, which makes sense. A heart of spade 2 no is not a great auction, and a heart of spade 1 no, if you figure you're rarely going to want to play it there, then just saying, okay, we're just never going to be allowed to play it there, so we get the 2 level back on the 17 to 19 hands. Why not? Um, yeah, it is, obviously, I've said, a zillion times how much I like tablets for bidding, and it's, yet one more reason. Not only do the spectators get a record, the directors get a record, which could be really important, rather than trying to, like, decipher someone's scrawl or find the right pad later or whatever.
Yeah. Well, so 3 no trump is where they eventually settle. Lorenzini on lead tries a club against the sequence, his 4-card club suit that is not opener's major. This does give Declare a couple of club tricks. The finesse was working anyway, but there
Seems like
probably
it's
wasn't
effective
going to be
defense
much of
setting.
an issue.
No, I mean, with those spade spots in North, you just can't get too many spade tricks going. This will get 2 club tricks going, and you can only really get 2 spade tricks going anyway.
Yeah, and one of the diamond honors is onside, so Declare's just going to win this opening lead, run the 9 of diamonds, maybe duck the second round of clubs, win the third round, and then take another diamond hook. I mean, maybe Bathurst will just assume that the 2 of clubs is a true card and win the second club to take another diamond finesse. I mean, he doesn't want the second club to get overtaken and then a spade to come through, for example. So
I do not think this particular pair would ever false card a deuce spot lead on opening lead. Of course, the Italians are playing attitude lead, so we may see that affect the play on some future hands.
yeah, and so right here, as you suggest, Lorenzini Bassis, pretty unlikely in their style to ever false card the situation. So Bathurst comfortable just popping up with that club queen and taking another diamond finesse.
Yeah,
And
of course he knows if he doesn't like assuming that he's sure about the club break, he really doesn't want to go up and risk a spade shift because now even if West has 1 honor, anytime East has the 10 or something, and imagine West with like Queen third of spades or something, and the King Jack of diamonds are both off. Now he's gone down in a cold contract for no reason whatsoever.
exactly.
So, kind of normal, good sound declare play, figuring out that we can trust Cedric Lorenzini to be leading honestly at trick 1, which I think is virtually ironclad inference.
Yeah, and with all this, Declare has his 9 tricks in the bag, 4 diamonds, 2 hearts, 2 clubs, and a spade. It's all going to be about over tricks here. Can comfortably, at this point, take a heart finesse because, again, we're assuming that the clubs were 4-4 from the opening lead. But we'll see what he elects to do after cashing a couple of diamonds. Don't they hang you or cut off your head in France if you make the wrong count signal? I think that is written into their bylaws in the SEF Bridge Foundation.
Yeah, I think obviously at match points is 100%, but I think even at imps, you know, the inference from the open lead is strong enough that we can take this finesse, although, East probably should never cover for that reason. Yeah, South has just decided maybe East would cover. Maybe we'll just avoid looking like a complete idiot just in case said club hidden in with the spades or something.
Yeah, there's that, and also I think just the discards. East had pitched a heart, West had pitched a heart, so
Yeah.
Queen of Hearts was probably coming down if that's what was going on.
Right.
But 3-0 ends up making 3, so a nice result for Team Shori on that one, but honestly, just not much to the play.
Yeah. Well, they're happy just to, I think, have, normal hands.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, and as Matthew points out, you missed an overly sexy squeeze. I mean, it really wasn't overly sexy. It was It was a little bit more complicated than like a Trump squeeze. But at the end of the day, I mean, I think players have seen this type of position before. But it was cool. I mean, it did come up in real play. And of course, every single player at the table got it wrong. So, as usual, with basically every squeeze.
Was it something that could be found in real life, or was it just a nice hypothetical?
Uh, so Declare did not play for a squeeze. Declare took an alternative line of play, which wasn't without merit.
Okay.
So like they did something that could have in theory worked. So we could say that like either they misguessed or something, or they took the wrong percentage play to not play for the squeeze. And could the reason be that they didn't see the squeeze? They've never seen the squeeze before, so they weren't familiar with the position. They thought that the other thing was higher percentage. I don't know, but yeah, it ended up not working out, and Declare could have made it. Alternatively, Hampson could have been a hero, ducking an ace king queen to his partner's jack to let him in to break up the squeeze. But he did not.
Yeah, we've got a little complicated auction going on once again. Tons of alerts from Hurd and Bathurst on board 4.
Yeah, diamond, spade, and no trump. So South with 12.
Oh, it was just a check. I saw the alerts, but didn't look at what the bids and diagram actually were.
Yeah, and so starts with 2 clubs, which most pairs will play some form of XYZ here, where 2 clubs is a relay to 2 diamonds for basically all invitational hands. But then going through 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, 3 no. Bathurst shows 5 spades and a balanced choice of games. No slam interest or anything like that with this sequence. And so North corrects to 4 spades with a working doubleton as well as 3-card spade support. We do get to see the Gazilli in action over here on the left side of the screen with Samantha and Versace. A heart, a spade, 2 clubs Gazilli, 2 diamonds showing 8+. And South now gets to show the full values of their strong hand. Bids 2 no.
Yeah, so very similar position to the one that Hurd and Bathurst got into, where they had the extra information that it was that range with a doubleton heart, but Samantha at least gotten to show that approximate range, and possibly 3 clubs is narrowing it down to the same information that the Americans had.
Yes. Yes. And it looks like at this table, North is becoming captain in the auction, as opposed to, as you mentioned, with Bathurst and Hurd, Bathurst basically became captain in the auction that they had. Just a little bit of a difference in the way that the system turned out on this deal. So Cemento trying 3 spades, give his partner one last opportunity to maybe suggest that 4 hearts in the 5-2 fit could be ideal. And wow, we do get a double of 3 spades. Good decision by Wolpert there to get his lead direct in. Versace still bids 3 no, has a spade stopper.
Yeah, I mean, so 3 spades, I think, is like, as you're suggesting, kind of, what it really says is I have doubt about no trumps, and South has already grabbed the no trump. There's no longer a siding issue. I assume that at some point South showed, whether it's 2-no or what, approximately what his hand type is. We
Yeah.
don't see any other explanations. So, North is just saying, hey, like, I don't know what the best game is, which means that he can bid 3-no to say, I do think I know what the best game is. And both those are nice messages. Yeah, and Gavin here, of course, like, both minors have never really been bid naturally as far as we know. So partner leads a club, great, but he's very worried partner's going to lead a diamond where he has a doubleton, and that's very bad for him. I mean, unless 3 clubs show diamonds, but assuming it didn't, then Gavin has to be worried about his partner leading from like king 4 to diamonds because it looks totally normal, and Gavin can see that's probably bad for his side.
For sure.
But we'll see whether Raj is inclined to obey or lead his suit. I think probably he should obey. He really has no reason to overrule the signal.
Definitely. Maybe part of the thinking is just West isn't certain if the double of three spades is lead spades, but it certainly should be on in this type of sequence.
Yeah, I mean, what's more interesting, I think, is if he passes three spades and now 3-0 comes around and he doubles. Does that say lead spades because it's dummy's first bid suit? Or is that, find me because we could have doubled three spades for the lead?
That's a good question, and I don't know the answer to that, but that is a
Nor
good
do
question.
I. Like these positions are rare and I never thought about them, but probably it should be that.
Yeah. So eight of spades opening lead. Versace is going to be thrilled to see that he does, in fact, have a second spade stopper in dummy.
Thank you,
And
Matthew. I'll pull this up to take a look at it when we have a break. Appreciate it. As
hey,
well. So,
Luke,
I normally send those to Franco because he's the one who is both the squeeze maven and the double dummy maven in my personal circle.
Franco will not find the sand interesting. I can already let you know. I mean, like
Oh, okay.
it was a squeeze. Squeezes are cool. I get it. Like I was very appreciative that we took some time yesterday to look over the hand, but
Dear
this,
Kurt, thank you for explaining the Cemento Versace auction to us.
yep.
Much
Thank you, beer
appreciated.
card. Also, Luke. By the way, did you know that who's the guy? Is it T-Brand? Is your doppelganger in real life?
Uh,
I thought you looked very similar. Was it him? I saw on Bridge Winners that he had won some event, and I thought you had actually won some event. Um, yeah, the platinum pairs. Look at this guy. I mean, I've never seen you from like below the neck, so I think there's a striking resemblance. People already thought you were siblings. I see. I see.
all right.
Well, you have a great bridge playing family. You could probably field one of the top tier teams along with Team Basis and Team Rimstedt.
Oh yeah, I get a picture of Luke, and I can absolutely see why they would both get that. Cool.
So spade
Oh,
opening
good
lead
job.
went around to the 10 and ace. Declare, of course, ran the 9 of diamonds as we expect in 3-0 trump, and then the 10 of clubs comes through. So Versace, I don't see why you wouldn't just put in the club queen here. Even if it loses and East cashes 2 more spades, you're still okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you think that East has the only entries, it's okay to go up because the Queen is still going to be a stopper the next time around.
It's true. Yeah.
Assuming that East has the King Queen of Spades from the auction, the only other defensive entry is going to be the Diamond Finesse. So, but then I guess well, then I guess we also might as well play the Queen. It doesn't really matter. I wonder, is he thinking about Ace of Clubs, Diamond, Heart? Is that possible? Would that even be enough tricks? Five, six, seven. It's not enough tricks. So, yeah, I do wonder what he's thinking about. And obviously, Versace is usually a fairly quick declarer.
Yeah, so he does take the club queen. Good decision, and now he knows that he's completely safe, can just take another diamond finesse, and that holds. He does not have the opportunity to try the heart hook. I mean, I guess maybe he does. 3 rounds of diamonds, pitching a spade, a club, a heart, run the jack of hearts. Even if it loses, East only gets 2 spades. I guess he's still fine if he wants to try the heart finesse at the end of play here, but he may end up just cashing out.
Yeah, so the other table has taken their time on board 4. We'll see that here in a moment. So after being a little bit ahead, we're catching up to them. We'll probably have board 4 on our table before they're done with it at that one. Maybe not actually, because this could be a little slow while everyone figures out what to pitch.
Yeah, four spades does have no play.
Oh, this is yeah, the same hand with the checkback auction we were talking about.
Yeah, it's just I'm staring at the end position. I haven't actually followed the play at all over here on the right side of the screen, but it does look like from this spot, Basis will just win the ace of hearts on this trick, exit a trump. I mean, like I don't think it really matters what he exits, but Declare still has a diamond loser.
Yeah, and it was kind of the same from the beginning. You had a club, a diamond, and two hearts to lose. Even if you find the jack of clubs on side, because like let's say they lead the ace of clubs trying for a ruff or something, it doesn't even help you. It's a useless pitch.
And Basis just exits the diamond queen. I haven't been following the play, but it looks like he knows his partner has the jack. So that is set up. There's no way to rough out the hearts to make the jack of hearts good. This is just going to be one down.
Yeah, he is at one point. East played the ten of diamonds when he was in with a heart, and it went low deuce ace. So I think he was pretty sure what was going on in diamonds, and possibly West had even had a chance to signal that he had nothing in spades, which would imply nothing in hearts rather. And I guess we know that from the play. So like maybe he had to have the diamond.
Yeah, so actually
I
quite
guess
a
that's not true, but yeah, I don't know. I don't. It seems
well,
like he said safe club exits that he didn't take.
well, but he doesn't because squeezes happen, right? If East
Oh, I
makes the
see.
mistake of,
Yeah.
oh my god, dude, the fucking double dummy thing in the middle of the hand just completely broke. But if East exits anything other than the diamond queen, then Declare has communication in the diamond suit, and West is the one who has the heart guard. So Declare, if let's say East exits a club,
Right.
whether or not West roughs, it doesn't matter. Declare then just runs all their spades, and West gets squeezed in the red suit. So the Queen of Diamonds exit was 100% necessary from Basis to break up the squeeze against his partner. Very well
Yeah, as
done.
was the as with the ten of diamonds, which is a much harder play the previous time he was in.
So we'll have to see, therefore, based on the way the play has gone, if Declare can
David
manage to make it at this table.
Dave Cabrera. If Basis plays a diamond, I will be impressed. Well, please be impressed.
So we first have to see if they get there, right? Because Cemented does not have a weak no trump available to him vulnerable. He picks up this 11 count and does not open the bidding. Couple passes go around to Wolpert in third seat, elects to open one club with his 6-card club suit.
Yeah, and perhaps slightly surprisingly, vulnerable. Well, I guess yeah, vulnerable herd did open. It's a little thin, but maybe it's within that partnership's range.
Yeah, now Versace overcalls a spade. North, I guess two clubs is a.
It could be a transfer to diamonds, planning to raise spades. Get a diamond lead director in and raise spades later. No, South. Well, South two spades suggested it was a three-card raise, since I think South would accept a diamond transfer.
Yeah, as you say, a lot of pairs end up playing transfers over these takeout doubles. So two clubs showing diamonds, two hearts being the constructive raise to three spades, or transferring into the opponent's suit as a cubid is often the way to show the 3-card limit raise.
Mhm.
So North could have bid one no trump there. But
Possibly, yeah. But
it looks like that's not what they're doing, as you mentioned. Hey, Lee
yeah.
Suk, you are a Korean player. Welcome to the stream.
Cool. Welcome. As I keep the Twitch chat open, I do not keep the YouTube chat open, but nice to see that you've got some people coming in via that method.
Yeah, YouTube has way more viewers than Twitch. I don't exactly know why. Some people have posited that it's because Twitch requires you to create an account, whereas YouTube, you can
Hmm.
just use your Gmail account to get access. But yeah, I tend to have about 2.5 times as many viewers on YouTube as I do on Twitch when I do the live streams.
Cool.
Matthew asks, is two spades for Versace stronger than pass? Uh, Probably not, but he's also looking at a balanced 12 count opposite a passed hand partner. So he just expected that this was not a game hand, which he's technically correct about because they can break up the squeeze by playing 2 rounds of diamonds. Um, but but yeah, I think he just believed that this hand had very little chance for game, even though he was vulnerable. So why risk it opposite a passed partner?
Yeah, I mean, he showed 3 card support and approximately this range. His partner said, if that's what you have, I'm not interested. And, South could have had even like an ace less, right? South with Queen Jack 10 fifth, 2 little, 3 little, King Queen third, he would make the same overcall. So North really has no reason to act. And South certainly, with a flat hand opposite a pass partner, has no reason to make any kind of a 2 of a red suit forward going noise to give North some room. South is like, okay, great, my hand's flat and terrible. We're done here.
Exactly. And so it's a little bit of a difference in style, of course, because Samantha passed and Hurd opened that 11 count. Those ranges can have just kind of like random victories here and
Right.
there. So this one, it looks like Versace and Cementa are benefiting because they miss out on getting to game on these cards, didn't have an opportunity to win some pile of imps for their side, like 13 or 8 or something like that, depending on what the other table ended up scoring on the hand. But in the future, I'm sure we'll see Hurd and Bathurst pick up some game swings because they're a little bit more aggressive in these spots.
Yeah, I mean, there's, a fairly large class of hands where no one does anything wrong, but you get a lot of imp swung just by system design, whether it's wrong signing a contract or, one player opens, another doesn't. They're both perfectly valid ways to play. South has a hand exactly in this range, and one game forces, and the other doesn't even look for the 3 level.
Exactly. And this is another actually like big reason why balancing becomes so scary, because here Versace has 12, Cementa has 11. If you're one of those players that is just like, well, the opponent's found their spade fit, I have a doubleton spade here as east, let me just balance with 3 clubs in the pass out seat when 2 spades comes back around to us, you might just be getting massacred.
Right.
And take a look. Wolpert finds the exact same defense. After Hartlead goes around to the 8 and ace, he realizes that like his side needs to set up diamond tricks. He knows Declare is working on hearts. I mean, he's not switching to diamonds to break up a squeeze. He was switching to diamonds because he was worried they needed to set up diamonds before Declare's hearts got set up. So it might have been the exact same situation for Basis at the
Mhm.
other table, which is why he also switched to a diamond. Peter Cha says, I'm not live on YouTube. I don't know. YouTube, how do you feel about that? Do you think I'm live? Nope, we are live on YouTube.
Here, I can pull it up for a second and confirm that.
I just looked.
Oh, okay. No, you looked on Streamlabs, but I wonder if is it actually going? Did you check on YouTube itself or on
Yeah,
Streamlabs?
I went to
Okay.
my YouTube.
Yeah, great.
It is live. You just didn't refresh. Yeah, you gotta be careful with those things.
So Club West maybe could try one hard overcall if he's feeling frisky, but I understand why it would not be super appealing.
Yeah, we did
I think I
see
kind of like it with a good hand, but it's not for everyone.
Lorenzini did overcall Hart on their
All right,
auction,
see?
and and so East West ended up finding the 4/4 Hart fit, jumped all the way up to the 3 level, preemptive in this favorable sequence. Here, Cementa and Versace are having a free run at the auction. A club, a diamond, showing 4 or more hearts, I guess.
Uh, I am pretty surprised that John Hurd did not take a shot at 3 hearts. I mean, obviously the opponents are not vulnerable, so the penalty might not be huge, but he has a very good hand with Queen 10 4 the hearts opposite an opening bid.
Well, but his partner's in third seat. I know his partner's
Oh, yeah, yeah,
unfavorable,
yes. Good
but
point.
but like these guys do like to get some action in there in third seat, even at these colors. So
Good
I
point.
I hear you. Like definitely at match points, you would take a shot at this very quick. But yeah, I think they're comfortable. Just like let's sit for this, try and defend to the best of our ability.
So, Versace Cementa now are getting a free run. One spade alerted because I assume it shows an unbalanced hand, otherwise natural. North submitting a no trump, just hoping to play it there. South doesn't want to with, knowing that the opponents have eight hearts. He's got this at least eight hearts. He's got the singleton and, has a perfectly playable club suit opposite partner to minimum doubleton length. Of course, it
I
sounds a little stronger to North than it does to South. South just doesn't want to play one no trump.
right. I think North's one diamond showed hearts for what it's worth.
Oh, it
It's
wasn't alerted, but of
it's
course,
not
yeah.
alerted, but like, why would Cementa bid a diamond with this hand? That
Yes, that
doesn't
is a
make
good
any
point.
sense. So yeah, it looks like Cementa has decided to invite with 2-0 as a passed hand. He knows that his partner's not going to take him too seriously. And he does have a couple of good spot cards: 10 of spades, 10 of hearts, 10-9 of diamonds.
Yeah, I think for Versace now made a reasonable decision that he didn't want to play one no trump, and all that it got him was getting to play two no trump.
But I think he's going to bid 3-0. He has this 5-card club
Yeah.
suit that looks like a good source of tricks.
And
Um,
partner's a pass hand though, right? Even in a slightly sounder opening style like we saw from the last hand. This will top out at 23 highs and we're aceless. Yeah, he pulled out to three clubs, hoping that his judgment not to play one no was still correct.
okay. Possibly a missed opportunity there for Versace and Cementa, because if the defense is not careful, Declare is going to take 8 black suit tricks, and then we'll just be on a diamond guess basically to make 3-0.
Yeah, of course, the club split is very lucky, but
Right.
at Imps, you need 37% to bid a red game, and that club split isn't much less than that. I think it's 36%, right? So, 3-3 break is more or less good enough to chance 3 no vulnerable.
Yeah, I mean it's not just that. You need to guess the diamonds. You need some help in the hearts.
Yeah.
Like I'm not saying that's a great
And you could
contract,
be
but
down extras, which skews the odds.
yeah, of course. But as you say, they do get to 3 clubs. This contract is probably going to be pretty comfortable given that there's no roughs. Club split. So club goes to the king and ace. I think it would be very reasonable for West to duck that king of clubs, to deny some communication for Declare. But at the end of the day, it doesn't look like it's going to hurt too much by taking that first round of clubs. Why are people not leading ace from ace king? That's a great question. In this auction, we think one diamond showed hearts from North, but still, it can sometimes be very valuable to lead ace king in the opponent's suit on your left if your partner might be getting rough. I mean, for all we know, South could be 4-2 or like 4-3-1-5.
I don't know. South can't think about that shape, right? I think you would have pulled one no to two hearts.
Yeah, that's probably true. But there we are. 3 clubs makes 4 for a 1-imp pickup to Team Fleischer, who's currently ahead 7-2. Most of the matches that we've seen the past couple of days have been fairly slow starting. Not a lot of big swings the first few boards. The biggest swing we've had currently was that 4 spades going down and 2 spades making at the other table.
Yeah, and as always, I think that's just a sign that these events have gotten smaller and smaller, but stronger and stronger. The fewer imps scored, the more that says about the parity of the event.
This is going to be fun. Look at what's happening on board 6. So Bathurst in second seat with his 10 count 5-4 opens a diamond. At the other table, Versace, who is playing a 10-13 no trump, but probably isn't allowed to do it with the small singleton club in the ACB. Well, he probably just chooses not to do it.
I think if they do it, they cannot play any conventions over it.
Yeah, and so um, chooses not to either open a diamond or a no trump to show his hand. And now, okay, but
Well,
he
the
gets
other,
the diamond lead after all.
yeah, but look what's happening in the other room.
I
So a
know.
diamond by South. West overcalls a strong no trump, I guess because two clubs is unappealing and passes unappealing. And North managed to find a penalty double of three no trump. God knows how.
Yeah, I mean he knows that the opponents are on thin values because he has a 7 count and his partner opened in second seat, but like his partner's going to have at least 10, so the opponents are on at least or at most 23 highs. It's true that the heart suit splits for the opponents here. Hurd is looking at 3 card hearts, but
Yeah.
they don't
Well,
have anywhere to run. He knows that.
well, the Jack four of the clubs is a huge holding because if West has even a 6 card club suit he's banking on, we know that it's not going to be coming in for him.
Yeah, and so Lorenzini is now thinking about this. And one of the other big wins, as Matthew points out, is that sometimes Herd's double chases them out of a making 3 no trump into, let's say, 4 clubs or something, or 4 hearts, which may well go down.
Yeah, and if it makes, we don't care. We'd rather be minus 150 than minus 600 anyway.
Exactly. So I think these spec doubles are kind of neat to see some of the time.
Yeah.
Now, at the other table in the auction, with South making a lead directing double of diamonds, Wolpert had a complete change of heart on the deal because where Basis, I think very understandably, in favor of the vulnerability and the fact that his partner's 1 no trump overcall is often going to be, oh, okay, well, we now have a big decision after Hurd leads a spade against the Reno doubled here. But sorry, let me finish my point. Gavin decided that the double of 2 diamonds was just so bad for his hand, looking at 3 small, that he did not want to even invite at this point to either a heart game or a no trump game. He just decided to sign off in 2 hearts. So he is going to calmly go plus on his cards. 2 hearts made 3.
Yeah, well, of course, his big, I think a no Trump game was always kind of remote. Opposite 15 to 17, his big hope was a heart game, but his partner's passed to 9 to 3 hearts, so now that's off the table as well. So, at that point, partly the double, but also I think he was only doing anything other than passing 2 hearts. A partner super accepted. I think if it had gone no Trump transfer passed by South, he was going to check out 2 hearts.
Interesting. See, I'm a
No
big
Trump,
I'm a big supporter of what Basis did. Like you only have 7 highs, but like partners no trump overcall range should be quite strong.
right,
And
but Rogers was an opening, not an overcall. It's very different.
oh yes, yes, yes. Oh, you're okay. You know what? You're so right. Yes, good point. Thank you for for
No, no,
spotting that.
I just agree with you. Like
Yeah,
Basis's, the average of partners' range is like a point and a half higher than the average of Rod Story's range in this auction. So treating the hands differently, I think is totally appropriate.
yeah. And Lorenzini
And we know
has
more about how the play is going to go because of the opening bid. Like, there's all these reasons for Basis to be more aggressive.
for sure. Yeah, and so Lorenzini has misguessed the clubs. After the spade opening lead, he had a chance, could have hooked that 10 of clubs on the second round of the suit, but it is a
Hmm.
big position to take, and he just decides to play for I guess North to just have some scattered values and figure that he's spec doubling 3-0, which he kind of was.
Yeah,
Now
I won.
Bathurst has to make some discards.
I do wonder because South can't have fewer than 10, which means North can't have more than 7, which means that North is doubling because he thinks there's some surprise. He's led a spade. We can see the ace and queen of spades. We know spades isn't the surprise. Like, what else could the surprise be?
Well, It looks like
Am I
it might be
wrong?
down two at this point.
Yeah, am I wrong about that analysis?
I mean,
It is
I
an enormous play to that club. I get it, but I feel like when you start thinking about what John Hurd, one of the best players in the world, is doing when he makes this really weird sounding double on a on a hand where he has no strong suit and no strong high cards, like what is he doing? He didn't pull the wrong card out of the bidding box.
well, I think he would have doubled if he had Jack third of clubs.
You think so?
I think Hurd would have doubled if he had Queen fourth of hearts and Jack third of clubs as well, right? Like,
Then we might as well finesse also.
okay, fine. He had King third of hearts and three small clubs. There we go.
Possible.
I think he's just doubling because he knows the opponents don't have enough high card points to be in three now, and it's like a two-way shot. I don't know, but that's my guess as to what's going on.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, is that really the kind of double that experts make? You only have 22 highs, therefore I don't like your chances in three no trump on a power auction. I don't know. Like, very often when they have those auctions, they have 22 highs but have tricks. Maybe he diagnosed that on this kind of auction they wouldn't, but I think that's less likely than the hand where North thinks that he has, a specific reason why they can't make it as opposed to vibes.
Wait, but East is the one who suggested extra values, and we know for a fact that East doesn't have them. Like East does not have tricks, so like
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true.
it's not like West was the one that like accepted an invite from East. West is the one who just overcalled a no trump. I mean, it's possible West could have a six card club suit over there, but I mean, West could
East
also just have their like flat 16 count, overcall a no trump, and East is like a little bit thin, pushing for the vulnerable game.
couldn't East have Ace King Jack 10 fifth of hearts, and our Queen third is now five tricks for the declaring side.
It could be, yeah, absolutely.
I don't know. I mean, it's yeah. I feel like the odds are strongly favor that finesse. Although obviously, a very good declarer disagreed.
Well, so as the hand has played out, looks like Declare is cashing their six trick in clubs that they eventually set up. North still never found the diamond switch. Although at this point, North knows about the location of the diamond ace and probably the queen as well. Declare is just gonna. I wonder what Declare does now. Like, let's say Bathurst throws a spade. Declare could try the heart finesse. South is in, and if Bathurst makes the error of returning a spade, then Declare wins and plays back another heart, collecting his nine tricks. I mean, the hand's not over. North South do need to realize that they have all of the diamonds from the start of play, which might be a very difficult thing to figure out, given that Lorenzini overcalled a no trump with three small diamonds.
Yeah, I do wonder. Bathurst is sitting here. His partner has defended relatively passively with the spade opening lead. Um, he did make this double. Like, what does South think this hand looks like?
Koopa says, isn't this hand making after heart finesse? Only if South pitches a diamond. If South throws a diamond, you can duck a heart and make it from here. But if South pitches a harder spade, then the defense can still come out on top.
Yeah, more Inspector pointing out the same that South needs to hold all three of those diamonds. And he does. Well done.
So Lorenzini can take the heart finesse, and it's still not over. Will says, Declare has taken six tricks. Don't know what's at seven in the upper right. This is the imp score. I know that the interface is not very good on this site, but this is the imp score of the match.
Yeah. There's
These
a little diagram on the
these are
upper
the
left that
tricks.
has the cards pointing to each side that's won them.
Yeah. It's not very well labeled. It would be a lot better if this had the team names rather than just north, south, east, west, of course.
Yeah, although it does have the team name next to the player names, which is appreciated.
Yeah. Jake Loans asks, what's the weak no Trump score this week? Danny Miles in favor and myself opposed. That is currently the score.
And I'm kind of indifferent, so like I don't love weak no Trump, but I think it's fine.
Does you ask
Like,
how much of an
I think
expert
14 to 16 is the best range.
how much of an expert do you need to be to not lead partner suit with the King Jack Doubleton? Well, a lot of it is the no Trump overcall. Like West is strongly implying that they have diamonds stopped, oftentimes very well stopped. So just because South opened a diamond doesn't mean that they have high cards or values in the suit. You could easily blow up the entire diamond suit by leading King Jack Doubleton here into the no Trump overcall.
Yeah, I think there's another consideration, which is I'm not actually all that familiar with the Bathurst turret system, but, for a lot of players, a diamond could even be two, even in a standard context, if you're playing, depending on, like maybe not standard, but like sort of Polish club kind of, which is, quasi-natural. So, South would often have only three diamonds, and in some partnerships, two would be a common number. I suspect that North South at this table could not have two diamonds, but yeah, like very often the strongest diamond suit of the table is on your right, not across the table.
North South did finally figure out to play diamonds, and Bathurst will get the King of Hearts at trick 13 for 3-no double down one. We were waiting for them to finish the board until we could get onto board 7, which has just popped up in the other room. But that is the first big swing for Team Shori. They are now on top 10-7 in the match.
And 8 M's, it certainly could have been worse, but obviously pretty happy to have very close to a red game swing size pick up there.
Absolutely. So pass by South in both rooms and West. North in third seed is going to have to decide what their opening bid is with the 6-card spade suit.
Yeah, I think for Herd Bathurst, two spades, but for Samantha Versace, they may have. Oh, they probably play an Italian-esque two diamonds, strong balanced hand in week twos in the majors, is my guess.
Yeah, that seems very likely. And then East is going to have this problem in front of them.
What's the problem? You just bid two no Trump?
Yeah, I was going to say, 2-0 looks somewhat appealing with the double spade stop. Mediocre source of tricks and clubs, but one that will probably come home. Whereas a 3-club overcall is yuck.
Yeah, and the other problem is, if partner is marginal but has like two little spades as he does, probably he's just going to be stuck passing, right? Like three spades, asking for a stopper for 3-no Trump is going to be kind of scary. But here, like we bid 2-no, partner can bid Stamen and take it in. If that king of clubs were onside Doubleton, this would be just a trivially easy hand. And as it is, I think 3-0 is going to make fairly comfortably, but, just like think of how many tricks we're going to make if we get a spade lead, clubs and jack ace of clubs picking up the suit.
Yeah, for
like
sure.
11 or 12 at that point. So yeah, I think 2-0 seems better to me. Just partly because the club seat is bad for the overcall, but also just because like the whole way the auction race to develop is going to be so much better and easier. He's just open 2-0 Trump in fourth seat, which is a little aggressive, but it does have the advantage of being not that far off on values, and your alternatives, you open a club, you could read with 2-0, you could read with 3 clubs, which is horrible.
Yeah, I wonder what their range is for this. Obviously it's just a 17 count for East.
Right.
But
yeah, it's 19 to 21, but let her have a little fun.
For sure. This just kind of illustrates that Gavin's thinking ahead, trying to figure out what rebid problems he might have if he opens a club. And as Craig points out, like even a club pass, a heart, or a spade, you don't have a great description bid on the east hand after that sort of sequence. So he chooses to solve his rebid problem by opening 2-0, a bit light, but of course it is probably the best way for him to solve his rebid issues.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I like a club and then rebid 2-0 Trump, but um, you know, this is fine. Like this is what I would might do in a robot tournament.
Sure, yeah. Both tables find the spade lead, even though Cementa did not open. Wait. I think that the VuGraph operator just missed a 2-spade opener from Cementa. I think that
That would
is
make it.
much more likely than Gavin choosing to open 2-0 on this hand. That
I
is
think you're
probably what
100% right.
happened. Yes.
I think that makes much more sense than that either Samantha did not open in third seat or that Gavin decided to open this kooky 2-0 in fourth seat.
Yeah, I'm just combining chances here with my guess.
Yeah,
So
no, I think you're spot on there.
yeah, okay. This makes a lot more sense to me.
I mean,
So
you know how you can avoid this problem. Have the players bid on tablets like they
yeah,
should.
yeah. Maybe we will report this to the tournament organizers. Maybe someone will start a bridge winners thread after the event, like they promised.
Anyway, this is going to be a fairly straightforward thing since the diamonds are not organized so the defense can take 4 diamond tricks when they win that king of clubs.
Yeah, they can manage 3 diamond tricks, but that's about it. And
Yeah, I mean, except Matthew, like, no, like, you know, you can play real bridge on tablets just like you can play real bridge at home on your computer. You know, those are independent issues. You know, just give everyone a tablet like you do in the USBF is really not that hard. You know, I don't know, the technology exists and the game is better for it. Anyway, I'll shut up. Temporarily.
well, in the meantime, looks like both declarers are taking a very similar line of play, set up the club suit. They elected to play a club to the jack. Um, I assume hoping that they didn't need to give the defense the opportunity to pick off 4 diamond tricks. But
Yeah, I mean, the gain of Stiff King is so negligible, and, you know, you might pick up King Doubleton on side. You got plenty of entries to the East Hand to do everything. You know, either they can somehow, like, win the King and play a spade to try to mess with their entry position. You know, who cares? But if you do pick up all the clubs with King Doubleton on side, then, like, great, we never have to worry about the diamond suit. Which is probably
exactly.
not that big a worry anyway. We would need 4 in North, which has to be against the odds. But, yeah, I think no reason to decline that club finesse.
Yeah, for sure. So it's just going to be a matter of over tricks now. Cementa is in with the Diamond King, and of course realizes that playing back a diamond is going to hold Declare to 9 tricks, but that 10 of diamonds is still going to stop the suit. Yeah,
Yeah.
he does work it out, so does well to prevent the over tricks. Bathurst in a similar situation over here, in with the club king. Is he going to find the low diamond switch? It
Well, I
seemed,
think Ace of Diamonds is better though, right? Because he's gonna have Stiff King instead of Stiff Queen.
well, you can never beat it if you lead the ace of diamonds. If North happens to have king, queen, third of diamonds, a low diamond can actually beat the
Oh, yes.
contract.
Good point. I mean, that
So
would give you a small singleton, but I guess that's possible.
yeah, I like it's probably not possible, but that would be I think that's the reason why Versace switched to a low diamond instead of the ace, that he was just hoping that he could actually defeat the contract. He might have also just been hoping that his partner had king doubleton and Declare had queen doubleton, so he could collect 3 diamond tricks this way, which also makes some sense. We'll see what Bathurst does.
That's interesting. Spectre points out there is a position where we can run 4 diamond tricks. Give Declare a guess as to whether he can block the suit by ducking the 9 on the third round, diamond back the ace now 9, and Declare does have to guess whether South started with ace jack 9 third or ace jack 9 fourth.
It's true. Yep. That is definitely true. Well, it's not. No. There's no
Then
guess. No,
What was that?
there's no guess because
Because it would have
Declare.
been different in the early rounds.
Um, because if South started with,
Oh, ace 9 third, rather. Well, if it's ace 9 third, he should have been leading the 9 on the previous round.
yes, that's the point. That to unblock the diamond suit, South could have led the 9 first. So well done by both Souths to make sure that Declare doesn't make any over tricks in that contract. We're only halfway through the segment so far. We're on board 8. West opens a heart in both rooms, I assume. So North can bid 2 hearts Michaels at Hurd and Bathurst table. And I think Samantha and Versace play 3 clubs for this 2 suited bid. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I believe so as well. I know they play some oddball 2 suited bids. No, this is not one of them.
Just alerted a spades and a minor.
Maybe it's a diamond 3. It might be a diamond 3 clubs
Hmm.
showing a major and 5 clubs. Not positive. Yeah, I thought so too, Matthew. But oh, it's the other major in diamond specifically. So maybe this is. Yep. Well, no spades and a minor. I don't know. Anyway, maybe we'll get to see it at some point and solve this little mystery. So,
Yeah,
of course,
Hurd
the
and
other table,
Bathurst play it as spades and clubs. So maybe that is what's going on at both tables, and we just have a bit of a announcement by the VuGraph operator. Spades and a minor over there.
I don't think so. Well, unless 2-no is just constructive for clubs, even when it's only the one suit. I guess it's possible.
Yeah, because South has a pretty decent hand. A couple of aces. No fitting spade card, but does elect to show a bit of something.
Yeah, and obviously constructive for something, and therefore North has to take some kind of aggressive action.
Yeah, so as is, Basis was able to, or decided to show his heart fit on the first round of the auction, despite only having 6 high card points, a bunch of queens, and only 3 card heart support. Hurd and Bathurst leapfrog into 5 clubs, which looks like a reasonable resting spot given the opening bid. King of Spades and Ace of Hearts very likely to be onside, but the 4-0 club split might give Declare a little bit of trouble. We'll see how the play develops over there. And Samenta and Versace currently sitting in 4 clubs. Samenta made an extra sort of try with 3 hearts, and South now has expressed his club fit, 4 diamond cubid. South signs off. So they've also landed in the same exact spot.
And pretty reasonable, I think. Even with the split, they got chances, and I think it's certainly where you want to be. With or without the opening bid, and the opening bid just makes it a little better because now those major suit finesses are likely to win.
Yeah, exactly. So Lorenzini decides to lead a diamond, not leading away from his ace of hearts. Diamond opening lead goes round to Bathurst's ace, who is going to start work on the spade suit. Spade to the queen, ace of spades, spade ruff. He's going to need to get back to that north hand to take another spade ruff. I wonder if he's going to use this opportunity to try a heart finesse, or if he's going to get back in one of the minor suits. Good technique by Lorenzini, dumping the card he's known to hold on defense as long as it's not going to cost a trick. King of Spades was marked via the finesse earlier.
Yeah, of course, King Jack 10 makes that play pretty easy, but still, as you say, always good to be on the ball and, make the obvious false card or the mandatory false card.
So Shori gets off to a different lead. His partner did double 3 hearts for the lead of a heart. And so starts with the heart ace, resolving any issues Declare had in that suit. So it seems pretty sensible to just continue a heart from Shori's perspective. Schiff says, Basis and Lorenzini might be able to prevail on defense. Also, hello. Well, now they might have an easy time prevailing on defense. Golfer Carol asks, anyone know why Gavin's not playing? Golfer Carol, I have a surprise for you. Are you ready for this? 3, 2, 1, bam. Check that out. Gavin is playing. His name's just covered up, unfortunately. I don't have enough screen real estate to show every single name of the players. I apologize. Tezu says real gamers would play the Spade King on the first round of the suit. I mean, honestly, it's not a bad idea. Declare is 100% taking that finesse.
Yeah.
So it's not that crazy to pretend like you have stiff king.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a hand we want to try to chop him into playing trumps prematurely, that's a very good way to do it.
Schiff says Bathurst must be fine now in his contract. Is that true? So let's say Lorenzini wins the heart ace and forces dummy with a diamond. What's the plan then? Declare roughs.
Yeah, can we just cross rough, lead spades and hearts toward our hand? These can lead 7 more.
That looks good to me. 4-0 clubs, very easy. So we should see another push. Well judged at both tables to get to 5 clubs, and then well done in the play to overcome that poor trump split.
Yeah. Actually, like East and West here, particularly West, can often be slow, but they seem to be keeping the pace up. The Basis Lorenzini pair, Tama, I think, is kind of normal to maybe even slightly faster than that, but Lorenzini is slow.
And we're seeing that immediately.
Yeah. Wasn't even thinking about it that this was an illustration of it, but, we just had these guys on MuGraph a zillion times, and they're always a little bit behind the rest of the world.
Yeah, case in point. Declare is leading up towards a king doubleton. You have the ace sitting in front.
Right.
There is no finesse that is happening. Lorenzini has been here for 5 minutes.
Right. So, you were known to hold it before the tank. You're even more known to hold it now. I mean, I guess, since he doesn't know what to play if he wins it, I understand, why he's not sure if he wants to win it, but he also probably knows that ducking it is going to be bad. So, I don't know.
Well, we're on to board 9 at the other table. So Wolpert opens a club. We get a pass by Versace. We saw an earlier board where I think it was Lorenzini who overcalled on ace king 9/8 fourth or something like that in the heart suit in a similar spot. So Versace decides not to do it with ace queen 10 fourth.
I mean, I think it's completely insane, but if you do anything, you're probably better off doubling to get both majors in.
Yeah, and especially in the Italian style.
Right.
Okay, I've been told that the YouTube feed has lost audio. Is that true for anyone else?
Huh.
Um, Let me
So
mute
let's
Craig for a second so that I can. I'm just
sure.
muting Craig on stream
Yeah.
so that I can test that myself. Okay, no, I do have audio. Jeffrey says it came back. Eric says it's been fine. I don't know. Try refreshing. I'm sorry. I don't really have any control over the feeds. Just a short hiccup. Gotcha. Sorry about that, people. But we're back.
Meanwhile, we had a fairly straightforward auction to 3-0 on board 9 at the Shorey table, where Cedric Lorenzini is still deciding whether he wants to win his ace of hearts now or not.
Yeah, we're going to be on board 14 for a while. Refresh worked. Okay, try that. If anything like this happens again, hopefully that will solve the problem. I don't know how to fix any of that on my end, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think, I guess from Lorenzini's point of view, if declares to play a second heart at some point, you duck it, maybe partner. I don't know. I guess, like, looking at those clubs and dummy partner can't even clear clubs. Like, I don't know. Like, obviously, he has some reason to think he has a problem, but it's hard to imagine. Not so much hard to imagine what the problem is, but like that there are so many different possibilities that he's still thinking about it, as opposed to like, it's either X or Y, and fine, it's more likely to be X. Like this isn't that complicated a hand.
Oh, yeah, we could play the chat game. As Matt says, we could play Cedric or Frozen,
Right.
everyone's favorite game.
Yeah, instead of Shatner Frozen as we were seeing in one of the events last year.
Yeah, the USBCs. We'll get to play
Right.
that again at the USBCs this year. Don't worry. But we do have the
Yeah,
Six of Hearts on lead at both tables from
ex-
South.
exile that guy back to Canada. Yeah, so let's see. So Gavin here is obviously thinking about how to play the minors. He doesn't want to let North in to lead a spade through, but unfortunately, that's how finesses work.
Yeah, it really is. So heart goes around to the 10, queen, and ace.
I
I mean,
mean,
from
can he combine his chances, ace, king of diamonds, and then club finesse? Is that enough tricks? 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that is enough tricks. So I think that's what he's going to do.
it is very
Yep.
reasonable. And so, yeah, he does that. Queen of diamonds comes down. And so now he has 5 diamonds, 3 hearts after this lead, and at least 1 club.
Given that this rates to be fairly quick from this point, they will have played the entire board before Cedric plays a card on the 6 of hearts.
Yeah, okay. Cedric goes up with
Finally,
the.
really just
Yeah, he goes up with the ace of hearts, plays back the king of diamonds to try and force dummy. And now we are just going to play this hand as a straight up cross ruff, I believe, as was suggested. So let's see. If East roughs in with the 5 of clubs, what happens then? Declare can over ruff, play a club to the king, and then ruff the last spade. East only gets 1 trump. If East discards, Declare can ruff, cross to the king of hearts, ruff the last spade, and, well, rough the second to last spade, and basically something similar happens in that scenario.
Yeah, he might be thinking about just roughing up and playing a trump, but that's often the right strategy. But I think here he can just count declare his tricks, so he does pitch.
So he pitches a diamond, now a heart to the king, now another spade. Basis can pitch another diamond.
Yeah, it'll be the same now. It'll go diamond rough. He can over rough or not, and return a trump. But now dummy's good since this is roughing the spade good.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it looks like Declare can also just rough the diamond with the king of clubs, that sort of position, rough the spade
Yeah.
with the nine of clubs, and congratulations, Bathurst does make his contract.
Yeah, for a push, but nonetheless, he'll be happy to have been made that game.
Definitely.
Feels like a plus position, even though obviously it is sort of normal for an expert player to get there.
So board 9, I think we're going to see a very similar type of result here from Basis and Lorenzini. They'll just end up in 3 no trump.
Yeah.
And we do have Bathurst making a takeout double. So
Yeah, so surprisingly, I think if you had asked before the hand which player would double one club on the south hand, it would have been the Italian, not the American.
yeah, and Schiff points out the whole idea of trying to pull trumps is a important safety play. And I mean, Bathurst may have done it because not because he thought East was the one who was short in spades, but because he thought West was the one who was short in spades. He doesn't want to rough a spade in the south hand and get over roughed by West after that King of Spades false card. So, for whatever reason, Bathurst came up with a great line of play, which ended up making the contract. Board 10, we do have a little bit of action developing. West opens a heart in third seat on the 11 count. North makes a takeout double, 3-1-4-5 shape. East bids 2 diamonds to show a constructive raise to 2 hearts. And we'll see if Versace does anything. He elects to pass 2 diamonds. No surprise, really.
On the previous board, Cemento was limited to 9 points, which makes Versace's aggressive takeout double probably, pointless to extremely dangerous.
That's a great point. Whereas Hurd and Bathurst, even though they do open a little bit late, there are going to be some balanced 10 counts that Hurd would not be opening in first seat here. So Bathurst deciding that he wants to get his hand in.
Yep, so takeout double by North. Obviously, this one is one that 100% of players would make, I believe. 2 diamonds by East showing a good heart raise. West wants none of it, and South now, despite your admonitions not to balance, I think this is one that even you would do.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering if Versace might have taken a call in the first round, well, the second round of the auction after his partner's initial takeout double. But he does decide to wait and see. Gets the Queen of Hearts lead against 2 spades. And now, how is this contract going to play? The trump split pretty well. The club split. Declare has probably enough stoppers in the heart suit that he can just try and pull some trumps and then start running the clubs.
Yeah, Versace, obviously, with his hard holding, if somehow the auction came back and hearts at a higher level than 2, was probably happy. So I think he didn't want to give the opponents a chance to defend 2 spades until he was sure they were stopping in 2 hearts.
Yeah, exactly. Like, if West is the one with some extra values in the sequence, then he would rather just let them play 3 hearts or something like that.
Right. Right, in pretty Italian style, where they don't have to have 8 spades, and they didn't. If it goes 2 spades, double by West showing cards, and he's like passes with a 3-card holding. This is terrible. And on those hands, West was probably going to bid more than 2 hearts, which is obviously what we're hoping for. So, and obviously he always had the option to bid 2 spades when the auction died. So I think his like sometimes it can look a little weird to take this delayed action when you could have blocked the opponents from getting to their thing, but here, like, blocking them was the last thing he wanted to do. Anyway, Queen of Hearts lead, so this is gonna let Declare set up an extra heart trick via that roughing finesse. It's probably someone going to hook the diamond first. Going to hook the diamond first because of the takeout double.
No, I think it's much more likely that South has a king than a queen.
I mean, South kind of has to have everything.
Yeah. But like, flip the Queen of Diamonds and Queen of Hearts, and then we got to take the club hook.
Oh, I see. And the club hook just gets us to 9 immediately. Four clubs and two red ace kings.
Yeah, with the spade trick that we've already got. So,
Yes.
I mean, he might start by low club towards the queen just in case South has stiff king. That would be a decent safety play. He has plenty of entries to the east hand in those ace king of hearts. But once the club suit happens to run, then he's just going to start cashing out and the queen doubleton of diamonds will fall.
So I didn't see what happened at the other table, but Claire picked up 5 diamonds, but then declined the club finesse, presumably.
Yeah, and in doing so, ended up cashing out. South got end played for an over trick because Gavin was already up to 9 tricks, but
Oh, or because we just play ace of clubs club, and South is in there. Yep.
yeah, has to lead away from the spade ace at the end of play, but that was the only over trick that Declare ended up taking. So in the meantime, Versace, who's been lauded to be one of the fastest declarers, is thinking quite some time in this 2 spade contract, and understandably so. I mean, a very natural play that it looks to me is to just lead a spade to the jack at trick 2. Whenever you have a source of tricks, it's often right that you can't cash until trumps are pulled. It's often right to try and pull trumps. And you don't really want to use the club entry because that will start to kill communication in the club suit. If the opponents are able to either get a club ruff or play 3 rounds of clubs, then you can't utilize those 4th and 5th clubs in dummy as extra tricks. So it feels pretty natural, spade to the jack. I mean, maybe he's thinking about king of spades. Maybe he's actually just trying to count up his tricks on a potential cross ruff. Like, we could, as you say, the 10-8 of hearts with that 9 of hearts popping up means Declare could, in theory, take the roughing finesse, setting up an extra heart trick in the south hand. So something like duck a diamond, eventually ruff a diamond back to the south hand, king of hearts, 10 of hearts for a roughing finesse, ruff another diamond, ace king of clubs, try and play the 4th round of hearts. And it looks like that's the line of play that Versace has adopted ultimately.
Yeah, and I don't know, but like one advantage of this line of play is, so it looks like he's trying to set up his communication to rough hearts, which means it might look attractive for the defense to lead trumps, and that's what he really wants.
Yeah, that's a really nice point as well.
Yeah, so Warper doesn't really have any great exit cards, so a diamond is as good as anything. You know, I think he was hoping not to win that diamond in trick 2. Like he put in the 9 because, I don't know, because why not? And was probably a little surprised slash disappointed that that he was left on lead.
Yeah, so the State of Hearts comes back. This is a clever attempt from Versace to try and score the extra heart trick immediately, and it looks like he gets to do so with West not covering. So now, instead of the idea of like King of Hearts, 10 of Hearts, West always covers, and then the 4th round of Hearts, East would be able to ruff. Declare now just gets to cash 3 heart tricks. The King of Hearts is now a trick. That gets him up to 4. The Ace King of Clubs will get him up to 6. And then he just needs to take 2 more tricks from that position to make 2 spades. Now, can he? He definitely can on this layout just by passively exiting. The Queen of Spades is in the pocket. Well, Queen 9 of Spades are in the pocket. But he doesn't know that. So yeah, in fact, he does decide to just work on trumps at this point, which makes a lot of sense. Runs the 10 of spades. Now it is 100% to make the contract if he just cashes 2 clubs and a heart and exits a club because he knows the Queen of Spades is onside after this finesse wins. But we'll see if that's the line of play he chooses to go with.
And I think Very nicely read by, no, he's just playing another trump.
I mean, this is probably also pretty
Yeah.
safe.
I mean, the opponents only have one diamond to cash. Obviously, they could lead a heart through, but we still have a trump stopper, and if they just lead the last trump, now they can't cash any red tricks profitably, so this is actually pretty good. And then just playing.
To his hand.
Let's see. So if West go down along those lines,
As expected, I didn't actually follow if he led a low club to the queen at trick 3, but he does make the 2 over tricks, or 2 more over tricks than Wolpert did, earning their side 2 imps, and the match is 10-9 right now.
yeah, I mean, this board could be a swing board. I think, the two spade contract and the 4-3. The way they got to it was kind of reasonable, but certainly no guarantee the North South are going to be in the same contract as the other table.
That is definitely the case. We'll have to see how the auction starts. A couple passes go around to heart. Is Hurd also going to make a takeout double with the 13 count? He does. So Basis probably shows a constructive raise in hearts somehow, whether for them that's 2 diamonds or something else. So yeah, 2 diamonds. Bathurst does bid 2 spades directly on the first round of the auction. I think this is just a difference in takeout double style, where Versace is not convinced that his partner has 4-card spade support, whereas for most of the Americans, we would find North's shape to be a little bit unusual for a takeout double. Of course, North could be 3-1-4-5, but most of the time when you make a takeout double of a major, it's because you have 4 cards in the other major, and you're trying to find the fit there. We get the same Queen of Hearts lead. Slam alert on board 11? For who? For East-West? They gotta pick up that Queen of Diamonds. We'll see if they can get there. There's going to be a decent amount of preemption, I think, on this board. Yeah, let's focus on board 11. Bathurst, we've already talked to death the decisions in 2 spades from Versace. I'll keep an eye on what Bathurst is doing, but I think he might either come up with the same plan earlier. And how rich can East-West and then a spade declares going to make 4 down 4, so 800 is about how rich they can get. But is that how rich they actually will get? I mean, West passes. Like, for one thing, East might not lead Ace of Diamonds Diamond. Oh, West is on lead. I forgot. Yeah. West is on... Oh, West... Of course, well, West is
I think East would just lead a trump, right?
Right, in which case Declara can get out for down 3. So...
Oh, I see. Yeah, right.
So yeah, the spade coming through from West is actually very important. And... the defense still needs to be a little bit careful, but I do suspect that they're going to be able to collect all of their tricks, especially with Gavin being the one getting in most of the time on this hand. He's going to realize that he just needs to pull some trumps, and then once he figures out what's going on in the heart suit, he's just going to start forcing dummy, probably in clubs.
So meanwhile, the other table, they're still struggling in 2 spades here. That was the early play, was it? Queen of Hearts lead. Declara did play a trump, and West got in and played 1 diamond, and then decided that after hearing partner like diamonds to look around and figure out what's next.
Well, it's a count signal, right?
Well... Oh, they're not well, are they upside down? I thought most of the French were standard, though. It was the 5. Well, I guess then it would be yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, maybe they
I'm
just
not
want
really
to know.
sure.
I don't know.
But yes, the ace of diamonds cashing. Cedric now trying to piece together the puzzle of this hand, and I don't think that he has any way to effectively defeat two spades, but he might be able to do a trick better than the defenders in the other room because having already played a spade to the jack and West winning the queen, they kind of have netted themselves an extra trump trick. Anyway, focusing back in on two spades doubled, so Gavin does win the spade king, plays back a spade, and Declare electing to win the 9 of spades in hand, his last hand entry.
Yeah, obviously this is Gavin's dream defense.
It does seem like the right time for Declare to go about trying to set up that heart suit, even though he knows it may well fail. So heart lead up. And I think Shori should duck this trick. A couple of reasons. One, I don't think South has the heart king. If South had the heart king, Declare would have won the 10 of spades and dummy and led a heart towards their hand. So I think for starters, we know that East has the heart king. Two, we want our partner to get in with the heart king so that they can play another trump, or they could not play another trump, whatever East decision is, because East is the one who knows what's going on defensively on this board. We need to let them basically be like, even if we win the jack of hearts, like, so I think West should, we're going to get all, but then Declare plays a heart back to the king and calculate that. But I think Declare is then just going to continue bashing away at hearts. We'll get our 3 heart tricks immediately, but then the hearts will set up. So I think, I mean, the main reason I think is that East is known to have the heart king based on Declare's line of play. But we'll see what West does.
Sorry, I was taking a look at something. I am back.
Over on the right side of the screen, board 10, 2 spades. Looks like Bathurst is working on pulling some trumps. He did set up his couple of heart tricks now. And so now that the king of spades has been played, if Basis wins the spade ace, that's going to be the last trick for the defense. He can force Declare in diamonds, but then trumps will split. So he elects to duck. But now Declare can counter this by either playing a club to the king and exiting a trump, if he's confident that the spades are splitting 3-3, which it looks like he might be. Or he could just kind of safely try and make his contract at the in 2 spades, which it looks like is exactly what Bathurst is going to do. This is really nice defense from Basis. He should pitch a club on this trick, of course. Or a diamond, I suppose, at this point. Diamond discard is probably fine. Oh, he roughs in with the ace of spades. Oh, but he exits the jack of clubs. Okay, that promotes his partner's 9 of clubs. That's totally fine. But yeah, this whole concept of like, when trumps are splitting on defense, a lot of the times if you have ace third, you want to duck twice, because this makes Declare a little bit scared of pulling a third round of trumps. And so like retaining trump control tends to be a good thing to do, I guess, is the idea.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Shori ended up winning the jack of hearts, did push a diamond through. Gavin got in, played a third round of spades. Now Gavin is in. Oh no. Shori pitched a heart. Oh, disaster. They can still force Declare, though, in diamonds. So Declare can ruff, pull another trump, exit a heart, and then Shori will still be able to continue playing the minor suits, and the defense will take the rest.
Well, yeah, that the defensive hands are just good now. The ace of spades is the last trick for Declare.
Right. So I guess maybe Shori had enough of a inferential read on his partner's honors after that Jack of Diamonds went to the ace that he was comfortable pitching a heart on that third round of spades. But yeah, I think one of the things that I would just point out on the hand is that when East is marked with the Heart King, it's probably safe to just let him take it and control the rest of the defense. But two spades double down four.
Yeah,
I mean, really.
So, ooh, I was gonna say, it's probably kind of normal for the auction to come up that way, but it is not what's happening in the other room.
Not at all. And Besis with the
I
16
thought that would
count.
actually be a common expert result, but obviously, not so much.
I mean, it does depend what your agreements are over the Michaels bid. This
Yeah.
this style of playing penalty doubles over Michaels to show like stuff in both of the opponent's suits has become a lot less popular nowadays. So maybe the three spade bid from Lorenzini, some sort of splinter. I don't know if two hearts specifically shows diamond. Oh, it does. Okay, two hearts does specifically show diamonds. They're playing some sort of unusual over unusual.
Yeah, makes sense.
And so three spades is splinter. The double lead directing from Hurd. He doesn't want a heart lead just in case the opponents end up in no trump here. Lorenzini can now either bid four clubs if he wants to continue pushing towards a slam, or he could try, I guess, four diamonds to just sign off. Or apparently he could bid 3-0.
They can make a slam, but they might not. They might very easily try to take the diamond finesse.
Exactly. So 3-0, four clubs, Q bid. Now West can Q four hearts.
Yeah, this would be a disaster for East West if they end up bidding a slam and going minus into the 800 that was available, which is almost as much as their slam is worth anyway.
Okay, Lorenzini tries four diamonds just to let his partner take captaincy. So I don't know if they play kickback. I guess we'll find out. The response to four hearts via kickback would be five clubs if they are playing it.
Two without.
Yeah, and I mean, like, even if they aren't playing kickback, maybe Lorenzini's response to four hearts is five clubs, so maybe we don't get a ton of extra information, because at this point, East has showed serious...
If he can at this point.
It does, but if it was, could be pausing over partner
back, which is, I think...
five clubs, whatever it is, and we're going to see... I mean, first things first, maybe we should look at board 12, but I'll get there in a minute. I mean, first things first... having heard this auction, I think he has a pretty good sense about what's going on. His ace of spades is likely to cash. West splintered in three spades and then didn't redouble. West bid 3 no trump instead, so that sounds like a singleton spade rather than a void. And Hurd might believe that this hand is going to be all about that trump queen. How could the opponents possibly be off the ace of clubs and the ace of spades on this auction? That's impossible. There's no way that Hurd is getting a club ruff. Do not lead that eight of clubs. And he has worked this out precisely. Ace of spades lead, queen of spades next. Declare will win the king, and then Declare needs to guess the diamond suit.
Yeah, and of course Hurd knows there's no chance he goes ace of clubs in a rough or whatever because they key carded. The ace of spades might make it look like North has a trump trick, but it also might make it look just like he's trying to give partner a spade ruff. So I think there are times when leading your side ace can pick off your queen of trumps, but this is one of them.
Well, we'll see. Lorenzini is going to be in the tank for about 27 minutes on this board, so let's take a look at board 12 in the meantime, where Shori is in 3 no trump after Wolpert showed a pretty decent hand with both minors. Are they in time trouble, Matthew asks? I don't think so. We're coming up on... This is like an
Yeah,
hour
they're
and
fine.
50 minutes in the set. Usually they're going to have about like 2 hours 15 or something like that.
Yeah, it might even be 220, so they have 30 minutes to play three and change boards at the Italian table, and yeah, the same with the other, so they're basically fine. And I think it's really to start the last board of the set, so not too much to worry about.
Well, like I said, Lorenzini was going to immediately misguess the diamonds without thinking at all about the hand.
Yeah.
And that is going to be 13 imps, or 12 imps or so, going the way of Team Shori. So they've taken a pretty big lead. Matt says WBF is 2 hours and 10 for 16 boards.
I thought WBF segments were 15 now also.
No, they play 16s. Like the Bermuda Bowl is
Did it?
16. It's 48 over a
Are you
day.
sure?
Yeah.
I thought Bermuda Bowl was 15 board sets.
I am almost certain they played 16 last year. Oh, no, not the Bermuda Bowl. The World, whatever the thing is, the off year thing. Anyway,
Whatever it is. Okay.
so this 3 no trump contract, a little bit tricky. Basis opens a club, of course. I absolutely hate Gavin's one diamond opener, but that is a style thing, of course. Normally, you want to be opening your longer suit, as Basis does here,
Yeah.
and he does effectively reverse, showing longer clubs than diamonds. Lorenzini bidding 3 no after the opponents find a spade fit. Defense has...
They've now gotten past 3-0 Trump. West tried 3-0 over that three diamond bid, and East did not respect it.
Yeah, I do like this decision from Basis. And it's a lot easier on his auction because he's suggesting longer clubs than diamonds. If Gavin were to bid 4 clubs over 3 now, I mean, obviously they have an agreement that you can open a diamond with longer clubs, but
Sure.
your partner is going to put you in diamonds, which is not exactly what East wants. So
Right.
Basis here judges that even if partner could have some sort of penalty-oriented hand of spades, it has to be better from his perspective to avoid 3 no trump because he doesn't have a lot of offensive potential. His suits are so weak. He would need a lot of help in both clubs and diamonds for 3 no to come home. And he's basically right. I mean, even though the spade opening lead ran into the ace jack 10, and the clubs happened to split 3-2, 3 no trump just didn't have a prayer at the other table. It's not like 5
Yeah.
clubs is going to be any better. There's still a heart and 2 diamonds to lose and a trump. So he might end up costing his side a trick, but this does feel like a little bit of a better gamble in some ways.
Yeah, and of course, also he kind of knows that his hand has to be playable for five of minor, and that his partner is going to be expecting more high cards than he actually has. So, a lot of reasons for him to be much more optimistic about five minor than 3-0 Trump on this kind of auction.
As the defense takes the first 4 tricks.
What can you do?
Yeah, and so now I suppose South has turned up with nothing in hearts, the ace of diamonds, no spade honors. Yeah, club to the ace. This is a good play from Basis, and he finds it very quickly. I think South is marked with that king of clubs for the one spade overcall. So well judged to avoid going down an extra trick. And we're on to board 13 at both tables. Cementa opens a club. Versace bids a diamond, showing 4 or more hearts. One spade. We've already talked about this, showing an unbalanced hand, and Versace passes it out.
So spades 3-3 is going to be very friendly. So he starts 4 spades and 3 clubs fairly easily. So that's his plus 80, and then he can look around and try to maybe score a diamond trick or, I mean, I guess, yeah, that's probably the only possibility for an extra trick. Probably not scoring a rough in the south hand.
Right? And so Wolpert leads a Doubleton club. A little bit unusual, given that North showed an unbalanced hand with clubs and spades. But I suppose he's trying to defeat a one-level contract, and oftentimes that's pretty difficult if you aren't getting roughs on defense. So
Yeah, I mean, a heart's not that attractive because North probably has a singleton heart when he doesn't accept the transfer and has an unbalanced hand. I mean, basically, definitely has a singleton heart. The diamond isn't that attractive, so it's either a trump or a club, and a club has to be a little bit more attractive.
a lot of the times when the opponents are in these 4-3 fits, playing trumps and forcing them to play no trump is the way to go.
Yeah, it's like Jack third though. Could just blow up the trump suit.
Definitely, yeah. Inbox asked, why isn't Fleischer playing? Fleischer tends to play the second and third segments. He likes to sleep in.
Yeah, I think even getting up for the second segment on Midwest time is, I guess that would, he could get up at like noonish, which is a little earlier than his normal alarm clock time. I think his preference, at least it's been a few years, but last time longevity thing apparently is healthy in some way. I'm not sure exactly what the deal is.
Spade showing an unbalanced hand here from Hurd. And because Bathurst was sitting on 3-card diamond support, usually his partner's going to have 5 diamonds for this sequence. So he goes through XYZ, the 2 club bid, as a relay to 2 diamonds or puppet to 2 diamonds, and then passes, expecting to be in a 5-3 fit. This time catches a very unfortunate hand. So this could definitely be a swing going the way of Team Fleischer. If they're able to defeat 2 diamonds, Basis does very well to get off to a trump lead from his queen fourth. And even though Declare is going to have a couple of trumps, the spades do split with no possibility of a misguess.
Yeah, and of course, the only time that North doesn't have 5 diamonds is when exactly 4x1, so, a little unlucky.
Yeah, Declare is going to need an awful lot of club tricks to get up to 8. Just 2 diamonds and 4 spades is not enough. Needs to take 2 clubs, and by that time, West will probably wise up, cash the ace of clubs, and switch to a heart, allowing East-West to tap out Declare's last diamond and ensure their 6th defensive trick. So it does look like a small swing going the way of Fleischer here in this part score battle. Again, due to systemic differences.
Yeah. Yep, yeah, like reasonable decisions made by every player in the match, but one got to a making part score and one didn't.
Yeah, so Cementa, as things have played out, just needs to start pulling trumps. He can cash a couple of spades and then cash the 10 of clubs, and eventually we'll get a long spade to make 1 spade. Was able to pick up a diamond trick along the way.
Yeah, the opponents managed to promote a trump trick when he tried to play on clubs early. But, I think a reasonable way to try to guarantee his contract rather than gamble out playing trumps immediately and then, I guess he has to play the clubs first, but, that'll let the defense promote this trump trick. Anyway, he made 110, so pretty good result there in their 7 card spade fit.
Yeah, and of course, with two diamonds slated to go down one, that's going to be 5 imps going the way of Team Fleischer. So the lead will be cut to 10. Two more boards left to play in this set.
Yeah, I guess we just got a very brief delay while we let the tables catch up here before we get board 14 on the screen. I'd say, after the hiccups in the platinum and then the first round of the Vanderbilt, it seems to have been pretty smooth the last couple of days.
Yeah, it's been pretty good. Things seem to be functioning the way that I guess they've laid it out to, which is a-okay. I guess it's nice that when we're watching both tables, there's going to be action at one of the tables because since none of the matches are playing the same boards, we are only waiting on both tables to finish the current board before we show the next one at the table for the most part. And so that means when there's a little bit of a delay on one side, we get action at the other. So that's kind of nice. I suppose this would be a little bit disappointing if you were watching just one table, to have some pauses.
I think we were told that starting with a semifinal, they would have the same boards in every match.
Right.
Right.
So
Both
we'll have
matches,
to
whatever.
see how that goes starting tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, that obviously is where it got problematic the last time they did this, so hopefully they'll have considered that angle before risking it with duplicated boards across more than one match.
I think there's zero chance that they actually made any adjustments, but yeah,
Yeah, you're
we'll
probably
find
right.
out.
You know me, I'm an optimist.
Board 14, 3 passes go around to Cementa in 4th seat, who can't open a no trump because that would be weak for him, so must open a heart.
No. 4 seed no trump for them is not weak.
Oh, well, then he's just a fish. So 2 club
Well, I mean,
overcall from
two
East.
hearts would be a popular opening, right?
Sure, you could do that. Yeah, the hand might be a little bit strong for a 2 heart opener.
Yeah, strong end, I think. You'd love a little better offense to defense ratio. You're flat. You have Queen Jack third, which is a little defensive instead of offensive. Anyway, East bids 2 clubs, kind of terrifying, but does it anyway. South makes a negative double.
Yeah, negative double, and Shori has a really nice hand. I would certainly bid 3 clubs here as West and just put some extra pressure on.
Yeah, although he's got to be wondering why his partner wasn't opening 3 clubs or bidding 3 clubs now.
Well,
Like Gavin's a
he's
past hand.
yeah, but East can still have a good hand as a past hand. Like he doesn't need to. He doesn't need to open 3 clubs if he is 4-1-2-6.
No,
Like
but
this.
to me, given that we have no game and that I have pretty good defenses, West, this isn't the hand where I want to make a 2 card overcall, given the partner's range is, fairly narrow for this 2 club bid. I don't know. It's not for me. Like I get it. I get why you want to compete to the 3 level, and when you do, you want to do it immediately. I just don't want to on this hand.
Gotcha. I'm mostly thinking that this is a effective preemptive bid. It sounds like one of these hands where North and South might try and take a light push, and then we get to defend at a much higher level for our side. But
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're thrilled when that happens and we can defend 3 of something instead of 2 of something. But I worry our hand might be a little too defensive and too much length in that suit that the opponents don't have a fit. They're gonna be like, okay, fine, 3 clubs it is, and that's probably bad for us.
well, we're in 3 clubs. It looks like West was able to redouble to show his honored doubleton in the suit, and North got their 2 heart bid in at a safe level. So
Yeah, but we're going for at least 500 here. Nope, we're not. Maybe it's only 300. We're gonna lose 2 spades, 1 heart. a diamond and get a club. Maybe it's yeah, 5, 6. I mean, it just feels like East West have no winners.
I mean, 300 is on the table, um, for sure. But it,
Yeah, I mean, if we can, find pick up the 10 of spades, maybe we can get something going in that suit. But there's some work to do.
oh, I was just thinking heart to the king, ace of spades, spade to the king, spade rough, diamond to the ace, spade. Like
Oh, of
that's
course, right. I was thinking that the rough is with a natural, but of course the second rough is productive.
exactly. But I mean, it's hard for South to double, right? Like even though
Right.
they know North has more than just a minimum two heart opener in fourth seat, um, South doesn't
Yeah,
have
no,
any trumps, and North, I don't see any reason why North would go after this.
well,
So
if you think partner, right, partner didn't bid 3 hearts, so if you think partner, I mean, partner might have doubled with a singleton heart, but we are sort of looking at 4 tricks in our hand and a partner who is willing to compete to the 2 levels. So, like at match points, again, if you're north, maybe double. We have 4 in our hand, partner acted. Here, I guess, when the opponents are non-vulnerable, if we think that they're not, doing this on somewhat random hands, maybe we can only get 100 or, possibly 300 if everything goes perfectly. There's less incentive to be doubling. Like, I do think at match points, North should be doubling this, very enthusiastically.
absolutely, we're making two hearts. We gotta protect our plus, but team's a lot harder. We might get a second chance though because Herd is going to also rebid two hearts here.
Hang on, I
Or
hear a doorbell. I don't know if it's mine, but I'm going to go check this out.
okay, Herd is going to follow the same sequence here, rebid two hearts, and we'll see if Basis bids three clubs. I mean, we get the same redouble from Lorenzini. 100 Trick Wonder says, don't understand the use of redouble. I mean, it describes the hand. It shows Honor Doubleton in the club suit. That's just what the redouble shows for these partnerships. They're trying to get a club lead from their partner in case the opponents get to 3-0, basically. So Basis bids two spades. Not sure. Will says we can't get him in two clubs rewound. I mean, it would only be down one. But yeah, I'm not sure I understand the two spade bid from Basis because even if we find a 4-4 fit, we know the trumps are splitting badly. Maybe he's okay with that. Maybe he's thinking, well, if partner has like king, queen, 9, fourth of spades, we can rough a couple of hearts in our hand, pull some trumps, run the club suit. Still feels a little bit sketchy to me, but similar style.
Yeah. I mean, if South weren't on past hand, he wouldn't have spades 100% of the time. But I think here, since he can bid anything, non-forcing is a past hand. He's probably guaranteeing 4 spades. Some
Well,
of the
well,
times
well.
stuck negative double, but this cannot be one of those times.
I already brought up the point earlier that Hurd and Bathurst are going to be a little bit more aggressive than Cementa Versace on some of these deals, and we see that once again, and they once again are going to be on the wrong side of this choice because after club lead and setting up the club suit, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Nope, they're going to be on the right side of this decision this time. I apologize. After setting up the club suit, Declare just has 9 tricks. They got 2 spades, 5 hearts, a diamond, and a club. So we do see a little bit of mean reversion in terms of the systemic choices or the styles, systemic styles, I guess, for Hurd, Bathurst, and Cementa Versace. Earlier in the set, Cementa Versace picked up a 6-imp swing because they avoided a bad game. This time, Hurd and Bathurst pick up what is this going to be? A 9-imp swing by getting to, maybe an 8-imp swing by getting to the game contract. I've recalculated. I did. Good decision.
I'm going to say I think there is an opening lead that beats this.
I mean, I'm sure there is.
I don't think he's going to make it, but I think the King of Diamonds beats it.
Yeah. Is that so? Let's see. Is that actually true? Um, so King of Diamonds, we duck. And then what? Are we continuing diamonds? Is that what's happening?
Yeah, and so we always have a heart trick, so that sets up two diamonds, two clubs, and a heart. West now has entries.
Right. STS2 is out. Okay. Let me get on this
Cool.
and then um
The quarter break is fairly brief, right? There's a longer break after the first half, obviously.
yes.
I
Yes,
think the
that is
quarter break is
correct.
like 10 minutes or something tops.
Yeah. Just make sure I'm not doxing myself. Always have to check when you're live. Anbox says club to the king and a diamond shift, but then West doesn't have an. Oh, West has an entry in hearts.
Yeah. Yeah,
No, they
good points there.
don't. No, they do. Oh, but then East has an entry in clubs. No, they.
No, no, but now the clubs aren't set up yet.
Oh my god. Well, so club to the king, a diamond to the king. Declare can't take it because then the diamond. There's communication in the diamond suit, so Declare has to duck, and then Ace of Clubs club. Declare could technically avoid giving West the diamond queen by running the nine of hearts into the jack, but then the clubs are set up. So it's. Yeah. Okay. Anyway.
And of course, if it just goes through rounds of clubs, that will be that for the defense.
Wait. You all are so right. The Steam wallet is broken. I can't buy the game. It's because this game came out and everyone's trying to buy it. Yeah, Eric's right. The Slay the Spire 2 release crashed Steam. Very good. I mean, if that's not an advertisement for the game, I don't know what is.
Now, I have not fired up Steam God, well over a year, I'm sure.
And well, you'll have to get on
Um,
it if you want to check out
oh, I
Slay the
mean, I am
Spire.
on. I was playing Crusader Kings for a while, and then just kind of got bored of it. Although, I do enjoy looking at the Crusader Kings subreddit because people are very creative with it.
Oh my god, it's super hot outside. I realized I'm like sweating right now. Okay, let me
Boy, it's miserable in New York. It's like 40, yeah, 45, and only like drizzling now. But it was raining so hard this morning that it woke me up.
I'm gonna get a different jacket. I'll be back in just a minute.
Lead, so Clara does win. Cash out for the defense at this point. Probably push the board. Oh no, not push the board. What,
Did
a couple
someone
of
tell me
inserts.
that Basis led the Diamond King?
He sure did. So it'll be like win three, but obviously a very nice choice here by East.
I mean, it looks like Hurd was not going to pick up the hearts anyway, based on the way he played it. He took a first round heart finesse, and maybe he would take a second round heart finesse as well, but he might also just like end up cashing the Ace King at this point.
Yeah, well, there was that redouble, but also, I think he might have realized that if he gave up a hard trick, he was often just down on the hand, and that's obviously the best way to lose zero hard tricks.
Yeah. So 2 rounds of clubs, Basis is in, he can push a diamond through, and that is going to be that. I assume Hurd is not going to go up with the Jack of Diamonds at that point because of the 2 spade bid. Basis's hand is basically counted out.
Yeah, and I think, despite it being a somewhat unlikely opening lead a priori. I think if East leads a low diamond here, he will figure out that he made the Miracle King Doubleton lead. So yeah, we'll see. Maybe not. I mean, he probably didn't lead from King Queen. Well, he didn't lead from King Queen Empty Fourth. He might have led from King Queen Third, unless they lead the Queen from that holding.
Yeah, but then the auction just doesn't make any sense. So
Right. Yeah. I mean, low feels right, but we'll see.
board 15, we haven't even looked at that one all that much. There is a heart partial for north south. It looks like
Yeah.
declare
Down at
is.
the other table, huh?
Might we see a large swing here?
Yeah, and I mean, obviously the clubs and diamonds are friendly with the Queen of Clubs, King of Diamonds on side, but you could, I mean, you have communications troubles, right? Because you need to take two club finesses and a diamond finesse, and dummy, assuming East's dummy does not have a lot of entries.
Right? Yeah, it's
You
not
have
super
two in
easy.
the 10 and Queen of Spades, but
And the fourth
like
round
double
diamond
dummy,
rough.
maybe. What's that?
And the fourth round diamond rough.
Yeah, but again, like plan the play, right? So let's say they play hard heart. We were off high to preserve the
Well,
entries.
that's a
Crossing
problem.
dummy.
Yes, I mean if they start forcing the West Hand and hearts, we have trouble. Um,
Yeah.
but if they
Yeah,
just
like if
passively
they
defend, like if they lead trumps, you can just win the ten of spades, diamond to the queen, ace of diamonds, diamond. Eventually, pull a couple more rounds of trumps, club to the jack, rough at diamond, club to the 10. Like it can be done if the defense is not active. But we'll see. The 8 imps come through on board 14. So that has put Fleischer back by 7 now, moving into this last board. And it looks like East West are well on their way to some sort of spade partial at this table. So with 3 hearts making in the other room, I mean, that feels like a massive result. Um, yeah, like how did 3 hearts make?
I mean, maybe West got, if East doesn't lead, well, East, I mean, again, you have to manage the entries, right? Because if we can just play on diamonds to West and East isn't getting in, then two clubs can go away on the diamonds.
Yeah,
East
but I
needs to
mean,
be.
like West can just lead a high spade and switch to clubs at trick 2. Like West can just count 5 defensive tricks. They can take 2 diamonds, 1 club, and 2 spades.
Oh, I see. Yeah, well, that's figuring out to shift away from King Jack 10-9, giving up a trick in the suit immediately maybe is a little tricky.
Sure, sure. Yeah. I mean, like, obviously, Ace of Spades encouraging signal spade to partner's queen is another way to do it. But yes, there are a number of ways to beat 3 hearts. But so that's a massive result for Fleischer in the other room. Lorenzini tried his best to tell partner that he thought we were making something on this board, and Basis with 4-3-3 and a couple of queens says, I disagree with you, gets this passive trump lead, and
Right. I think the way in which it was made was probably just by the defense never getting a club.
yeah, I think so. I was not following carefully. Oh, but since this is the last board, let me go ahead and pull it up on this left side table. Focus in on the one table for now. PJF says, do 4 spades make? Not on a low heart lead from South. I don't know if there's a different defense that beats 4 spades, but if South gets off to heart to the king, heart back to the jack, like double dummy, you can beat it by just tapping out
Well,
West.
Ace of Hearts heart works also, doesn't it? The Queen of Hearts is not that useful a trick. Oh, see, we can pitch a diamond and then another diamond on the Queen of Hearts, take the diamond finesse. Yeah, and then
Right.
only lose one club. Right, that'll work.
Allison, you're also having trouble with the Steam store. I think give it like an hour. The original is on sale with Slay the Spire 2. Oh, Craig, perfect timing. You could get both.
What On sale for what? Oh, I see,
I
as a bundle.
Yeah, I assume they're doing some sort of bundle, but
Uh, yeah, 25 for the original. Presumably it's like 60 or something for the bundle. Um, early access price confirmed to be $25 for for two.
got it. Yeah,
So
I took a
yeah,
look. It
the bundle
was
looks like it's going to be $36.
nice, nice, nice. Well, in three spades, Basis has successfully pulled trumps, successfully set up the club suit, um, and it looks like he's going to cross rough his way to 9 tricks from here. So, pretty happy um, that he picks up 7 imps. And guess what? We played through 15 boards, and the slate is wiped clean. We are tied at 25. Let's
Wild.
head over to Bridge Winners and take a look at the scoreboard. So, oh,
Yeah,
oh, look at this. We have 2 tie matches after the first
yeah. I
set.
saw the Hella match is tied, and when I looked over deck, had taken a lead, but Zimmerman, yeah, but the result was just posted because I looked during board 15 and it wasn't up yet.
Yeah, Zimmerman is ahead by 5, but we have 2 tie matches. Fleischer Shori, Hella Hans, and Overdeck, the only team that has a sizable lead after the first segment. They're up by 24 over Rosenthal. Okay, where were we going for the second set? Let's see. We wanted to watch.
Yeah, I think I had a little bit of interest in Overthal. I think obviously there's fan interest in Shori, especially with the Tide. Rubenstein Zimmerman felt like it would be a strong match. So, any and all sound good to me.
Okay. We did
But a
watch
cold one.
a little bit of Gruen Moss early in the event, I recall, because I think we saw Rubenstein's opening round match a little bit. But we have not checked out Zimmerman at all yet. We've watched a lot of Hans. We've watched a lot of Shori. I think I want to try the Zimmerman Rubenstein match for the second set because it's at
Uh,
least somewhat close. So that sounds entertaining.
yeah. Yeah, also, different bidding styles than we've seen is always interesting. But also just, those are two, I mean, all 8 teams left are very strong, but even in that context, those are two exceptionally strong teams.
Oh man, the Overdeck Rosenthal match is already 3 boards into the next set.
Huh. Yeah, I guess, right. I don't really know, but I imagine that it's just defined as the next segment starts 15 minutes after the end of the previous one rather than like an exact quarter call time.
That would make sense.
Yeah,
And
the players obviously, if they can, like the players don't want a 45-minute break between one and two. They'd rather have a 15-minute break and a longer break between two and three.
I mean, it's probably just built in for comparison. Like they have some default amount of time that they expect players to take for compares. So, because I think
Yeah.
the way that it has happened on Real Bridge is that they do not start the VU graph when the players start. They have this built in, as you say, maybe 15-minute delay. So we have missed like the first board several times because
Oh,
the
interesting. So I
players
thought,
will come back for early, like, right? They just walk out into the hall, they quickly compare, then they sit down for the next set, and then they start playing. And then the VU graph is scheduled to start 15 minutes later. So we miss like the first board or first 2 boards. That has happened pretty regularly.
so that's interesting. I thought we were missing them just because we were not paying attention and missed when when they changed to yellow and you could go into it.
Now I've been trying to get in like as soon as possible, and sometimes I jump in and we're like on board 17 is what happens. So like I mean, it's theoretically possible that in the time it takes me to click like the page to refresh and for me to click that they have played a full board, but it's probably not the case. I think it is some sort of bug that they haven't worked out. But 6 minutes to go. Zimmerman, Rubenstein. We'll check them out.
Yeah, I'm not sure who's likely to be in. I assume both sponsors. So if they are not, if they're at the same table, then we can, make the other table our feature table.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Certainly, I think I have a little more interest if there's a choice in watching Zimmerman or Rubenstein Rosenberg rather than Zimmerman Molton.
That sounds good to me. I am in. Okay, okay.
Oh, you were able to get into the Steam store finally?
Yeah. Um,
Cool. And apologies if anyone can hear some ambient noise. One of my neighbors is blasting some kind of Spanish ballads.
don't they usually do that?
In warmer weather, yes, it's a little unusual. So normally, I think what's happening is they're blasting them in warmer weather with the windows open. But here it's 45 degrees out and raining, so I do not think it's that. I think it's just so loud that it's getting in through both their and my closed windows. In summer, when my windows are open and so is everyone else's in the neighborhood, it does get very loud.
Got it.
It is annoying me a little bit, but if no one else can hear it, then obviously not a big deal. I might move into the other room at some point during the segment.
We got about 4 minutes to go until the segment starts.
Yeah, I'm doing a little work, but I think 4 minutes is approximately the right amount for getting through this, and then I can try to relocate.
It's still not working for you, Allison? Oh no. You have to leave to do grown up stuff in 20 minutes? Ah! I'm sure it will be better by the time you get. Okay. I was able to get into the payment site, but it looks like they're having a little bit of trouble. Body asks, is the majority consensus that Klukowski-Kalita are the best current partnership? I personally don't think so. Their results have not been as strong in the past some number of years as they had been, 5 or 7 years ago or whatever. But I think there's still a little bit of lag in terms of who people think are the best. Like a lot of people still recall when Klukowski won the Bermuda Bowl for the first time, but that was what, like 2018 or something?
2014. Oh, sorry,
20.
that was a Rosenblum. Yeah, probably about 2018 for winning a Bermuda Bowl.
Yeah, and so I think a lot of people just like look at that and they're like, oh yeah, like he's the best, and no one like recalibrates after every event or something. But I've seen them have some good performances and they play fairly well, but I would not say that that they are the top partnership in the world anymore.
It's also a little tough, I think, because their teammates' configuration changes. They're on a team that maybe at the moment, is in flux and the vibes aren't great, which just always makes it a little harder to play. And like we're seeing kind of segments in the abstract, and like, sure, we see them play well and they win the event, and we say, okay, great, like they must have won the event because they played so great. And like, maybe it was just their teammates played equally well, but we saw them less, or the segment we happened to see their teammates play, they played a little worse, but over the whole event, it wasn't like that. It's like we're seeing such a limited snapshot. I mean, having said that, like also, there's just so many pairs that are approximately the same level to say that one is better like what does better even mean? Like over a 60 board match, maybe the best pair in the world is 5 or 10 imps better than the second best pair, whoever those people are, which is just negligible.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I always like to emphasize and highlight because a lot of people come in and ask my opinion of like, oh, who is the best? Who's the best pair? And I tend not to think about things in that way. I like to divide people or pairs and players into like classes. So like
Yeah.
people in the world class class are better than people in the expert class, are better than the people in like the advanced class or whatever. And Kalita Klukovsky are definitely in the world class of players. Like there's probably some sort of maneuvering among people in that category when some outperform others, but like how can we it's really hard to put a difference even with like these butlers and statistics on like whether or not Kalita Klukovsky are better than Lorenzini Bassis, for example, or
Yeah.
better than Versace Cementa, for example.
Right. Like, imagine, the top 8 sponsors got to put up their teams, rather than by bidding, but by draft, find you had 8 first round picks, 8 second round picks, and I think you could classify into those fairly easily.
All right, we are in.
Yeah.
So we have Helgamo Grossack against Novak Novozatsky.
Interesting. So, Rubenstein is not playing this segment. I wonder if he's 1-3.
Yeah, I also wonder that. Give me one sec.
Yeah, I mean, right, all these things do, right, like having, Fleischer, the best sponsor, obviously is a huge asset to the Fleischer team. Andrew Rosenthal, a very good sponsor, is a pretty good asset to the Rosenthal team. Which is obviously going to make the pairs look better or worse. Nickel, who was a really excellent sponsor, and I think we've seen his game lose a little bit over the last few years. It makes his team look worse. They're winning less, but it doesn't mean Levin and Weinstein are playing worse or that other pairs have become better than them. It means the results are worse because they used to have to make up fewer imps than they do today.
Sorry, I'm still
Yeah.
trying to hustle the Steam store. It is not going in my favor. I made it through one of 2 loopholes, but now I need to get through the other one. Anyway,
Yes.
Body asked, who's my personal favorite partnership? I don't know. I don't really have one.
Yeah, nor I. I mean, honestly, like I really enjoy just watching diversity of styles and expert strengths on display. Like I'm a pretty good player, but I'm not a world class player. So, it's valuable for me to see a world class defender one set and a world class bidder and declarer the next set because I can learn something from both of them.
And I mean, I think everyone can learn something from world-class players. Like, even if you're a world-class player
Yes,
yourself, we've
absolutely.
talked about a lot of the times that like people have different strengths and weaknesses in the game.
Yeah.
It's really hard to be world-class in every aspect of the game, and I think most players in the world-class category are not world-class in every aspect. So there's always something that you can learn because someone's going to play better than you on any given hand.
Right. Yeah, like, even if you're a stronger declarer than, hypothetical guy that you're discussing a declare play hand on any given hand, they'll often see some nuance or like maybe you're a better visualizer in declare play, but someone else spots some inference from the bidding better than you do. It's, like we can learn something, from inferior players all day long.
Yep. People have
Anyway,
different
we've
blind
got
spots. Okay, let's I do enjoy having
right.
some side discussions. Let's
Yeah, we've got a 3-0 hand up here that is certainly not ironclad, so
no, and auction wise, same auction at both tables. This double by East promises 4 or 5 spades. Great alert by the VuGraph operator here. I can't interpret that shorthand, but so East West do not find their spade fit, although maybe they would have elected to play 3 no trump anyway, given the balanced nature of both hands. And I mean, to start things off, Grossack instantly just guesses the spade suit. He
yeah.
plays a spade up towards the queen, and then was planning to duck a spade on the way back if South followed with the 9, but when the jack of spades popped up, West was able to cover and pick up the spades. It's not the most obvious way to play the spade suit in this no
Hold the
up with what plan. But picking up the spades for 4 tricks is obviously a great asset here for Team Rubenstein.
Oh, he didn't have the nine of spades, so it was a really big play to play that way. Wow.
Yes. It was the Zach Grossack special, and
Yeah, very well
we'll
done.
probably see many more of these.
Yeah, so yeah, the other room, I suspect Zimmerman will not spot the play, but we'll see. Yeah, so a little annoying to have this delay on the first board of the segment, but yes, unfortunately, it's just the way the system is set up.
Yeah, we might get board 17 up in a moment, but for now we have to wait until Zimmerman plays a card.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess leading towards that Queen Fifth of Spades might be effective if North has stiff ace as well, because as we've counted out now, there's the possibility of Declare taking 2 clubs, 3 hearts, 3 spades, and a diamond for 9. Lacking the aces in both minor suits does give Declare a bit of a problem. Like, imagine we do set up our 3 spade tricks and we have our 3 hearts, and let's say we still have plenty of stoppers, so we don't need to worry about them cashing heart tricks. If we play the king queen of clubs, the defense might be able to duck, and they could set up an extra trick in the club suit. If we play a diamond to the king and that loses to the ace, South might play back a diamond, setting up an extra trick in the diamond suit. So this is one of these illustrations. I think I bring this up quite often when I'm declaring some of these 3 no-trump contracts. Like, aces, people think are just such great cards in suit contracts because they control the suit. And if your partner has a singleton, you don't have a loser. All of these things are true. But in no trump, aces actually are just so much more valuable if you can like think about how the defense can duck some tricks and try and make it so that you're put in a little bit of a difficult situation about setting up your side's tricks. You can think
Yeah.
of it like defense is knocking out your club stoppers as you're trying to set up your club tricks, or defense is knocking out your diamond stoppers as you try and set up your diamond tricks.
Yeah, and also like, aces are really good no trumps. You can decide when to like if you have, king third or fourth and no trump, sometimes the opponent can decide how many rounds you hold up, and with an ace, you can always make that decision.
Yeah, that's
Um,
that's the idea.
in this one, I'm sorry, I kind of had a blind spot. Of course, he was also playing North possibly for ace doubleton of spades, which makes sense. I think if he'd gone spade to the queen and he played one back and South played a low one, he was just going to duck it around and hope that the ace was going to fall on it.
Yeah, exactly.
Zimmerman might find that play. He's still thinking about it. You know, Probably primarily thinking about how to play the spades, but he also has some minor suit work to do.
So let's see. If he guesses the spades wrong, is he going down? Because the defense is eventually going to get hearts set up, and North has all of the minor suit aces. So there's no way to prevent access to those long hearts over there. Like, we play, let's say we go queen of hearts, spade to the king, North wins, plays back a heart. Now we take a spade finesse, South is in, and plays back another heart. Yeah, the hearts are just instantly set up. Okay, the fact that board 17 has appeared means Zimmerman's going to play soon. I'm sure of it. But we can take a look at board 17 while Zimmerman thinks.
So this looks like it's a fairly routine heart game for East West. North South might do a little spade preempting, but I don't think it's going to slow East or West down too much.
No. Diamond opening from East, and as you say, South can overcall spade.
Yeah, Even so, West bids two hearts. Even if North bids three spades, mixed or preemptive, and East will probably pass. He can't. Well, actually, no. The East will just raise a game. Partner will have 2/1, so that'll still be more or less easy for East West to brush off or two diamonds transfer.
Yeah, so a diamond, a spade, two diamonds. Showing hearts here from Grossack. And yeah, I'm not sure exactly how many hearts East is going to bid here. What's the right number? Is it three hearts?
I mean, I think it will be at least three hearts because I don't think North is passing.
Yes, good point. So three hearts from Novosatsky, showing it looks like a mixed raise. Double from Helgamo here.
Yeah, which is says sets up game four. So whether or not it includes hearts in that game for us, I guess we'll see.
Yeah, and Grossack with the good 5-5. Interested in exploring a little bit more. I mean, shift that ace of spades into the diamond suit, and six hearts is actually a pretty good contract east-west. Either the club splitting or the diamond finesse working. But this
Yeah, well,
time,
Prozac also he also wants to get his clubs going here because this is an auction where North South might save in spades, and he wants to make sure that East can make an informed decision over a four spade save.
that's a good point. So four clubs, looks like four diamonds is maybe some sort of non-serious try, and Grossack will just sign off here. I mean, I think maybe he won't. Maybe he will make one more push with his hand. Okay, that's the Grossack special. 5
Well,
no.
again, this is sort of like, when I was saying that Helgamo's last partner, sometimes found it hard to figure out what was going into the auction here. Like, is there any chance Grossack thinks they're off the first two diamond cashers? Of course not.
Oh, you think Helgamo's four diamonds was just a straight up cubid? I see.
Well, I think Grossack thought that,
Yeah.
whatever Helgamo thought.
Yep. And now South is
Like
on
Helgamo
lead.
obviously didn't think it was. He made the bid on Queen 10 fourth, but Grossack obviously thought that diamonds were no longer a worry in six hearts.
Yeah. Well, just because Helgamo is Queen 10 fourth doesn't mean he wasn't intending to cubid diamonds. We've seen him do it so many times before.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of wonder also, it's not that new a partnership. They're at the end of their first year, but they're playing these complicated methods. It's a complicated, competitive auction. Is it possible that, like Helgamo presumably thought four diamonds was some kind of last train since he has two aces and, four hearts, but it depends on how many hearts he thought he had shown with that double and like maybe this auction was just a little bit hazy at the three level, which caused it to become hazy at the four, five, and six level as well.
Got it.
I'm not
Well,
sure. It's,
spade
it's hard to
opening
tell because
lead.
the information is so thin, but it could be something like that where like anyway. So they actually would be making this if the club split on that lead, but unfortunately they don't.
Yeah, exactly. So Helgamo's going to rough a couple spades, I guess, work on pulling trumps, and then when the clubs don't come home, he will unfortunately have to give up two diamonds. So this is going to be six hearts down one. In the meantime, Zimmerman did end up making three no trump at the other table. I didn't exactly follow, but it looks to me like he did end up picking up the spades at the end of the day.
Yeah, and the overcall, I think, um, does point in the direction of making the winning play. If you're going to sort of just like decide to go with the odds, that has to be the odds play.
Right. Jedji says Helgamo could have picked off the club suit because North didn't split. Maybe.
Right.
It also might just be a VuGraph error that North, in fact, did split. Oh, Olivier says he played a diamond to the 10. Ah, I see. So this is going to be a swing going the way of Zimmerman. Of course, at the other table, they didn't even come close to sniffing at the slam.
Yeah, they did not get close to Civic the Slam because there is no slam.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunate, but it's just I think also one of these things where um like it obviously, they just didn't know what four diamonds meant, and I was saying this yesterday that like sometimes you have these days where every hand is a card play hand, and it's the day that Hogamo, looks like and is the best player in the world, and so it's a bidding hand, and you're gonna be just conceding some of these disasters, knowing that you're gonna make it up on the hands where the card play is what matters.
Yep. Can't be world class in everything.
Yeah, I
So
mean there have been players in the history of the game who were, but very, very few.
on to board 18, Novak opening their Polish club on the south cards. So Grossack, opposite a past hand partner, trying to preempt this auction, figuring north south are the ones with some big hands. And it looks like he is correct. Partially, because 3 no trump is probably where north south are going to end up on this one. Jacques Pagot is quoting Sun Tzu, there are no play slams. Yeah, I'm sure that was written in the book.
Yeah, if nothing else, there's usually a magic number of folks that'll bring it in.
So I think we're seeing this kind of 3 heart bid. We saw this a couple days ago, that this is effectively just asking South to bid 3 no. And Novak is going to oblige. Now, Declare does have 6 top tricks, 6 clubs, and 2 major suit aces. The defense can defeat this if Grossack gets off to a diamond lead. I don't really see any reason for Grossack to lead a diamond. I mean, I'm not convinced by a spade lead with such a terrible spade suit, King 7/6. But a very Grossack lead would be the King of Hearts, I think. And that will make Declare's life very easy.
Yeah, this doesn't seem like the hand for that, right? But I don't know. We'll see.
I
Yeah,
always
partner
say
could
lead 5 card suits against 3 now. I mean, they
partner
tend to be
could
good unless the opponents have heard you bid the suit and are still comfortable playing no trump.
partner couldn't double three hearts, right? Why are we leading the King of Hearts?
Yeah, that's okay. That's a good point. Maybe without that inference, Grossack would have led the Heart King. I don't know. Like, do we settle on a diamond? Judgy asks how natural is a club. It could be a weak no trump. He does lead a diamond. Oh man, I think you got me convinced. We don't lead the Heart King. I think a spade is just kind of like out from the west seat, and so maybe it's between a diamond and a club. And why would we lead clubs from Jack third? What?
Right. I mean, a club is, a double tin, but, could be natural, right? And so in Polish club, is two clubs a strong two clubs, or is it a natural six plus clubs, two clubs?
It's natural 6+.
So a club is anywhere from two to five, unless it's a
Yes.
strong club, but obviously here it's not, I assume. Maybe not. I think like South Cupid, if you had the strong Polish club, but maybe there's no room to. I'm not sure what they do in this kind of cramped auction.
Oh, South would definitely do something other than 3 no with the strong hand. So South is very likely to just have a weak no trump in this sequence, but could have 5 diamonds.
Yeah, and obviously, when you're playing Polish club, partner opens a club, you just assume that they have a weak no trump until you hear otherwise. So East, of course, is trying to put West in for second diamond play. This is, you know, the greatest thing that's ever happened to him.
It actually is. And Grozak is going to be thrilled to see that Queen of Diamonds hold, and now a spade comes through, and there really just isn't anything for Declare to do at this point. He knows that Knight of Diamonds lead is means everything's offside, so
Yeah, I mean, I think the only thing you can do is, cash out and, tell your screen a nice lead and move on.
I guess he's
Like
going
he
to go
knows
up with the spade ace,
he
and
has to, right? He knows if he takes this finesse, he's down a million. Just cash out your eight tricks and hold the damage down.
well, I
Maybe
think he
there's a way for
can
play East. Yeah.
go up with the spade ace and then cash clubs and then lead the jack of hearts. And if
Right.
East happens to have the king queen of hearts with a singleton spade, then there's a chance. But
Yeah, but there's no chance he started with one spade, right? That would give West seven, white against red, which is not possible, I don't think.
it's a pretty bad spade suit for West.
Yeah, what difference does it make?
It's true. Maybe Grossack could not possibly have such a
I think
weak.
actually, but maybe a more likely possibility though is Grossack doesn't have another diamond. If he was 6-3-1-3 originally.
Then the opening singleton diamond lead doesn't make a ton of sense.
That's true.
But yeah, we'll start out by running a bunch of clubs and see if the defense makes an error. But in this case, East obviously is comfortable pitching a couple of diamonds because he knows he has a spade entry to his partner's hand. So it's going to be down one or down two. I guess we'll find out how aggressively Novak decides to run the Jack of Hearts later in the play.
Yeah, but really nice, really nice thing by Grossack here. This is, if they win this match, then this is going to be one of the hands that goes into the match right up. Just a fantastic, read slash decision slash Grossackery, whatever it was. And he is, as we were saying earlier, how good a defender he is. He is a really, really great opening leader.
Yeah, the other room had a much easier time getting in the diamond lead with East bidding three diamonds. The strong no trump from Moss found a two diamond multi type overcall showing this the major suit, but East bidding three diamonds really directed the defense, so it was not that hard.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, on some level, it gives you a reason to stay out of 3 no Trump, but I think that's basically impossible. Although I guess actually 3 no by, well, I guess 3 no by North. Yeah, 3 no by North is just cold, right?
Um, yes, you can set up the hearts for the extra trick.
Yeah, or, what do you want East to lead?
Well, sure. East will just lead a diamond, and that'll be the ninth trick immediately.
Yeah, or if they lead a spade to put West in, that's also the ninth trick immediately, We can just either if they lead the jack, we just put in the queen, and if they lead low, we just run it to the 10, and that sets up extra spade tricks.
Right.
Hard lead, same. So, club lead gives us time to play hearts. Yeah, so 3 no North is possibly making over tricks. I guess a diamond lead will hold it to 3.
Yeah, of course, North can never do that because they're holding the singleton spade.
Right. Well, yeah, I don't know though. I mean, on some auctions, right? Oh, I see. Because West is, yeah. The only way it happens is if West looks at the horrible spade suit, it doesn't bid at all, and then North looks at the diamond stopper, it doesn't know there's a problem in any other suit and can bid 3 no trump. But it's true. Once West bids spades, North is never declaring no trump. I don't think.
Yeah, exactly.
Um, maybe you could get into a position where South bids three spades to show a stopper, asking for a diamond stopper, and North is end played into it.
We're really going deep in the rabbit hole on this one, aren't we? Trying to get to
Well,
the double dummy
there's nothing
par.
more to talk about the play here.
Coach Luke would let us know, right? Coach Luke would be like, I think 3-0 from South is a bad bid. We should bid three spades, showing our spade stopper, so that partner can be the one to declare 3-0 trump, because we know that we don't have a problem from our side, but partner might have a diamond issue. That's what Coach Luke would tell us. Okay, so kind of an interesting push on that board, it looks like. But that means currently Zimmerman still holds on to a 16 imp lead.
Yeah, so let's see. We're up to board 19 in one room, and I say finishing plan 18 in the other. So I think a lot of players, if they could pass one spade with the south hand, would. Wow, Helgamo has come in with a very aggressive two heart overcall. Of course, he may be worried the auction ends here, and his side didn't need to be getting hearts going. If partner has any kind of a heart fit, we could easily have a game.
Chat, I did it. I am downloading Slay the Spire 2. Okay. Sorry. Now I'm back with you. I've been fighting for the past like 15 minutes with the
With the Steam store.
with the system, and we've finally everything's all set up. We can do this during the break. I know I'm gonna lose like 90% of my viewers, but it'll be good. It'll be good. We can check this out together for those of you who want to see the game.
So Helgamo here is, made this terrifying two heart bid. But at these colors, I think he thought that, the risk of missing a game if partner had a heart fit and nothing else in his hand was just too great.
Yeah. Which it's like people will say it's dangerous to bid. People will say it's dangerous to pass. Like you can't. There's nothing that always works on every hand. You just have to kind of take this gamble, and a little bit of it is due to style things, but part of it is also because like with Helgamo being a very strong declarer, he can be a little bit more aggressive in bidding some of these, making some of these overcalls, because if he does get doubled, he's going to go down fewer tricks. And so like his expected value in terms of losing imps on these hands is a lot better for his side than it is for some of the other players who might not be as inclined to come in with the East cards. So
Yeah, I think that's true. It's kind of interesting. I think this is a situation where he probably would not have bid if he were non-vulnerable, because there the upside just isn't that great, and you're still have all the same downside. Here I think the red game was the lure of bidding, not that he has 14 points in a five card hard suit.
right.
Non-vulnerable, whatever. If you miss the game, and sometimes we're going for 800, you don't care that you missed the game. Red missing the game is really bad, and 800 is compensated by 620, which is different than being compensated by 420.
Exactly. And so we have a little bit of a different auction in both rooms. Moss gets to open a good 13 to 16 no trump on his 5-card spade suit over on the right side. And after a Stamen sequence, Moulton decides not to show his heart suit here, just doubles as a lead direct of clubs, which makes a lot of sense.
Zimmerman won 3 M's on the previous board, 3 no trump, where it was down 2 at the other table on the same 9 of diamonds lead.
Yeah, I guess Declare did not cash out the Ace of Hearts, must have gambled on running the Jack of Hearts, and it was just ineffective. But I was not following.
I didn't even look at the play, but those were the 3 M's.
Zimmerman bids 3 clubs? Why? What?
Oh, I mean, I don't know, but I don't think it's. Yeah, Matthew, you're just talking about Molton directing a lot of leads. It is not going to occur to Zimmerman that he is bidding to get himself into an 8 card club fit. I think he thinks that minimum 9 and often 10 is more likely. I mean, it's still fairly aggressive, but he isn't probably, not thinking that this is what East Hand looks like.
I mean, was three clubs making? Like everything is working for Declare. The king of clubs comes in doubleton. The spade hook is working. I guess not.
Mm.
No, I guess it's not making. But
Well, there's like
still,
there's four top losers, but that does not translate to there being nine winners.
you can pick off the ace doubleton of hearts.
I mean, if you do that, that gets you up to a fairly easy eight. Five clubs and one of each. Maybe you can score a ninth by setting up hearts or setting up a second spade trick.
Yeah, I mean, what an unbelievable bid.
Right.
But okay, so Moss bids for spades, figuring that he has a five card spade suit. He has nothing wasted to be very disappointed in this result.
Indeed.
Yeah, a spade comes through, and
Yeah, it's gonna be down two.
I don't know if Zimmerman should double.
Yeah, I mean, I think we sort of don't know exactly what's going on. South bid four spades, so he obviously was not concerned about being in a 5-1 fit. We don't know exactly what North is shown here.
Yeah, I mean, Grew just kind of doubled because he had some cards, right? He had a 10 count opposite his partner's 1-no opener, figured that this was his hand, and he couldn't just pass three clubs.
Yeah, and right, I guess. I mean, double is probably just setting up the game for us, which two clubs did not.
Well, two hearts goes down east-west at the other table. Helgamo manages to hold the loss to just 100, but with four spades also going down, this is going to be another big pickup for Zimmerman.
Yeah, five imps, I believe, assuming that four spades goes down the two. It looked like. Is it going down three? Because Declare didn't get to rough all of his clubs, or his all of his clubs. His one club. Oh, so they were in a five. You were right. So actually, that spade shift did gain a trick by stopping Declare from roughing his losing club.
Exactly. So four
Yeah, so
spades down three, six imps for Zimmerman. We're on to board 20 at both tables. We get a two-heart preempt by Grossack in first seat. Passes around. Novak decides to balance three clubs. Okay.
Yeah, this is mandatory, right? A partner has his 13-14 count with a heart stopper. We have to make sure he bids three no trump red.
Right, right.
Which is probably what he's going to do. I think problem with three spades is it just cuts off the auction. South, like, we know South can't bid three no trump. He bid two no trump. He bids three spades anyway.
No, I like three spades. I think this implies 3-no is playable because
Maybe.
North didn't bid two spades over two hearts. So, like, how can North really just have a spade-oriented hand here? Yeah, so now three spades and Novak has a little bit of a problem. Like, obviously he has extras for this three club balance with 13 highs. He does have a spade fit with his partner, but now that he knows his partner has five spades, it's a lot less likely that North has a good hand because also the similar negative inference that North didn't overcall two spades over two hearts. So I'm wondering if he could have gotten away from this and just let three spades go. The allure of the vulnerable game strikes again.
Yeah. No, that is a very good point. That what's the hand where North is advancing three spades now, but couldn't overcall directly over two hearts.
Yeah, I mean maybe something like king queen sixth of spades and but like what else, right? We still have four red suit losers in the spade ace at that point. Like, how is partner expected to cover two red suit losers? Probably not. I it's hard for me to construct a hand where four spades is a good contract on the North cards.
Yeah, I wonder, like, could North have a sixth spade and a weaker overall hand? I don't know. I mean, the two little hearts is really bad.
Yeah, yeah, and the Queen of Diamonds is probably not a particularly good card because uh, whatever North's diamond holding is, diamond finesses are offside.
Yeah, I mean, the dream hand would be when partner has ace, queen, sixth of spades, and, maybe the king of diamonds, and somehow we can, like, take a spade finesse and run the spades. I don't know. I mean, I think, like, some of it might just be that South said, I'm not really sure, but I'd rather be -1 in four spades than +1 in three spades.
That is the way that people think about it, definitely. And looking at things, I mean, I guess from a technical standpoint, East West can make four hearts if they guess everything. You can guess the heart queen, you can guess the diamonds for one loser, and this ace of spades is on side. So Novak should just go back and report to his teammates and be like, "Sorry, they got to four hearts. What was I supposed to do?"
Yeah, like
Like,
we saved in four spades and they didn't even double us.
yeah, I thought you guys would be happy about this result.
Yeah.
Because at the other table, I mean, Zimmerman Moulton have just like bid up to three hearts, and North South have never taken a call. Um,
I say, yeah, multi by West, and East has decided to cater to West having a much better hand than he actually does vulnerable. So South got his lead director in, but it won't matter because the multi auction put him on lead anyway.
as seems to be, you weren't here for this, but we found out that every time you make a lead directing double, you end up on lead. And once again, we have proof. South is on lead. Yeah, Dezu says two hearts pass 3 now. I think that is a very reasonable bid on the South cards. Like, I don't think three clubs is at all automatic. Like, 3 no trump has a lot going for it. It would not work out on this hand, but it could have.
Yeah, I mean, we have all made bids like that. I'm not sure there's any pressing need to do it. Like if we had more side tricks, I'd feel happier about it. But here, we have six clubs, partner has a heart stopper, and we're still down two unless they have some extra stuff to go with. I would much rather have, eight and change tricks in my hand where all I need is the heart stopper from partner. I want to make sure that when he turns up with what we need, that we have the game made, you know, at that point.
I mean, I'm not so certain 3-0 is going to go down. I think the defense would probably get it right, but it's not so easy to defeat 3-0 Trump, and there's a lot of leads that would just let it make, like a diamond from West would just let 3-0 Trump come home. So we'll see. I mean, it looks like North-South at the one table got a little bit too high in four spades, and at the other table never really had a way into the auction.
Yeah, yeah. So I don't find 3-0 by South all that attractive on this hand. Like, what I want is a 2-no, 2.5 no bid with no hard stopper, not a club suited out with no stopper. I don't know. Like even a seventh club, I'd feel happier about it.
Oh, for sure, for sure. I I think that it is. It's not like 3-0 Trump is a clear bid, but
No.
I think that it does have some merit. I mean, when the opponents don't act over two hearts, your partner probably does have a heart stopper to start things off with, and maybe you just bank on your partner having some scattered values and that being enough.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, my point about that, though, is, like, that's a very narrow target. The Heartstopper and Scattered Values, and was checking out three clubs, because some of those hands we get to 3-no by bidding three clubs.
It's true, yeah. dude. But
You
like,
know, like
what?
the target is the one where we don't get to three no trump unless we bid it ourselves immediately.
Yeah. What is Moulton doing? He shouldn't be playing the hand like this. He's going to get himself fired. Like, he's just making four hearts. You can't just like sign off in three hearts and then make an over trick. He should have misguessed the diamonds. I actually don't know why he didn't miss, or why he guessed the oh, I guess he knew about South's club length, so that's why he guessed the diamonds correctly. Okay. But man, I mean, just double dummies the hand there. Gets to three hearts, makes the over trick. Three hearts making four. Pretty big result.
Yeah, so now it's the expert table that's slowing down the action here, but probably will get port 21 up any second now.
Yeah, now there's a club switch. Declare is kind of backed into a corner, taking the spade finesse, and therefore Declare is going to go down two in four spades. The club rough coming.
Yeah, and this is not great for the Rubenstein team. Now they're stuck 25, and I guess maybe each sponsor has one set to play because I think Zimmerman probably took the first segment off. But, they would love to obviously um, get some imps back the segment where they have their front four in and Zimmerman has, Zimmerman, Molton, and only one of the expert pairs.
Yeah, that's always true, but you got to work with the cards you're dealt, and currently the cards they're dealt have not been providing them any sort of positive results. So Helgamo getting to open a spade in second seat on this hand. Grew vulnerable, not going to open the 10 count either, so we'll see the same start to the auction, a spade pass at both tables.
Now, did we ever figure out if Gru and Moss are precision throughout as opposed to the roll two system style?
Nope, I have not.
Maybe we'll get to find out at some point, like Val Hollander comes by and can clarify this.
We can take a look at their auctions, but it does seem like they might have switched to full-on precision. East-West bid up to four spades here. Grossack and Helgamo. At the other table, Zimmerman and Moulton stop in two spades, just a constructive raise, one spade past two spades, and East never takes another bid. So kind of a similar difference like we've seen from Hurd Bathurst and Versace Cementa in the previous match, the Fleischer match that we were watching, Fleischer against Shorey, that we have some just different styles on some of these hands. Like Grossack, I mean, this is not a 3-card limit raise, but he's very aggressive and he knows that his partner can take a lot of tricks. So he kind of upgrades the hand. Whereas Zimmerman has no faith in Moulton after seeing him double dummy the previous board, so he just bids two spades.
Yeah, I think four spades is probably on a percentage, but a little bit of a friendly heart position would be good enough.
Yeah, it's not a terrible contract as the cards lie, but there's a lot of work to do. It's not just that you need some heart help, you also need the defense to allow you to rough some diamonds in the West hand.
I mean, if hearts are 3-3 with ace queen on side, you only need to rough one diamond. But yeah, like now all of a sudden, we're really asking for a lot. I think the Volton Zimmerman evaluation was a little more accurate for him purposes.
Definitely.
But on
And
the
it's a
other hand,
non-vulnerable game as well.
yeah, I mean, Hogum, I think, here's his partner's 3-card limit raise. He knows trumps aren't a problem. He's got a singleton. He's hoping, obviously, for, um, like a partner had diamond values and three or four little clubs. This would be a very good game.
So
That ace of
Novak,
clubs is sort of good opposite our singleton, but not nearly as good as diamond cards would be.
definitely, right? Yeah, it's just there are always going to be some. What was the combined high card count? Was it 12 opposite 9, 21 high card point games that have good chances? but on average, 21 high card points is usually just not enough for game.
Yeah, and I think, you're talking about the diamond problem. 21 highs. East knows that it's a 5-3 spade fit. Maybe that should have dissuaded him a little bit, where if we thought that if we knew that West had a fourth trump, even like a fourth trump mixed raise, game might be better because now on a 2-2 trump split we can rough the diamonds and then just hope something good happens somewhere else. Still asking for a lot, but that fourth trump would be a pretty valuable asset.
Yeah, definitely. So Novozadsky gets in with the Ace of Hearts now and gets to pull yet another trump if he would like, preventing Declara from roughing any of the diamonds in the West hand. So two spades even goes down a trick. I was not following the play too carefully, but it was a good decision by Zimmerman to not trust his partner in any capacity. And it looks like we might see the same down 3 here. Okay, that's not the correct number.
Yeah.
We'll try that one again. It looks like 4 spades down 3, so that'll be 3 imps going the way of Team Zimmerman once again. They're going to be up by 27 about midway through the segment.
So we're 22. I guess we'll see probably diamond opening by South, right? I assume he needs a sixth club to open, two clubs, and maybe this hand opens a club and Polish club, but I thought it was a diamond opening.
It's probably a diamond.
I think a club and then two clubs doesn't show this, so you have to open a diamond.
Moss opens a diamond playing the precision style, but it looks like
I'm
Novak
wrong. It is a Polish club.
opens a club. So a hard overcall from Grossack. We'll see the same
I see.
type of
So
sequence at both
Zimmerman did
tables.
play. Zimmerman did play 1 and 2. I also wonder, like, I thought Zimmerman sometimes played 2 and 3, but maybe he plays 2 and 3 in Europe, and here, if he's still a little bit on European time, then playing at 10 o'clock is not a big deal. Also, like, I don't know whether, but, if I'm right that he plays 2 and 3, maybe it's so that he can work in the mornings.
Hmm.
Do not know, or maybe I'm just misremembering. But regardless, apparently Zimmerman is done after this set, which is not ideal for the Rubenstein team. But they still got 10 boards to try to make up a little ground before the third quarter in Rubenstein's last set.
Hey, we got we got another auction brewing here. So both tables, East has made the splinter raise with the singleton spade and 5-card heart support. Grossack already bumped to 5 hearts. And this is definitely something that he does a lot. And I think at this point he might have a bit of a reputation for it. Like, he bid 5 hearts very quickly and very confidently, but he does this all the time if he wants the opponents at a favorable vulnerability to just sacrifice. And this time it looks like it might have hurt him. I mean, although North-South didn't double, but was 4 spades going down? I don't know. There's a lot of work to do with the trumps 4-1.
Yeah, I mean the eight of spades dropping is good, although like when you start talking about those things, probably things are not great for you overall. Um, we can lose only one club because the diamonds will come in for 3 tricks and one club pitch. I don't know though. Does feel like 10 tricks might be a tall order.
Yeah, I mean, like, you would have to guess the clubs as well at that point, and if
And
they,
you need to still rough these hearts, and you're pretty short on entries to the north hand to be roughing hearts and taking all of these minor suit finesses.
yeah, exactly. I think, I mean, I'm certain that Zach just wanted to increase his penalty. Like, South bid 4 spades, and a lot of players at Imps just look at this and they're like, well, like, let's assume South had a stronger four spade bid. I mean, here Novak's hand is terrible. He bid four spades because of the colors and because like he didn't want to get shut out in this sort of sequence. But maybe Grossack was thinking, hey, the opponent's bid four spades already favorable. If I can just coax them into bidding five spades, now I'll be a lot more comfortable doubling with my hand and expect to collect a nice penalty.
Yeah, I mean, I do want to like the king fourth of spades. Obviously, is a bad holding for um, this kind of bid, and you know, maybe the lack of it was also one thing that made North South less likely to save. If we only had three spades opposite a singleton spade, we'd be a lot more confident that the opponents were going to take that five level save. Here, we know it's a 4-4 spade for the opponents, which means no one might have a reason to save at the five level. On the other hand, if he thinks that he's the favorite to make five hearts, he doesn't want to be collecting a fairly small penalty against four spades.
Right. I don't think there's any chance he believed he was making five hearts opposite a passed hand. I'm
Right.
certain that he was just trying to job the opponents into giving him a bigger penalty. But
Yeah, I
we'll
just
see.
wonder if that's a bit of a misjudgment when we know the opponents have a 4-4 spade fit and we have one of their top honors and we have most of the high card strength in our partnership. Like, all of a sudden, other than the vulnerability, what are they saving based on?
Right. But anyway, we'll see how the play develops. Hey, Eha Purdue, good afternoon. Looks like Declare is working on trying to rough some spades and five hearts, and the question's just going to be down how many at this point. Novozatsky is pretty likely to continue just pulling some trumps, prevent as much of the cross rough as possible.
On the other room, they will be playing at least four spades, since Moss's bid four hearts is a cubit over the three spade splinter.
Yeah, and Zimmerman passes for now. I do not expect him to compete to five hearts, but we'll take a look. So four spades from Gru.
So
Multan.
assuming that they do, that it does go past double, this should be another nice pickup for the Zimmerman team.
And it does pass double. So Multan on lead. I mean, I guess you lead a heart.
Yeah, although, I mean, depending on what we think from that four heart bid, it's probably a void, right? We have five of them in partner overcalled. I was gonna say, is a trump possible?
I think it's hard for a Trump to be productive because I would be a little bit nervous that Declare's plan is to pull trumps and try and take tricks in the minor suits as East. And so, like, if Zimmerman has a good trump holding, and that's the reason he's doubling because he has like king, queen, fourth of trumps or something like that, then a trump lead is just going to help Declare's cause a little bit. He roughs with the jack of
Yeah.
spades.
I guess I'm just a little concerned that, if we lead a heart, assuming that we think it's very likely to get roughed, even if it's not a guarantee, that we're just giving Declare an entry for a rough that maybe would have been a little harder for him to. Um,
We see the Gru special now. Leads a
yeah,
club
that's
to the 10, picks off the club suit. So that is a good start to the play for Declare. Okay. Are we in business? Multan continues forcing dummies trumps, trying to earn his side a little bit of trump control. Now, after the king of clubs cashes, Gru is just proceeding to pump the clubs through West. Zimmerman roughs. But now what? Is Gru bringing this contract home? I think he might. Yeah, the Ace of Hearts comes back, and
yeah.
now Gru has no trouble whatsoever. This king of diamonds is onside. The nine of spades is going to hold, and now we just
Now it
start
just
playing
plays.
clubs.
Yep, we can just draw trumps and take a diamond finesse.
Yeah, so Zimmerman needs to be careful because he pitches a heart. Gru can make an over trick now. Um, oh, I guess that's not true. He can still pitch a diamond here, and he does.
Oh, I see. And now we can catch the ace of diamonds, but we'll then play our own north hand.
Right. Yeah, if Zimmerman had mistakenly thrown another heart, rough that winning club, diamond to the queen, ace of diamonds, and then a trump coup. Four spades doubled makes
Yeah,
big,
wow, what a
big
colossal
play.
pickup for Rubenstein, thanks to Joe Gru's you know, picking off both the club position and his opponent's unlikeliness of rising with the Queen of Clubs. And I think, like, I think it's coincidental that he did it through the sponsor of the team. That's an impossible Queen play for almost anyone in the world, I think.
It is very difficult, for sure. So just like that, a big pickup, and Rubenstein is back within striking distance. They're only behind by 14 or maybe 17. I'm not sure. I still think there was a bit of a score correction that needs to come through on that one hand from
Oh,
earlier. But
I think that would be a 3 imp difference, right? If it was the
yeah,
four spades down one that you think was actually down three.
right. So board 23 passes by both South players, and West with the 15 count gets to open a no trump at both tables.
Yeah.
East has 13.
Yeah, so Helgamo is bidding two no trump puppet. We'll see if Molton has that available or if he has to bid three clubs puppet.
I mean, we'll first see if Zimmerman can count to 15. That's the first test, first hurdle to overcome. Can we open a no trump on the West hand? And he does.
Yeah, so Helgamo has found he's shown his four spades, and now West will put the hand in presumably four spades. I assume three spades would be a little bit stronger, and he has a minimum.
Yeah, both East
Yep.
Wests look like they're getting to four spades here.
Yep.
Trump
Molton
lead
by
from
old-fashioned
Novozatsky.
puppet, old-fashioned statement.
Yeah. Does it wonders if there's a way that West could find the Queen of Clubs play? It's possible, but
It's
I
really
think it's.
hard with the north hand concealed. And especially, for all you know, it's about to go club to the ace, club to the jack.
Yep. Yeah, it is a very difficult play to find. Like, not
Yeah.
impossible, but I think I would rate it to be a favorite. Now, of course, Gru didn't know that was the layout. He was hoping, but he was just trying
And
to set up
yeah,
his clubs.
yeah, like Gru didn't have any great options. But, I think just in general, we assume that our world-class declare on a right expert has done a normal thing. And when he's made it brilliancy, like that's what makes it brilliant.
Jed G asks, is there a write-up of the Tuno puppet somewhere? I don't know. I have one in my members-only video on my YouTube channel in my No Trump system, but I'm sure you could find it elsewhere online.
Yeah,
But I
would
don't have a
guess
link
the
to
point
it.
is, I would be surprised if it's never been written up in the Bridgeworld or somewhere like that.
Yeah.
But offhand, I do not know the answer to that question either.
So the four spade contract, I mean, Heart Queen in the pocket, trumps are 3-2. There's just nothing to the play on this one. Although, somehow the Heart Queen might have taken a trick, but I guess it looks like at Grosak's table, he has clubs to ditch the Heart loser. Now the Jack of Diamonds is going to rough out, so Declare is going to make the 11 tricks. Gru gets off to a low diamond lead from that ace fourth, thinking that his best chance to beat this might be if his partner can get a diamond rough, diamond to the king, diamond to the ace, diamond rough. that would be a good start to the play. I think a lot of people overuse the word much better or the words much better when you talk about like bidding conventions, because two no trump is better than three clubs puppet. This is true. The trade-offs are superior, but much better, like if I had to put a ballpark estimate on imps won per board, it would be less than 100th of an imp per board. Like, I don't think that it is that much better. But it's good.
Yeah.
I mean, I think people should play it and people should learn it.
Well, I think there's two different things going on. I think one is like, is your expectancy substantial? And the answer is no. But the other is, does it strictly dominate three clubs puppet? And the answer is a clear yes.
No, but it doesn't, right? Because you give up some of these like minor suit transfer sequences to do this.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I meant just in terms of the puppetness.
Okay, fine. Yes.
Like as far as overall system construction, yes, of course, there's a trade-off to giving up two no trump.
Yeah.
But just as far as when you bid puppet, two no trump puppet strictly dominates three clubs puppet.
Right. Yep. That is true.
Yeah, I mean, like like I've talked about this before. Like it's what one of the things that makes Bridge a great game is like system construction. There's no right answer. You do X and you give up Y, and you have to decide for yourself what your priorities are. But there's always going to be this, like you have a limited number of bids, a limited amount of things you can do, and if you push on the system in one spot, then it's gonna bulge out somewhere else, and you have to figure out what to do about that. Anyway, we have four hearts doubled here on board 24 at the Grossack table.
Yeah, it's a bit of an exciting hand. So Helgamo responded fairly aggressively to partner's opening bid with the 6 count, the 1 spade call, denying as many as 4 spades, basically like a no trump type bid. And then when Novak, realizing the opponents probably had a pretty big diamond fit, looking at his void, elected to preempt 4 hearts on his cards, Grossack had nothing better to do than to double with his heart void, figuring that some of the time his partner was going to have... Did he have a heart void or did he have a singleton? He had a singleton.
Yeah.
But some of the time his partner was going... This 4-1 heart split or 3-1 heart split could cause a bit of problem for Declarer. And... I mean, it turns out that Declarer's in a 4-4 heart fit. That's not what either North or South were hoping for on this auction. But is this going to go down? Huh. Declare has some chances to set up the spade suit at this point. I mean, the defense only has one more obvious trick, the ace of clubs, although Declare has a lot of work to do. I think if Declare picks off the jack of clubs, he might be in good shape. Hey, Davy Kappa. Good evening to you. I have no idea why the 4-spade contract in board 23 is still going. Declare has had a claim for at least 10 tricks for an awful long time. Okay, there we go. 11 tricks come home. But yeah, this 4-heart doubled contract is going to... I don't know if it's going to be duplicated. I know that Gru is an advocate of four card overcalls if he feels like the hand is good enough. Is this the hand to do it? He says yes.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the diamond length is probably good for the overcall. The short spades is bad because it often gets double spades. I don't know. Like, I like to overcall four card suits. I probably wouldn't, but the fact that two great players did it and, on the same hand in the same situation tells me that maybe that this should be one that I'm doing it too.
So we have a little bit of a different sequence here because Moulton didn't have that double available, but Zimmerman does. He is 4-6 in his two suits and plenty ready to see if partner can take out four hearts doubled. Now, Moulton might sit similar to what we saw in the other room just because he has four trumps and not really much in terms of offense. But I could also see him pulling to five diamonds. And then, I mean, if he does sit, are we going to see some more Gru magic?
Mm. Yeah, that's a good question.
Matter Farrell says, who's better, Novozatsky or Gru? I think we're about to find out. This is the
Yeah,
one and
right.
only hand that matters for these two players. If they both are declaring four hearts doubled, whoever takes the most tricks is the better player. That's just how it works.
Yeah, I think we just saw Gru do something pretty magical.
So Moulton passes. Yeah, 100 Trick Wonder says pulling with 4 3 3. I mean, I think it is odds on that West has a heart void in this sequence, given the opponents have bid all the way up to four hearts themselves. And so when it comes to making tricks and diamonds, partner is very likely to have the spade ace. So we have no spade losers and no heart losers to start the hand from Moulton's perspective in a five of a minor contract. That might not be enough, but I think that is a pretty likely way to start the play in five diamonds. So I don't think it's so crazy for Moulton to pull the double of four hearts here. It would not have worked out on this hand. Well, it might have worked out depending on how many tricks four hearts takes. But
Let's see. So how is Novosatsky doing here? East now has to do something here. I don't know that he has any great options. I mean, a trump probably, but that might make it easier for declarer just to play on spades.
yeah, well, that's the thing. If East does play back a trump, declarer could, in theory, win the five of hearts. Let's say East plays back the three. I mean, all the trumps are effectively equivalent. Win the five of hearts.
So, by the way, you say that the solver doesn't agree. Oh, sorry, no, they're all equivalent. Never mind.
Yeah. I mean, just anyway. And then declarer
Just
could
the diagram.
rough a spade high, pull trumps. No, it's not good enough. Yeah, I suppose a trump back, you can kind of work out from East's perspective that declare just doesn't have the entries to actually set up the spades. I mean, you need to figure out if partner has four or three spades, though. That's kind of a big problem from East's perspective. Because if your partner only has ace third of spades and then you play back a trump, yeah, declare is now going to make it, of course. Just wins and knocks out your partner's spade ace, and then all of the spades are set up. But due to that ace 10 third of spades sitting over the queen jack, declare does not have an easy enough time setting up the spade suit. So East returns the six of hearts after considerable thought. Moulton probably going to come around to that idea as well.
Yeah, so I guess we just have to win this and play the queen of spades, try to take that rough and finesse. But I don't know. Then we're stuck in north in our you know position is a little bit scary. I mean, I guess we have to play, I mean, double dummy, I guess, the 10 of clubs, but, doesn't feel great.
Okay, so Moulton deciding that it is more likely that his partner actually has ace third of spades. I don't know if that was because the four of spades was an incorrect count signal from Zimmerman. We saw Grossack play the six of spades. Again, I don't know what signal was being made here. Or if Moulton got the correct inference, but decided that Declare's doubleton spade could still be a scare card. So he's trying to cut off the entry to the south hand, and sometimes the entry to the south hand is in trumps, which is why Moulton's trying to force dummy in diamonds. So Declare roughs. So Gru's in a bit of a different spot. Leads a club. Is he going to stick in the 10? He does. So club goes to the 10 and jack. Moulton now plays back a heart. And now Declare is in some serious trouble. At least at Gru's table. Meanwhile, Novosadski, after that trump return, does take a roughing hook and spades. Grossack ducks. And now the spades are effectively cut off, but scoring that extra queen of spades trick is kind of nice from Declare's perspective. So could elect to pick off the clubs at this point. Club to the king, run the 10 of clubs. That would be a reasonable way to start the play for Novosadski. What are the standard Swiss signals? Well, I know Kalita Klukowski like discarding the four of clubs at their earliest opportunity. I think that is a common agreement that they have. I don't know about the rest of the team.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the Polish pairs play standard Polish signals and Zimmerman Bolton play standard French signals, but I'm not positive.
So Gru in with the diamond ace, can cash the heart queen, can cash the king nine of clubs. But East will get the last trick with the nine of hearts. So four hearts doubled goes down one at Gru's table.
Yeah, not so bad, but let's see what's happening at the other table where probably it's also down one, but I'm not trying to find six more tricks for Declare here. And
You're struggling.
Yeah. Well, if he guesses the club right, sure, but I think if he gets the club wrong, he may be a trick worse than Gru.
I mean, even if he doesn't, there's no way you can score that eight of hearts in the north hand with the East nine of hearts.
Three, right. So like three more hearts if he can take them, and a diamond is four, and two clubs gets him up to nine. But if he misguessed the club, is he only taking eight more from here, or eight total? And I'm not sure what the answer to that question is.
Yeah, so like club to the 10 and jack, another heart comes
I have
through.
a hard time analyzing this hand. There's just too much going on, both on the hand and overall.
Well, I think Helgema did a little bit of a better job than Moulton, due to the fact that he is just playing trumps at every opportunity. Because and I think he can kind of see that, but that might have been also due to a benefit that his partner gave the correct count signal in spades, and so he was able to work out that spades were 6-4-2-1 around the table. So he kind of knows that he doesn't need to like push diamonds through to try and kill the late entry to the spade suit in dummy. He can just safely pull trumps and prevent Declare from cross-roughing as much as possible. And yeah, I do think Declare is about to try and guess the club. So which one? Club to the 9. Okay, club to the jack. Helmugomo's in. He knows exactly how to continue defending. Pushes another trump through. diamond gets ruffed, and declare can knock out the club ace. But Grossack can now play the ace of spades through, now that the spades are completely dead in dummy. And
Yeah, so declare I'll have three more tricks. We can rough with the ace. Ace can pitch a club. We can play two clubs. Ace can. Wait a second. That's not right.
the jack of diamonds is not right. Yeah, that's
Oh,
correct.
no. My analysis I think was not right either. But actually, no, I'm wrong. It was. So this is going to be down one after all because now declare can just draw trumps and catch two clubs. But yeah, if he had played the ace of spades there, Ace can pitch a club if North roughs and hold it to eight tricks.
Yeah, so a little bit of a mistake from Grossack at the end of the deal ends up costing his side 5 imps.
Complicated hand.
But of course, like we saw yesterday, no one cares about what happens in the first 56 boards. Everyone cares about the mistake that happens on board 58 of the match. So no one's going to look back at this if Rubinstein loses by 4 and be like, well, it's Grossack's fault. They're all going to point to Gru, who goes down in 4 hearts on board 58 when he could have made it on a repeating squeeze. So I'm calling it here.
Meanwhile, we have the next board up. Fairly straightforward. Diamond, a heart, or no trump, and this probably ends things.
Yeah, no
I
reason
don't
for
think
North
that's it.
South to get involved.
Yeah, no reason for. Well, I was gonna say no reason really for West to pull it from no trump to a diamond partial, but he does.
Seems okay. You got 4 diamonds.
Yeah.
Partner probably has 4 diamonds for their open. Well, partner's guaranteed to have at least 4 diamonds for their
Right.
opener. And with
Yeah.
West having, I think the more concerning holding here is not the Doubleton spade, it's the Doubleton club because neither opponent bid spades. Ooh, Novozatsky is not done. We love competing for part scores at imp. So neither opponent bid spades. You're not worried about them having a 5-card spade suit, but either opponent could have a 6-card club suit on this sequence and not feel like coming in.
Now, are you at all tempted to pass and lead a trump as south with nowhere to go really?
2 diamonds.
I mean, the alternative is three clubs, right? Or two of a major. None of this is that attractive.
I would just bid 2 spades, I think. Okay, he bids two hearts is like a way to say please pick between spades and clubs, which is fine. I think I would be tempted to just take this out because partner's a passed hand and I really don't have a ton of defense. And so if the opponents are in like a 9-card diamond fit, I'm very worried about these vulnerable over tricks.
Oh, I mean, we're not beating two diamonds, but we also just may not have anywhere great to go our way.
Yeah, but they haven't doubled us yet. And we're also not vulnerable. So if we get doubled in 2 spades, I mean, how bad is it actually for us? But so Gru and Moss, of course, do not double back in over 2 diamonds. They're aware that we shouldn't be competing for part scores. Grossack does take the push, though, to 3 diamonds. So North-South sequence scared him. And with no double from Helgamo over 2 spades, he decides to risk a 3 diamond bid. So this looks like it is going to be a swing. Again, going the way of Zimmerman.
Yeah, so this certainly two diamonds I thought could make, but three diamonds, obviously we're going to lose two spades, the king of trumps, and two clubs for pretty straightforward down one.
Exactly. Yeah, what is happening on the left side of the screen? Well, we we had a lot of bids. We had what? Was the 7 rounds of the auction to get up to the 3 level?
Yeah, and pretty aggressive balance by Novosadski did pay off, turning a -90 into a +100.
Schiff says two spades could have been beaten, but a little bit challenging. I didn't actually look at the defense against two spades,
Yeah, nor did I.
but yeah, I mean, I think that's a big part of the rationale why competing for these part scores is just not very productive at imps. Like, if three diamonds is down a trick and two spades is either down a trick or making, then, well, you would prefer to defend two spades because you could either push the board or turn your result into a plus. But yeah, the flip side is if you really think that you're making three diamonds, and especially if your side's value that you add to the team is through declare play, then you kind of do want to declare more hands. And so that could be part of Zach's idea here. Like, Helgamo's a great declarer. Let's just let him declare as many hands as possible.
Yeah, and also if it's, I don't know, like I think the world rebids one no with a four-card spade suit on a balanced hand. But if Helgamo is the type to sometimes bid a spade on a balanced hand when he has four of them, then Grossack thinks the opponents often have nine spades, and that makes bidding three diamonds a lot more appealing.
So first question, is Helgamo making three diamonds?
Well, the defense didn't catch their clubs, and he was able to set up the hearts. So that's I still think no, right? He still got
This isn't some
two
sort of
spades.
weird one-suited Winkle against South? Okay, well, now it's not.
Yeah, isn't he right? Not anymore, because now North has the Ace of Diamonds entry.
Yeah,
Is
but
it,
but
could
like,
he have,
if
could he
if
have made
he
it at that point?
if he just runs the hearts and the ten of diamonds,
And then exits with a club?
yeah, I I guess the defense should be able to still come out on top, but that is a
Well,
tricky position.
he has to be pitching from his own hand, and he can never pitch a club, right?
No, but I mean, like, he can afford to pitch. I think that's the point. The defense is going to need to work out that they can save a third club because he's going to pitch down to a stiff queen of clubs and king third of spades. And so if South comes down to ace queen jack of spades and a stiff club, then South gets end played.
Oh, yeah, right. I see what you're saying. I mean, there is always a double dummy defense to beat it at that point.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Well, meanwhile, we have two diamonds, presumably both majors, preemptive, and Grossack West has said, okay, great. Give me the dummy and four spades, partner.
Yeah, I like how you say preemptive. Flannery is the way that most people
Oh, it
would
was
call it.
Flannery. Sorry, I was thinking. No, I was thinking that it was just both majors, two level bid. I didn't realize that there was a Flannery pair besides Levin and Weinstein. I was thinking that it was like an Ekron's type bid.
Yeah, but I do appreciate the the shout out to preemptive.
Yeah, yeah. Honestly, like Flannery never even occurred to me. All right, so anyway, four spades is the spot, and not a great fit. Trumps are king queen on side is good. Fourth one on side is bad. So we have probably too much to do. I mean, hearts
Yeah,
3-3 would be better for us since we could play on hearts to pitch a diamond.
right. And I mean, especially after not ducking the opening diamond lead, now the defense has communication in the diamond suit. So Grossack leads a heart up towards the king queen. A lot of players might have been tempted to go ace of hearts first, but he wanted to make sure that he got a count signal from North
Yeah,
on this
exactly.
heart trick.
Right. I mean, this is one obviously the defense cannot afford to give false count here because it might be important to know what's going on. Like you really, if that was a singleton heart, you want to make sure that someone doesn't get clever and duck it.
Exactly. And so he probably knows at this point that the hearts are not splitting. North does elect to play low on the spade. I wonder. So if he plays the jack of spades now, sees the 10 fall. Okay, but he goes up with the ace, which is completely understandable. Queen of hearts, South shows out and doesn't ruff. Well, this is going to give something away to
Yeah,
Grosek,
right.
but I don't think there's much he can do about it. He can now try his best to cross ruff as many tricks as he can. I actually expected him to go ace of clubs club ruff before ruffing the heart so that he could get more club ruffs in. Because now, after ace of clubs and a club ruff and the nine of hearts
Right.
pitching a diamond, North can win, pull all of the trumps, and then just run the rest of the clubs.
So in the other room, East opened one heart, West bid two clubs, game forcing, so they will get to a game. I don't know. They're gonna have to find their spade fit at this point since he's bid two hearts over that two club bid. They haven't found spades yet.
Yeah. I assume that Zimmerman is going to bid two spades at this point to show the four card suit, but it looks like Moss might be thinking about coming in with two no. He didn't on the first round of the auction.
I think it's more likely that the tray is on that side of the screen and we're waiting for both bids.
Could be.
Because like West does he want to just the spades? Does he want to just bid no trump? With no spade stopper, but no other good move here. I think I don't think it's super likely that South has suddenly decided to come to life at the three level, having declined to bid previously.
That's for sure.
But West has kind of several plausible options. None of them are great, so this seems like a good spot for him to take his time.
Oh my god, slam alert on board 27. Look at the South hand, 8 clubs over there. So South gets to open a. I don't know what South's going to open. I mean, I don't think
Two
I played
clubs.
enough precision to know if you should open 2 clubs with this hand. South opens 1 club.
One club. Are we sure the two clubs is lone clubs in their system?
I'm pretty sure.
I'm not sure why he would open one and not two.
It's an 8 card suit. I mean, this has so much extra offense on top of the normal, like, 2 club opener.
Yeah, but you can't treat it as a strong club, I don't think. Actually, one club wasn't alerted, but I guess it doesn't mean anything. I don't know. If anyone knows either Polish club or the specific Novosadski Novak system and wants to enlighten us, please do. I think,
Oh, Matthew says you don't think Novak and
yeah,
Novosadski
that's
are
very
playing Polish
possible.
club, but they are from Poland.
Yeah, and Kalita Klukowski definitely played Polish club.
They do. Yeah.
Actually, maybe that's right because we saw before. So the Polish world champion or Bermuda Bowl team. Remember, we were like finding it amusing that it was pole versus pole, maybe in the final or in one of the late rounds, and the Swiss Poles were playing Polish club, but the Polish Poles weren't. And I
Yes.
think Novak and Novosadzki might have been the Polish Poles that were playing not Polish club.
Yeah, you're right about that.
So yeah, so they're playing two over one. This is all pretty straightforward. Um, so of course, besides the diamond finesse being a possibility to make a slam, if you don't get a heart lead, you could just pitch two hearts and the ace king of spades and score it just by knocking out the diamond.
That is very true.
Ah, thank you, Lorian. Yeah, I mean, we've seen all of these pairs play. It's just it's hard for me to remember exactly which pair is which for which methods. Like the ones that we play against more frequently, like the Americans, it's a lot easier to remember what they're doing because you're seeing it at the table. Not that I play so much bridge anymore, but I still play more bridge against American pairs than and foreigners. Anyway, we have North, I think, deciding whether to risk getting above the three level here. Obviously, he has a very good hand. His partner has kind of made minimum noises at every opportunity, but he does have or three key cards and good overall values.
Yeah, I think the big question is, as you say, will North move above the three level? And if he wants to do so, four clubs is a perfect way to do that.
Yeah.
When you have extras and you're looking for slams, you do want to find your fits as soon as possible. So that will allow you to start Q bidding, bid key card. If North kind of messes around with something like a three diamond bid, let's say, and then South bids 3-0. I mean, from his perspective, South could bid 3-0, then it might be a little bit harder for North to convince his partner that he has serious slam interest. But three diamonds was his choice, and South makes it very clear that he has no interest in no trump with four clubs, holding that 8-card club suit. But this becomes a little bit tricky. I assume that 4-0 might be key card for clubs, but no, North just bids 5 clubs. They did not get the club suit in the picture fast enough, and so they didn't have any way to investigate. I mean, 6 clubs is an excellent contract on the South cards. You know, you could look at it and say,
Right, yeah, right. With the lead coming up to South, six clubs
yes,
is basically 100% called.
right. I mean, it's not
Without a heart lead.
100%, but like it is pretty close.
Yeah,
Because
because on heart lead picks up the heart suit and you can pitch two diamonds on the ace king of spades now.
right, a spade lead, of course, gives declare 3 spade tricks, or you can just pitch the 2 hearts. A club lead does allow declare to pitch the 2 hearts, and so the only a diamond lead you can just go
A
up with
diamond
the
ruff is the only
ace.
possibility. Because a
Yeah,
diamond lead, we can go up with the ace
yeah.
and cash the ace king of spades pitching hearts.
Yeah, so a pretty big miss. Okay, Moss and Grew illustrating the precision style. So they do open 2 clubs on the south hand with the 8-card club suit. Grew is going to start
I
asking.
think playing precision two clubs is the only possible choice.
Oh my god, we have another slam on the next
Yeah, I see
board.
it.
A huge hand for Novak. Once again, 18 count. Novozatsky is going to open the bidding, a no trump in second seat. Novak with 18 knows that they're in at least slam territory, but is there any chance that their hand has a grand? Certainly, if partner has the diamond king, things would be looking up. Okay, there are too many things to look at on this board because Moss and Grew could bid to 6 clubs on their cards, and Novak and Novozatsky may end up in 6 diamonds or 6 no on theirs. Novak starts with 2 no, probably for them a transfer to diamonds, although we don't have an alert. Maybe it's Puppet Stamen, but it may be a transfer to diamonds. Yeah, so Moss and Grew, I'm not familiar with what's going on in their system. Normally, the way that people play this 2 clubs, 2 diamonds is South is going to show a 4-card major if they have one. But obviously, Moss, with such a distributional freak, might have an alternative way to show what's going on. And Grew and Moss do play a lot of relays. This is probably some sort of relay happening systemically for them. So
Yeah, I think like there are precision players that still play that way, but I think it has become somewhat common for two diamonds to be the start of a relay or complicated ask. For the top expert. Like I don't know what Greco and Hampson do, but I think it's probably also something fancier than just two diamonds says bid your wager.
yeah, and so it looks to me like North is continuing to relay with 3-0. That is not an offer to play, I don't believe, from Grew, but we'll see what happens when Moss takes a turn. Lots of alerts going on. And the way that relays often work is you're going to show shape first. One of the difficulties, though, with relay systems is that you cater to a lot of the common shapes, but sometimes you just don't have a bid to show unusual shapes. So it's very
Right.
possible that, oh my God, Moss passes 3-0. Wow. Big decision, and ends up missing out on this excellent club slam. So both tables miss it. It is going to be a little bit better for Rubenstein because they're playing no trump instead of clubs. But still, both pairs, I think, are going to be disappointed in this, the way that things have turned up.
Yeah, and I would disagree with you very slightly here. I think, obviously, like the fact that Moss passed 3 no's, yes, it wasn't a relay. It would be really dangerous to play 3 0 as a relay here. Well, I mean, depending on what the earlier bids meant, but you need to be able to play 3 no trump when partner opens two clubs precision.
Sure, yeah.
Four clubs is your relay continuation makes a lot more sense with 3 no, even if it theoretically would be a relay in this type of auction. We say okay, 3 no is 3 no, and you know, we'll take that out of our relay chain.
Yeah, we'll take a look at Gru's match point ability here. He's going to run all of the clubs, and he will have a squeeze if someone has the Diamond King and the Heart Ace. Looks like he cashed a bunch of clubs. Vugraph Operator couldn't follow the play, and he elected to take the Diamond Hook. So,
Yeah, and in the other room, they did get to 6 diamonds, so I think, via key card presumably, so they knew that they were off the king of diamonds, and so the finesse loses. 6 will be the limit.
yeah, and it looks like a pretty reasonable spot to have ended up. I mean, 6 no trump a little bit better, but ultimately it seems as if both slams are going to be pretty good. Declare making sure to kind of safety play this hand, ace of diamonds and a diamond to the jack, and 6 diamonds is going to come home pretty simply. At the other table, Gru and Moss are just getting started on the auction, but I don't think this is going to be a difficult one to bid. The real trick is to make sure that you just don't get too high, hoping that the king of diamonds is on side. I see that Alan Stoner points out Gavin and Raj only got up to 4 clubs on that 8-card club suit hand. So wait, aren't we supposed to be
Hey,
playing different boards in
yeah, I was
different
gonna say,
matches?
what are they doing playing that board?
Wait. Okay, well, in that case, I guess they do actually have the same boards at some of the matches, maybe all of them. Board 29. Dude, don't tell me. Do we have another slam? I guess not quite. But man, it is close. So we have back to back to back big hands for North South. Gonna start a heart pass a spade, I assume, for Novak, and then Grossack will come in 2 diamonds. I don't know if 2 diamonds is a good bid, but he will bid it.
Yeah, probably. I mean, are we in such a hurry to make this two-level overcall between two bidding opponents? I don't know. I guess the answer is yes.
Well, I don't know if this is a good bid. I just know Zach. Zach is going to
Sure,
come into the auction. So,
fair.
so yeah, I mean, the diamond suit's very weak. You do have 6 of them, which is nice. 3 small hearts is pretty bad. The ace queen doubleton of spades is actually kind of nice, because if you do end up declaring diamonds, left-hand opponent will lead a spade, and that's probably okay for us. So it's probably pretty borderline. And I mean, importantly on this hand, it is necessary to defeat 6 hearts to get a diamond lead at trick 1.
Right, because otherwise the spades can set up.
Yes, you can set up one discard for a diamond on the spades, and then you can squeeze east in the black suits.
Oh, right. Because he has a
Like
heart
it's, I
problem.
mean, I don't think they're getting to six hearts, but yeah, the diamond lead is necessary to beat six hearts. Which Helgamo just not paying any attention anymore. He's already clocked out. He was like, I gave it a good 28 boards in the afternoon. I'm hungry. When is lunch? It just leads a club. I don't know what the thought process is
Yeah,
from this with this club lead, but
it's the unbid suit.
great. Yes. That's it. It's the unbid suit.
I'm just saying.
So we'll have to see if Declare does pick off the spades from here. I think it is overwhelmingly likely that Grosek has the ace of spades for the two diamond overcall. And yeah, Novozatsky does pick off the spades. A diamond comes around to the ace, but now a small spade ruffed, and Declara makes 12 tricks. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. Good. Correction from YouTube, from Alan, that it was a different board and it just looked similar to the hand that we watched. So we're
Okay.
not
Thank
playing
you.
the same boards. Thank you for the clarification. Gru and Moss do reach six diamonds eventually after a transfer sequence. One no trump, three clubs is a transfer to diamonds for them. Three diamonds they accept. Not sure what three spades is. I guess three spades is a relay to three no so that South can show a bigger hand. With four hearts, must be key card and diamonds. Four hearts, key card and diamonds, and North showed one. And that was all South needed to hear. Signs off in six diamonds. Rorim says in the Hell Hans matchup, one pair doubled six diamonds. It made, and they still won 12 imps because their teammates were making seven. Wow. They should have redoubled.
Yeah, no one ever redoubles.
It's true.
I mean, like people redouble like lead directing bids and stuff like that. No one ever redoubles her business at high levels.
Other than my six clubs redoubled in Mexico.
Yeah, I mean, it happens. We've seen 80/80s before, but most of the time when someone doubles you for business at the game level or slam level, you sort of figure that, at that point, they know more about the deal than you do.
Zach loves to redouble. He does. Sometimes to his detriment, but that's why he is fun to watch. 3-0 on the last board, East-West, a much more tame hand. Lorian says, thought they played 2/1 while vulnerable. I think they've
Yeah,
switched to
we're talking
full-time
about
precision for Gru and Moss, if that's who you're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, we noticed that the very first day of the event, or let's say maybe even the platinum, but I think it was the first day of this event that on like board two, they did something that was precision vulnerable, and we're like, oh, that's weird. And then I think they've confirmed via seeing these hands that yeah, they did indeed abandon the two system method. Kind of surprising, like they've been doing it for so many years. It's not like they had any more, memorization issues on playing two systems because, they've probably been playing together a decade or more at this point. Maybe they just decided that precision is better.
It seems like it, based on
Yeah.
this observation.
Yeah.
So currently, Moss and Gru end up in 3 no trump on board 29, which means there's not going to be a very large swing on this hand if they had gotten to 6 hearts. Queen of Diamonds opening lead. Declare wins the ace, probably just knocks out the King of Diamonds, and I think it would be prudent for Zimmerman to cash this ace of spades, although it does not look like it's going to matter at the end of the day with the club suit. protected in Molten Sand. So that'll probably be one imp going the way of Zimmerman on that board. And the very last hand, I didn't really take a look at the 3-no trump, but I thought that it was relatively straightforward. Although it seems like at this point, 3-no is just going down 1. So
Yeah, I think it actually wasn't that straightforward. South had a good diamond suit to lead. Club finesse was off. Um, I guess maybe against. So they actually did pick off the king of diamonds. Possibly based on lead agreements, but there just aren't that many tricks.
gotcha.
You have, I don't know, the heart finesse works, but you know, two diamonds, two spades, and a club, probably. I'm not sure exactly what five tricks the defense took.
Well, we'll see in just a moment
Hmm.
because Zimmerman didn't cash the ace of spades, which seems like a little bit of a silly play, but there is no squeeze here. East, as long as East holds on to the clubs. Well, I guess East made a bit of an error sticking in the 9 of clubs. Oh my god! And Moss picks it off. Look at that. I don't know if Moss was intending to do this.
Oh,
Oh,
sorry, I didn't see what happened. What
Zimmerman
happened at the
switched
end?
to clubs. That's what happened. Oh, oh, it is infuriating. Oh, I can't stand it. Oh no. It's okay. It was just a one-up mistake. But yeah, Moss picks off the club suit. So final board, you were saying
Oh, I
that
see. Yeah. Wow.
3-no was a little bit trickier than originally thought. We'll find out.
Yeah, you just yeah. You have 24 highs, but coming to nine tricks is a little hard with only seven card fits.
Yeah. Excuse me. Um, Lorian asked the game theory question that people have never had an answer to and still do not. Like, is it better to match your best pair against the sponsor and try and run the score up? Or is it better to have the sponsors play against other sponsors? I I think for some sponsors, it is probably better to play them against the non-sponsored pair. So, like, I think, for example, for Fleischer, Zimmerman, Nickel, some of the much stronger sponsors, they it's probably optimal for them to not play against the other sponsor. Would be my
I
guess.
mean, to think of it a different way, if you're Marty Fleischer, Shirley is the best sponsor. Um, you want to be sitting in the same seat as the other team's sponsor, figuring, your experts and the other experts are going to be approximately equal, and therefore will have the same hands, similar decisions, and you'll just outplay the other guy.
Yeah, that's a good way of thinking about it. But I guess that another sort of theory that I was alluding to is that if it, like for a lot of these much stronger sponsors, they're going to do okay sitting against like a table of experts, whereas a much weaker sponsor might do very poorly. And and so you kind of want to be in a scenario like you're not guaranteed that you're going to take advantage of every single error that the opponent's sponsor makes. You're going to try and play your game and assume that the players at your table are experts and that they make all of the right decisions. So you can draw your inferences if you're like Zimmerman, Fleischer, whoever. But your expert teammates who have a lot of experience practicing and taking advantage of people who make substantial errors will capitalize on the mistakes of the sponsor and the other team. So I think you want to, if you're sitting for some with like both sponsors in and you're the stronger sponsor, as Craig says, it would be ideal for you to sit in the other sponsor's seat. But if even barring that, you would kind of want to be at the other table if possible.
Yeah, if like you're a sponsor and whatever, you've been playing for a few years, you decided you want to start playing in these things and you never played in, a mid to late round of Vanderbilt before, maybe at least the first time you can, you want to sit against the other team's sponsor while you're still sort of like getting used to screen mechanics, getting used to the pressure of these matches, and at least probably you won't have as many hard decisions as you would against, a Zach Grossack or a Brad Moss and Joe Groh.
Yeah, that's another thing. It is, of course, dependent on what sort of action the pairs are going to bring to the table. And you kind of just
But
want to
like,
be able to sit there and play your game. Like,
right. But like maybe it would be okay to sit against Levin and Weinstein, even though Levin and Weinstein are one of the world's great pairs. They're also a pair of grinders playing 2-over-1. It's going to be fairly familiar playing against them, even if they play better than your old opponents. But like Grew and Moss playing hyper aggressive precision, like that's really hard to play against. They make you make a lot of decisions. Where Levin and Weinstein play really well, but they don't make you make as many unfamiliar decisions as, Gruen Moss or Brink and Draver and some of these guys.
exactly. Exactly.
It doesn't even necessarily mean that Gruen Moss are harder to play against. They're just, like you're going to be on unfamiliar territory in different ways than 11 and Weinstein are hard to play against. Anyway, meanwhile, we've gotten to the same three no trump, same side, so we'll see if South makes the same high diamond lead. He does. It's a little
Yeah.
surprising.
And
That's not the 10.
so at the other table, I mean, Diamond probably up with the ace for a club finesse. Makes a lot of
Um,
sense.
it actually when the Jack of Diamonds held and Declare went up with the ace in the second round of diamonds.
Got it. Um, but take a club finesse into South, and South is just going to persist with diamonds because South can kind of count his side's defensive tricks. Uh,
Right.
Two diamonds, a
Yeah.
club, and two spades for down one, which is going to be easy enough. So,
Yeah,
not much
eventually.
that Moulton can do here.
Yeah, eventually Declare just doesn't have nine without playing spades, and if South has set up that extra diamond trick, then there's not much Declare can do about it.
Right.
Yes.
The graph operator lets us know that the players are talking about the alerts right now, just to get some info.
I think after they play this, I will probably not watch you play Spire. I'm going to take a break and run a couple of quick errands, and then join you back here. And thank God my workday will be done, so I will hopefully have no further distractions.
Sounds good. Okay, so Moulton elects to try the diamond hook, which means that Moss and Grew can beat the contract an extra trick now. So it looks like they'll pick up two. Rubenstein will go into the break behind by 14. George Brad asked, did they put the screen down for the discussions? They should.
Yeah, I think at
Normally,
this level,
yeah. Like, that's the customary thing to do. I mean, there are definitely times where I will not put the screen down if like it's not going to be distracting to the people on the other side, and just sort of like, point at something and ask and then have them scribble on a piece of paper. But yeah, you're supposed to do it to not convey information to what you're asking about and stuff like that.
Yeah, and I think if you're a declare, you still should put the screen down, but it's a less big deal if you don't. If you're a defender, you really want it down so your partner who's still in the hand doesn't get any information out of it. But if you're a declare, like you're at your own risk. If you ask a question and the guy on the other side of the screen hears it, like all it does is damage your side, so if you're willing to live with that damage, then you can be lazy, not put the screen down once your partner's dummy.
Right, 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 right.
You still should for a lot of reasons, but it's a little more forgivable. And again, like you might do it, you might be a little lazier, it's the fourth quarter of the first round match, you're up by 80, maybe now you get a little lazy, like in this position, a tight match between two of the top teams in the quarterfinal, yeah, they're probably gonna, make sure that they're careful about this stuff.
Yakov asks, can Declare make it if they play this hand double dummy? Take the ace of diamonds, play a spade, South is in, South continues a diamond to the king. Let's say North switches to clubs. It doesn't seem like it, right?
No, I mean eventually South just has too many entries and too many diamonds, I think.
Well, if North doesn't push a club throw, Declare can. There just isn't a strip squeeze because
I
South
think the
gets in
spade
too
is
many
okay
times
too.
to cash the
I mean,
diamonds. Yeah.
even if North plays a spade, Declare at best can have two spades, and three hearts is five, and two diamond is seven, and one club is eight. So he still needs to play clubs himself to get to a ninth trick.
No, 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 no. Like if the defense doesn't cash their diamonds, then there is a strip squeeze against South. You can just cash the hearts and then exit the fourth round of diamonds. But
Oh, I see.
but
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I think it's not even just the club coming through. It's more that like if North gets lazy and starts playing Declare suits for them, then Declare can set up the strip squeeze. But South has the availability to actually just cash the diamonds, removing the end play card. So I don't think even a club switch is necessary from North, even if Declare does play the hand double dummy immediately. But two umps do come through. Looks like in terms of our match scores, I'm going to check in on the scoreboard through the second segment. Helen Hans is not in yet, but Fleischer finally picks up a big victory over Shori in their second segment. 25 imps for them, although the match is still somewhat close, but a big scoring set. Zimmerman over Rubenstein. We just saw that. Looks like it's 17 is the official score mark. And then Overdeck also by 17 over Rosenthal, though Rosenthal did fight back. So,
Seven is back, so you know, helps them, but I think at some point they were hoping for a big set against, Rosenthal is just probably a better player and certainly a much more experienced player than John Overdeck, who's only been playing serious bridge for a couple years. So, I think that they were hoping to take advantage of the sponsors' inexperience on the Overdeck team, and so far that has not happened.
yeah, but all these
I think the
matches
Overdeck
are.
team is a good team, but I think Overdeck is the least experienced player left in the event.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of names that we do recognize, of course: Fleischer, Shori, Hans, Zimmerman, Rubenstein, Rosenthal. I mean, Hell has a bunch of players that everyone's going to be familiar with, even if they are not one of the top seeds yet.
Yeah, I guess Hell is also relatively new to the game. I'm looking at his WBF page, and he has actually, yeah, he's been playing. Looked like with some breaks, but he played his first European teams in 2003, and then didn't play again until 2011, and then since then has been more regular.
Gotcha. And yeah, of course, Overdeck. They've been around for a little while. Mostly the same team. I think Overdeck plays with a bunch of the Italians a lot of the time, and this could
Yeah,
be
I mean, I
their big
think
chance.
Mono might be new to that team because he was playing, I think, with DeFranco on some different team. But yeah, Overdeck has been playing with, various Italians for maybe 3-ish years, maybe 4 years, like definitely no longer than that. Um, I'm actually kind of curious what Overdeck's first NABC was.
Okay, well, we are on break, so I'm going to have some lunch. Let me get a timer set up.
Yeah,
We have an hour and a half. You're heading out, right, Craig?
I'm going to take a break. I'm just going to very quickly look up John Overdeck's live.acbl page if I can get it up here. The site's a little slow. Here we go. So Overdeck's first NABC was, well, his first tournament ever was 2020.
Gotcha.
And his first NABC was he played the Flight A pair the in yeah, he played the NAOP in 2022 and was at that spring NABC. So yeah, so this is his fourth anniversary as an NABC player, although it looks like he wasn't playing in you know, it wasn't like he was playing in every event prior to this. I mean, I think he's I'm not sure if he's still working, but I think, I think he may actually be somebody. He got divorced also, which probably freed up some of his time.
Gotcha.
Anyway, I will see you back here. Game time is what, please?
5.
Five, like five for us, right?
Yep.
4:30. Yep. All right. I will see you all back here in an hour and a half. Bye.
See ya. All right, chat. I am going to. Well, first off, so I opened up Spire 2. We're going to swap over games. Give me a couple seconds to figure this out. But I need to. Oh my God! There's sound. Hold on. I'm just going to turn down the. No, we can leave desktop audio on for a second, but I need to get some settings set up because currently it is full screen and I can't see anything on my end. Okay, work with me for a minute. But anyway, yeah, if you're here, just I will try and put a timer up on screen, but I'm going to try and quickly switch scene if I can figure out how to do so. And we'll check out Spire 2 because I know a bunch of people are going to be curious about this game. Okay, first off, I need not full screen. Okay, good start. Let me try and make it a little bit smaller. Oop, not like that. Not like that. How's the volume? I guess the music volume is okay. Okay, give me a sec. I have a million windows open. We're gonna make this happen. Let me get my timer set up and looks good. Let's get chat up on screen. I don't know where you all are gonna go. Let's stick you like here for a moment. And let me get a timer. That. Why does this always happen? That looks like it's about the right time, at least. And let's get this up. Maybe I'll move this like over here. I might need to shrink this a little bit. Okay. All right. Let's pull this guy back up. Oh, I have unlocked nothing, so I guess we have to play the Ironclad, everyone's favorite character. If you haven't played Spire 1, then this probably isn't going to be all that interesting, but we can... Do I want a brief tutorial and some messages to help me out? It looks like this is your first time playing Slay the Spire. That's not true. No thank you. I'll figure it out on my own. Let's load in. I do need to make myself some lunch, and we can take a look at what we want to do. Oh my god, there's so much graphics. Vantum. At the end of the act, you'll fight Vantum. Oh, will I? We have 3 potion slots. The Ascension 0 climb. Oh, look at this. We can draw on the map. Very cool. Oh, this one. There we go. Erase all our drawings. All right, great. Oh, I don't get a whale bonus. Okay, anyway. Oh, look at this cute little guy, Nibbit. I'm going to go get some food. I will be back in just a moment. I will also, for the meantime, on Twitch at the very least, I'm going to change my category. So be right back, like 10-ish minutes while I get some food, and then we can try out this new game. I'm back. Okay. So while I eat, let's try and speed run. Can I play? Great, I can play using the number keys. Oh, I want to turn on fast animations and stuff. Oh, okay. Yes. I do like this. Okay. I guess for whatever reason, I just assumed that this was like the new Jawworm enemy, and it looks like I'm correct. But what have we got? What is all this? Okay, floor 1, Vantum, enemy. Gotcha. We got a little bit of new information at the top of the screen. What do these cards do? Setup Strike. Deal 7 damage, gain 2 strength this turn. Interesting. I guess we'll take the attack. Where am I headed? Let's check out some events. Oh, what is this? So if anyone's not familiar with Slay the Spire, it is a rogue building deck-like, or deck building roguelike, that's the word. And you go through all these floors, sometimes about 57 of them, and try and improve your deck so that you can defeat some of the later game bosses at the end of the game. But I don't know what any of the cards are or any of the bosses look like, so I don't really have a good plan to build for any specific fights yet. Interesting. This looks like a pretty good card. Inflame is a power that I'm used to in the base game. Anger is a pretty good card. This card looks crazy strong. Currently I'm doing stuff with strength, so maybe anger is good. Let's check out an event. What have we got? Birdana's Nest. You spot an enormous shambling beast. Chase off an injured green bird. In the alcove, the bird fled from a single unguarded egg. Oh, in the alcove the bird fled from, a single unguarded egg lies abandoned. Your stomach gurgles. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. I could gain 7 max HP, which is obviously a good thing to do. Or we can hatch an egg, which is a quest. Quest is a new type of card, huh? All right, let's do it. Whoa. Sapphire Seed. You narrowly avoid stepping on a bright, sharp seed. Its unmistakable color gives away that it's a sapphire seed. Weren't these incredible seeds supposed to be extinct? Legends say that consuming one can greatly amplify your endurance, but what if you plant and nourish it instead? So, we could upgrade a card and heal 9 HP. These events are nuts. Or we can enchant a card with Sown. Fascinating. Hey, Eric. You're booting up the game? Good luck on your first runs. Interesting. The first time you play this card, each combat gain energy. Putting that on Bash seems okay. Or we could just take an upgrade immediately. Let's try this. I don't know what this thing does, so I'm tempted to... I could also put it on Setup Strike, which is interesting. The extra energy could help us gain more strength or deal more damage. Let's try this out. I like getting vulnerable down. How am I liking the game? I basically just started. But so far I've seen a couple of things that look massively overpowered, so I think there's been a little bit of power creep going on from the original Slay the Spire one. Ah. Okay, so we can take these quest cards, but they remain in our deck. So it's important for us to get to a rest site and hatch this egg. I understand. What the fuck just happened? I have been shrunk? Okay. And I'm just shrunk for the whole battle? Do I have to do math? Apparently I did not have to do math. Okay, we get a fire potion, 20 damage. We get another card of some kind. Iron Wave. Deal 17, exhaust the top card of your draw pile. Oh, interesting. Deal 10 if the enemy is vulnerable, hits twice. We have a bit of vulnerable. I just don't know if having a big bonk is actually good. Also, no idea what this does. Let's try Dismantle. It's a new card. We'll check this out. One more fight, then we get to heal our thing. Oh no, we ran into the Darklings in Act 1. Enemy intends to attack for 3 damage. So the next time Inklet loses HP, it only loses 1 HP instead. Uh-huh. Okay, but we can do like a combo with our vulnerable thing and dismantle, right? I guess I can only kill one of them. Oh, this is not AoE. Why did I think this was AoE? Oops. Anyway, 10 damage? Bro, that's rude. Ow. I'm finally below half health because I drew my deck upside down. All of my defense at the bottom. Okay, shrug it off. Armaments. Deal 12 to all enemies. Costs 1 less for each attack played this turn. That does not feel like a very good card. We're going to finish our quest. I'm going to grab a shrug. Hatch. What have we got? Bird Swoop. Okay, so our card turned into Bird Swoop, which is a 0 energy attack, deal 14 or 18. That's not super good. Upon pickup, gain the card Bird Swoop. A bird pip will accompany you in battles. Okay, what is a bird pip? I guess we'll find out. Let's go. We'll try some more events, I think. Sounds good. Head this way. Oh my god, this thing is terrifying. The Mauler. Where's our... Oh, we have a bird. Look at this. Here's our bird. Bird friend. Easy game. Back up to full health. And we've got Thunderclap, another setup strike, or Rage if we want one of these. I don't have any AoE yet. We have a little bit of stuff that combos with Vulnerable, I suppose. I'll try a Thunderclap. Looks like we're running into a couple of multi-enemy fights. Like this one. The Tracker Raider, the Brute Raider, and the Assassin Raider. We're being raided. What did this guy do? This little bird friend, or is it just visual? I guess it might just be visual. Let's see. 7, 15, 23. I am frail. Gain less block. Intends to attack for 1 times 8 damage? Dude. You doing okay over there? 1 times 8? What's this guy doing? Using a buff. You're just dead next turn, though. Uppercut, but Battle Trance, but Vulnerable. I have one thing that combos with Vulnerable. It is my first source of weak, though. Battle Trance is good, though. Grab that. We get a relic, maybe. We get a chest of some kind. What's inside? At the start of each combat, gain 4 plating. Plating, at the end of your turn, gain block. Plating is reduced by 1 at the start of your turn. Interesting. So it's almost like plated armor, but it doesn't stick around. Let's fight an elite. Excuse me? Mom? The little bird. It's its mom. I'm gonna need to read the tooltip on this bird. Oh, hello. think I'm good with the fire potion, probably. 4 by 3. Oh my god. No, I need to do math. All right. 8. How does 7 round? I thought I saw it round up earlier. So this goes to 11. So 8, 19, 40. Oh, but 40, 43, I guess. $43 and 12 is 55. Maybe I should have used the strength pot. All right. Why do I feel like I calculated the damage wrong? Black potion. Vajra, 1 strength, that's good. Bludgeon. Evil Eye, gain 8 block, gain another 8 block if you've exhausted a card this turn. I currently don't do that. And Pyre, a power, where for 2 energy, I can gain 1 energy per turn. Very slow. I don't think this is a very good card, but I'm tempted to just take it to see how I feel about playing with it, because I already know how Bludgeon works in the game. I don't think Evil Eye works with what I've got going on. I do not believe this is a very good card, but we are also on Ascension 0, so let's just click on things. Another event. The legends were true. Entering into a pitch-dark chamber, sudden light pierces the darkness from above, just as the door slams behind you. Illuminated before you appears to be a podium with a map on it. You feel compelled to take it. Suspicious. Well, I'm compelled to take it, so I guess I have to. Or I could lose 8 HP and gain a random potion. It's another quest. That sounds really dangerous. I'm just adding a bunch of curses to my deck, like Pyre. But I do have some card draw with Battle Trance. Marks a site of 600 extra gold in the next act. Wow. But that might mean I have to path towards it. 600's a lot of gold, though. We may as well do it. Let's take on another elite. What the hell is this thing? The Frog Parasite? Upon dying, summon something, and it intends to give me 3 status cards. Okay. Still probably okay to save my potions. Infection. Unplayable. At the end of your turn, if this is in your hand, take 3 damage. Okay. It's not the worst. 4 times 4. Yikes. Ow. More status cards. No thank you. I think we just take you out here. And what happens next? Oh my god. Well, that is terrifying. Uh-huh, uh-huh. Yeah. Okay, we're safe for now. We're all good. Just trying to decide if I should use a potion. I don't think I need to, but I'm willing to free up a potion slot, save some health. Ornamental fan. Okay, that's probably pretty good for us. We have Flame Barrier, Rampage, and... Oh, Rampage starts at 9 damage. It has been buffed. Deal 6 damage. Draw cards until you draw a non-attack card. Meh. Skip. His turn. Okay. Bygone Effigy. I don't know. Let's see if it's the Lagavulin enemy. It is now buffing. I do get my Pyre in play. Shall we begin? 25 damage. Wow. Plus 10 strength, huh? Ow. Another 25 damage. What have I got? 22. That looks like lethal to me. You got the blood vial. So plating is not very good. Plating is kind of mad. Burning pack sounds great with my extra energy. Let's do that. And we get to upgrade. What do we want? George Brad, you don't really know what's going on other than click card kill thingy. That is kind of how the game works, yes. If you haven't played Slay the Spire 1, then obviously this is going to be a bit of a strange experience, I think. Let's try and make this card good. Because I think this card is just terrible. So if we try and make it good and it is not good, then we'll know. We never pick it again. So we'll upgrade it. What is this? This is Phantom. Aggressive. This enemy intends to attack. The next 9 times it loses HP, it only loses 1? Okay. Sure. Yeah, no, that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. The next 9 times, geez. And In that case, no reason for me to bash it. I guess we just hit it a couple times. Want to get our pyre in play. Want to boop it. And I guess I'll block. $27 deals 27 damage on turn 3. Gives me 3 status cards. Look at this, 5 energy. Boom, 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 double boom. Okay, we've taken off its whatever this is called, slippery. Probably don't need to use the block potion. I think in Slay the Spire 1 on low ascensions, it would heal me up to full at the end of every act, so I'm okay taking 15, I think. Or 13. Wound, unplayable. It is now intending to use a buff. Okay. It's a little bit scary. +2 attack, no real problem. Let's go ahead and deal a shit ton of damage. How does that sound? 8 by 2. Let's see. We do not have a lot more damage down in our deck. Let's get rid of a defend. Oh my god, the tail. Okay, I kind of understand what's going on with this dude. But we killed him. Epic discovered, whatever that means. Okay, we got a demon form, which might actually be okay. Primal Force, transform all attacks in my hand into giant rock. Okay. Or Thrash. Deal 4 damage twice, exhaust a random attack in your hand, and add its damage to this card. Oh, that's kind of cute. Deal 6 twice, exhaust a random attack in my hand. This seems like a pretty decent card. But how can we not just click on Primal Force, right? No, I'll take Thrash. Oh, I don't get a relic? Well, that's rude. Oh, I found the spot on our treasure map that we have to go to. At least we think so. And is there a shop beyond that? There's one here. Anyway, we go here. What is this? Tezcatra, it which feeds. It which feeds the fire. Oh, a visitor. Do come in, dear. What can Tezcatra do for you? Nutritious soup. Enchant all strikes in my deck with Tezcatra's Ember. Costs 0 and gains Eternal. Eternal cannot be removed or transformed. That doesn't seem very good. The big hug. Remove 4 cards from your deck. Like at random, or do I get to choose? Whenever you shuffle, add a suit into your draw. That doesn't sound very good. Maybe it's not terrible with the Burning Pact. Obtain 4 wax relics. Every 3 combats, your leftmost wax relic will melt away. Every 3 combats. So 12 combats. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we'll have those for a long time. I don't know what the relics are. Should probably try it out, though. And I guess I have to pick one. Let's try this. Oh, and the order in which I click these matters. So what was this? The leftmost? Leftmost. So which one of these is useless? I guess the max HP ones, I'm probably going to take some damage. This is never going to proc, not with my ornamental fan. So maybe I go like this, 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 this. Okay, proceed. Let's head to a shop. See if we can purchase something useful. What is this guy? If Bullbug Rock's attacks are fully blocked, it becomes stunned. Uh-huh. Well, this is kind of awkward. Breakthrough. Lose 1 HP, deal 13 to all enemies. Yeah, this seems just like a really powerful card. Deal 6. If you lost HP this turn, draw 1 card. Meh. Add a copy of the 3rd attack you play each turn into your hand. Is this like actively bad? I mean, if it said with Ethereal, I could get behind it. I'm gonna try Breakthrough. It's already upgraded too. We have a shop. Wait, was there anything else in the shop that I could click? Looks like no. All right, shop time. What have we got? Bread. At the start of your first turn, lose 2 energy. At the start of all other turns, gain energy. Wow. Vambrace. The first time you gain block from a card each combat, double the amount gained. Or Juzu Bracelet. We have Rupture. Flame Barrier. Howl from Beyond. Deal 16 to all. At the start of your turn, plays from the exhaust pile. Wait. So if I exhaust this, does this just, is it like a power? Does it just continuously play from the exhaust pile? Or does it go back into my deck? I almost want to take it just to find out. Purity, Secret Technique. What is this potion? Why do I have a worm potion? Add a random attack skill and power into your hand. They're free to play this turn. Vulnerable Pot, Attack Pot. That does seem like a pretty powerful potion. Card remove. Probably Strike. Strikes are pretty bad. Defends are pretty bad in this deck too. I'll get rid of Strike. Let's try this. I want to find out what happens. I think I can afford to take a bunch of terrible cards on Ascension 0. Let's keep going. What is this? Reduce all damage taken and HP lost by exoskeleton to 9. Hold on. Okay, this is called an exoskeleton enemy. Reduce all damage taken and HP lost to 9. I see. Mm-hmm. Wait, what? Oh, shit. I did it. I'm dumb. I don't think I need to use a potion in this fight. We'll be fine. Headbutt, body slam, setup strike. Headbutt's good. What do I need it for? Battle trance, breakthrough, burning pact. Every 3 combats, my relic will melt away. All right, what are you? An aggressive tunneler. And the Bullbug Silk. Block is not removed at the start of Tunneler's turn. Stunned if all block is removed. Ow. 23 damage. That feels like an awful lot. Stunned. Very good. We figured out how the game works. That's important. Alright. Oh, I forgot to play Anger. Speed Potion, 5 decks. Sword Boomerang, Shrug, another Shrug. Probably okay without it. But we do have like 5 energy a turn after this guy's in play. I still haven't been able to line up the Burning Pact Howl. I'll take another Shrug. Speed Potion, think I'm good. Let's head to an Act 2 Elite. Let's upgrade. What are we upgrading? Whirlwind. Act 2 always has multiple enemies. Maybe they did it again. What is this? This enemy intends to summon monsters. The Avicopter. Okay. This enemy intends to summon monsters. Mm-hmm. No summoning. Not on my turf. I am going to get debuffed. Okay. And now you're summoning monsters again. Exhaust a random attack in your hand and add its damage to this card. I don't think I understand how this works. So this would be 14. Oh, this is a scaling card. Oh, I thought it was doing this immediately. I thought I was just being able to exhaust attacks and gain extra damage from them for like 0 energy. No, this is a scaling card. Okay, I get it. That is not really the card that I wanted. Another dismantle, stomp, 12 damage to all enemies, costs 1 less, or flame barrier. I could take a flame barrier. I just took a second shrug. I'm good. Elite time. Oh, Eric, you had the same idea, but yeah, okay. So, what the hell is this? Whenever this enemy is hit by an attack, add 1 dazed into your draw pile. How the fuck am I supposed to kill this thing? Is it time? Is this gonna add 2 dazed? Yup. Oh, I think I intended to pop the strength potion and then I didn't. That's okay. I mean, surely it doesn't attack for 21 every turn, right? That is correct. It's only attacking for 18. Yeah, I think I've committed to not using the strength potion. I wonder if there are ways to remove these buffs from enemies, because this is pretty powerful. Okay, it's buffing. That's not so bad. I could headbutt something useful, like Thrash. This card just doesn't do enough, does it? Hey, at least we get to try out the thing. I can do this, and then I can do this. So this thing gets exhausted, deals 16 to all enemies at the start of my turn, plays from my exhaust pile. So this hits for... Oh, I didn't get to see where it went. Did it go back in my deck? I now have 5 potion slots. Fiend Fire. That's a card. Hey, we have a treasure map. Spoils map is complete. We also get a lantern. Lantern's pretty good for our current deck. I have so much money. Do we want to go to the shop, or do we want to end the run very rich and very dead? We'll see. The thing I'm currently lacking is more card draw. Let's do this. New Elite. Attack for 22. Vital Spark. The first time infested prism takes attack damage each turn, the attacker gains energy. Whoa. That's a buff for me. Okay. It's not just dead, right? I don't think so. Do I want the +2 energy? Probably worthwhile. It looks like this fight might go on a couple turns. $16 and is going to block. If enemy is vulnerable, which it is currently not. We have this stupid Thrash card, which doesn't do anything. I guess let me do this. Oh, headbutt. I was planning to headbutt it to see if it would do something for me, but of course it does not. That's fine. Nine by 3. I think we go shop. That seems like a good plan. It's buffing. Oh, it doesn't know. It doesn't know what's coming. Big mistake to buff, buddy. Stable Serum. Retain my hand for 2 turns. That's a potion. Oh my god. Bag of Prep? Wow. 1-2 punch. This turn, your next attack is played in extra time. Uh-huh. Whenever you apply vulnerable, draw 1 card. Probably not. Twin Strike. Oh, it's the same art. It looked like they updated the art on basically every card, but Twin Strike has the same one. This isn't bad. I'm gonna try it. I don't know if it's any good, but we'll give it a shot. Do I need to rest? What does this upgrade into? The next 2 attacks. Okay, I could get behind that. What is this upgrade? Oh, it gives +4 damage. That's probably not very good. Let's do this. And I think we're going to the shop with 1,100 gold. Enemy intends to summon monsters. Not if I can help it. So just dead? Is this a minion? Minions abandon combat without their leader. When this dives, it revives next turn at full HP. Interesting. Okay, good to know. Goodbye. Bloodletting? Don't need hemo. Oh, they nerfed hemo. They nerfed it by 1 damage. Huh. What about Twin Strike? Is it 5 to 7? It is. Okay, looks good. Head to the shop. What have we got? We have an anchor, a whetstone. At the end of combat, upgrade all card rewards if you took no damage. Interesting. It's a feel no pain, probably okay. Fight me. Deal 5 damage twice, gain 2 strength, enemy gains 1 strength. Huh. Sure. Oh, we have some colorless cards. So there's Iron Wave, Hidden Gem. Oh, I'm done eating, by the way. Hold on. Let me clean up, and then I'll be right back. And then I can turn my cam on. We're back. Oh my god, I'm so big. Okay. A random card in your draw pile gains replay 2. It's a skill. Replay. Plays this card an additional time. So I guess it would play itself twice. Replay 3. Interesting. A random card in your draw pile. I mean, it's probably not very good. Vulnerable potion, strength potion, fruit juice. I mean, I think with all of my money, it's going to be hard for me not to buy like everything in the shop. Let's... Lava lamp's probably not going to go off very much. Not with my... what's it called? Breakthrough. Finesse is interesting. Oh my god, Finesse minus is gain 4 block now? Upgraded, it's gain 7? This card was already busted! Why did they buff it? That's crazy. That is a crazy decision. Do I want to get rid of strikes or defends? Maybe I get rid of defend and purchase finesse. I'll take this. Do I want another strength potion? Maybe. I could upgrade 2 random attacks. There are some decent attack upgrades. Maybe I buy Whetstone. Let's get rid of a strike and buy Whetstone. Okay, not bad. I'll take this. I'll purchase Finesse. Feel no pain? Sure, why not? Still have a bunch of money for next shop. Whenever that is. Let's upgrade. Burning Pact. We still need more card draw. Who have we got? Our boss is the deadliest foe in the area. The Insatiable. This enemy intends to buff and give me 6 status cards. Okay, that feels like a lot. I don't know why it wants to give me 6 status cards. It could have given me like 3 or 4 and that would have been fine. Not a great turn 1. Really not a great turn 1. Do I want to pop a potion? Sure. I'm not that scared of this fight, but let's make sure we don't die to the Act 2 boss. What the hell is this? Frantic Escape. So I guess 3 went into my discard. Get farther away. Increase Sandpit by 1. Increase the cost of this card by 1. Huh? Sandpit. In 4 turns, you will be eaten and die. Wait. Do I want to put Thrash back on top? I don't have a ton of attacks down here. I want to get Pyre in play. 28 damage? Excuse me. Don't be rude. Ow. There's Pyre. This enemy intends to use a buff. Okay. Let's get you in play. Let's... I guess I'm going to deal 46. All right, now what? 1-2 punch. Sure. It's like double tap, I guess, is basically what it is. I guess we can afford to increase the Sandpit. 20 more damage coming in. All right, but now I think we should be able to kill it. Thrash for 90. Epic discovered. We got a vulnerable potion. We have an offering, which is probably pretty good. Juggernaut. I'm just gonna take the offering. Move on. We got about 15 minutes until we gotta get back over to Real Bridge. Non-UPP. Pepe, the Serendipity Incarnate. I haven't had a visitor in a millennia. You're looking quite drab here. Let's find something delightful for you to wear. So we could glitter. Enchant all card rewards with glam. Glam. This card has replay once per combat. Enchant all card rewards, so new cards. Blessed Antler. Gain energy at the start of turn. At the start of each combat, shuffle 3 dazed into your draw pile. That sounds bad for our deck. Jewelry box, add 1 apotheosis. Oh. We could just get the apotheosis card? This is kind of cute. Let's grab apotheosis. That is a good card. Let's start at a shop. Have all acts had the chess? No. There's multiple different paths. I know in the second act we have... Oh, we're fighting a spider. Or it looks kind of like a spider. The queen. At the end of the act, I'll fight the queen. Gotcha. What do these guys do? Whenever Scroll of Biting deals damage, unblocked attack damage to you, lose 2 max HP. Unblocked attack damage, okay. Lose 2 max HP. Oh shit. We better not let that happen too many times. I just realized. Well, that's one way to prevent losing max HP. I suppose we will... just get out of the fight. I don't have any, like, scaling anything, right? I don't have, like, a feed. Okay. Very good. We're out of here. Unrelenting. Deal 18 damage. The next attack you play costs 0. Another breakthrough. Let's get out of here. New event. Create a custom card to add to your deck. Tinker time. Navigating through an endless sea of corpses, you find a mad scientist scavenging for various scraps. Yes, hi, hello, you look like a capable fighter. I need a tester for my next atrocity device. Okay. Do I want a skill or a power? Probably a skill, right? But let's take a power. Okay, curious. So the power is powers cost 1 less or gain 2 strength and 2 dex. 2 strength and 2 dex sounds pretty good. Let's go to the shop. We could remove a card. We have the membership card. Worth buying. What's this? Up to 10 block persists across turns. Oh, that sounds decent. Upgrade 2 random skills. That's War Paint. There is Barricade. Pillage. Deal 6 damage. Draw cards until you draw a non-attack. Okay, we've seen that one before. There's another Finesse for 41 gold. What's this? Duplicator. Next card played an extra time. That sounds interesting. Card remove. Probably pretty good. Get rid of a defend or a strike. I guess let's get rid of another strike. 10 block persists across turns. That feels pretty decent. I'll take it. It's not quite calipers, but it's pretty good. This enemy intends to use a buff. I bet they do. Upgrade all. Caw. Oh, it gains 9 ritual? That's an enormous amount of ritual. Oh boy. That is so much. Gain 2 strength and 2 dex. I just need to find Fiendfire. Let's play Offering. I did not find Fiendfire. It's probably okay, though. Looks like it might just be dead. Found Fiendfire. Dex Pot. Drink the fruit juice. There's an uppercut again. This one I might take. I think this one we take. Oh, we got a mini spider, the Fabricator. This enemy intends to summon monsters. All right. Hello. High voltage. At the start of Zapbot's turn, it gains 2 strength. And what is this? Inflicting me with status cards. Got it. $14 times 7 is 91. 101 damage. I'm a little bit short. If I do this in Fiendfire? No, that's still a little bit short. Well, if I do... Yeah, this is probably lethal. Let's not bother counting. Fortifier. Triple your block. That is a potion, by the way. Whenever you apply Vulnerable, draw a card. Bloodletting. What does this upgrade to? Draw 2 cards? We have Ironclad Rushdown now? Hello? That has to be broken. This just has to be broken. Fortifier. Triple my block. Which one of these things do I want? Dex Pot. Apply 3 vulnerable. Strength Pot. Energy Potion. Triple my block. Okay. Where am I headed? Take on a couple of elites. We got about 5 minutes or so to go until the next set starts. When killed, a new Axebot is summoned in its place. There's 2 more stock. Oh, interesting. I see. No! Not the card I wanted to draw. This is a cute enemy. Let's see. Oh my god, that's a weird way that that interaction happens. Because I killed it and then it resummoned and then I applied vulnerable. All right, we're going to finally find out if this card goes into my discard pile. It does. Okay, that card's not nearly as broken as I originally thought. Understandable, though. Let's see. I still have these relics. They have melted, though. Fascinating. Colorless Pot. Could take the Vicious card again. Deal 7 damage. Whenever you gain block, deal 5 damage to the enemy. Whoa. This feels like there's some sort of massive damage output with like a Feel No Pain Juggernaut thing. I think we're good on these. Don't need any of them. Colorless Pot over anything. Probably okay. Last chest. And we get... Oh, good. The Strike Dummy. We'll do one more Elite. And then I think I have to head back over to our commentary that we have scheduled. Negates 3 debuffs. It is the Mecha Knight... I don't, like, have a bottled Apotheosis, do I? I don't think so. It feels like it keeps showing up at the top of my draw pile. Oh, it just is innate? Apotheosis just is innate now? That is bullshit. What? This card was already busted, but now all of a sudden it's just always in our opening hand? Unbelievable. Do I care about making it vulnerable? I don't think I'm going to be able to get there in time. So I guess let's just thrash. Give me 4 status cards. Oh. Give me 4 status cards in my hand. I see you. Speaking of not being able to make it vulnerable, we just did it. $40 damage. Owie. Owie, owie, owie. Let's just get Pyre in play. Get our powers in play. Ow. 4 more status cards, huh? So this is like the Nemesis guy. Oh, but he didn't even know. How did he not know that the statuses were going to be his own undoing? Every time you play 10 skills, gain 7 block. Oh no, it's one of the counting relics. Second Wind. Is this what I need? Second Wind's probably okay. This will get rid of some of these statuses that we're having trouble with. All right, I think we have to go back over to our regularly scheduled broadcast. Apologies if you were enjoying the Spire 2 run. But we have 1 minute to go until the next round starts, so give me one moment. We're gonna have to switch our category over. I will jump on Discord, get my co-caster in here. We can do some more Spire 2 tomorrow, if people are enjoying it. I definitely wanted to do a little bit of it today, because I figured that since it is release day, this would be a fun thing to do. But Let's head back over. Change my category. And Craig should be back with us in just a moment, I assume. Let me save and quit the run. Oh yeah, there's multiplayer. Multiplayer would be interesting. Maybe we can do some like some stream rewards if people want to do some multiplayer. Inspire 2 at least for a little while. All right, let me hop back on Discord. Which match are we going to check out? We have, in terms of the scoreboard, Fleischer Shori, pretty big gap. Hellhans, pretty big gap. Zimmerman, Rubenstein, and Overdeck Rosenthal, I think, are the two closer matchups right now. Both are 17. Let's head over to Overdeck Rosenthal because we haven't seen that matchup yet at all. And we'll tune into this table as we get things underway. Let me bring up the other table as well. Oh, there goes my timer. Perfect timing. And let's jump back on Discord, where I'm sure Craig will be joining us momentarily. So here we go. Bake Brogland up against Mano Palma. Antonio Palma is the player sitting east here. A diamond by Bake. 2 no trump from Brogland. Game force, balanced game force. I don't know why he went through 2 no instead of 2 clubs. But it looks like 3 clubs might show extra diamond length and 3 no from south to play with just the minimum game force. West on lead, 6 card spade suit. Definitely going to try that one out. There's 5 diamond tricks. 2 spades, 2 hearts is already 9. Looks like Declare is going to have an easy time making this contract. Hey, Craig. Welcome back.
Hello again. So it looks like should be just starting fourth quarter. Who are you keeping your eye on for the set?
Third quarter, and we're tuning into Rosenthal Overdeck because that is one of the 2 close matchups currently.
All right, so got these up here. Are you focusing on one table versus the other, or just going to try to jump back and forth?
No, I have both tables, but my left side table is Bake and Brogland, Mano and Palma. So both declares after the spade lead, try a diamond to the jack. I assume that is going to be the percentage in the diamond suit. You can pick off a queen fourth of diamonds with east this way. And with the diamond splitting, of course, 3 no trump just is going to have 9 tricks. Some chance that Declare will get a bit of an indication and try this heart finesse, but it is obviously not without risk. I think the defenders are going to, at both tables, be very careful about discarding their hearts. Like Wilenkin can pitch some clubs to start things off. But then he might pitch like a heart and a spade, for example, from his hand. And that will not give enough information away to Declare to confidently try the heart hook for the over trick. And in fact, Gandoglia just claims 9 tricks, it seems. Don't know if Boograph Operator lost the play or if this was just a claim because Declare had enough tricks, but we'll see what happens in the other room. I mean, overtricks can be important in some of these matches, especially as we get later in the event, because the teams are going to be more evenly balanced, and therefore the matches will be most likely closer in terms of the final score. But
Yeah, no, it's a defensive under tricks even more so because those are 2 or 3 imps a piece instead of possibly, 1-ish imp a piece for declare over tricks.
yeah, that's definitely one of the big ways to win tight matches is to just take an extra defensive trick or two. Like when Declara plays all out for making their vulnerable game and Trump split badly, you would really like to beat at 4 if you can. So we're on to board 2. On the right side of the screen, we got Boki with a huge hand there, 20 high card points. Has to wait his turn. He's in 4th seat, but I think it's going to be 3 passes around to him. And then is Gandoglia going to even go through Stamen on the south hand or just bid 3-no?
So Lincoln does pass, but this is actually maybe a good spot for a 3rd seat. Psych, if your partner is going to open any 11 count vulnerable, the opponents have game values.
Yeah, it's a good point. The psychs do tend to be a little bit more randomizers, and
Yeah. But this is a spot where where your side's at really well and the opponents don't.
Yeah, so Gandoglia does decide to go through Stamen, or some sort of Stamen-esque type thing, it looks like is what's happening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is kind of a popular method where you can't necessarily side everything, but you can get your 5 card majors as well as your puppet hands by responder in. I mean, of course, the problem is here, presumably if North did have 4 spades, he would be putting down the dummy. I assume 3 spades showed a 4 card spade suit and was not a relay to 3-no trump, but I'm not sure. PJ, if I psyched, I would open 1 heart probably, because that's the one that's most likely to pick off the opponent's suit. I'm not saying you should. I'm just saying if you're ever going to do it, this is an attractive spot too.
Yeah.
Like I would not psych 1 spade because we don't want to psych the opponents out of spades, but I would psych 1 heart because it looks like if they end up in hearts, hearts are good for them, so maybe we can job them out of it.
I think it's also kind of okay to open a club if you're trying to psych on the West cards. Like, you could pick off their club suit, and the auction a club pass a major pass like has actual meaning. Right. And so like the opponents don't know that you've opened a 5 count when that happens, and you also avoid getting too high. But yeah, I mean, I like 1 heart
like
too.
If it goes a club pass a spade all pass, it might be playable.
Exactly. Yeah. But okay, so after the Stamen auction, North-South find their way to 3-no on board 2.
Yeah, so after Diamond lead, is that right now? What's the lead trick one? I missed that. Did East lead? Oh, East led a club, of course.
Yeah.
Player playing Diamond up and presumably is gonna finesse on the next round of the suit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that gets him up to 8 with that opening lead. He can build a spade trick just on power.
Right, but you gotta be careful about who you let in. Using this 1 entry to lead a diamond to the king might come back to bite Declare, because you kind of need a bunch of these entries to lead spades towards the king 8, like run the 10 of spades, for example. On this lie of the cards, it looks like the spade suit is friendly enough that Declare is going to be able to overcome this problem. But if he needed 3 entries to both take a diamond finesse and take 2 spade finesses, he's already squandered the use of those 3 entries. So it does seem like a very strange decision to use one of your entries to dummy to just cash a high card from your hand, as opposed to utilizing one of these rare entries to the 6 count to take one of the finesses that he needs.
And if he had led a spade to the 8 at trick 2, I'm sure West was not going to split.
Right, yeah. West probably wouldn't have split, and he would have easily gotten his ninth trick immediately. But I mean, I kind of get it. Like, he's a little bit nervous. He leads a spade. West flies ace and pushes club back through, and now the entire club suit gets set up. But he's going to need to do that at some point anyway. As you pointed out, just 3 diamond tricks, 2 club tricks, 3 hearts is not enough to get up to 9 tricks. And if the queen third of diamonds is on side, he can always take that finesse later. So I think a little bit
Right.
of a lazy oversight from Boki here to play a diamond to the king. And maybe now he's realizing, because he's been paused for such a long time. Like, you don't you don't like cash an ace and then spend 10 minutes thinking on a deal.
Right.
You would want to do your thinking before you cash the ace.
Yeah, and I think if he's counting on 4 diamonds for his 9 tricks, then why are we? Well, I guess play a diamond to the king because somehow a queen drops offside or something interesting happens on this trick. Maybe we do change tack. But if he's planning on 3 through diamonds with the king on side, with the queen on side, there's no reason to make this safety play in the suit.
Exactly. Brogland at the other table elects not to go through Stamen to get to 3 now.
Also reasonable.
I think I like that a little bit better, but yeah, as you say, both choices are very sensible
Well,
on this hand.
but it depends on methods, right? Because it looks like the Italians had a 5 card major ask, and if you find a 9 card spade fit, you really want to play in it. So maybe Brooklyn didn't have that available. So if you only have a 4 card major ask, then 3 knows pretty appealing. If you can find out about a 9 card spade fit, I think you definitely want to do that.
I'm not really that convinced that a 9 card spade fit helps our side a little bit, or helps our side
Yeah,
out
but
that
if partner
much.
has, yeah, if partner has a minus 2 Doubleton, don't we want trumps as stoppers? Aren't we going to be pretty confident in making 4 spades and possibly have a problem in 3 now? I don't know.
I feel like it's probably like if partner has a minor suit doubleton and it's unstopped, it might still be better to play in for 3 no, because they might not lead it, and therefore we might just have 5 spade tricks, a couple of hearts, and a couple of clubs or something like that to make 9. Whereas in a spade contract, we start with 2 losers in that suit and might just lose a heart and a club from there. It's I think there are arguments both ways here.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I think the layout I'm concerned about is when the side Doubleton is singly stopped, but we have to knock something out somewhere else, and then we're just down in 3 now.
Speaking of
But
down in 3 no, what happened at Boki's table? The VuGraph operator says he made it, but what was this line of play? I
cash 2 diamonds, cash the king of hearts, and claimed. Okay, I don't think that's what happened at all.
I don't think that's what happened either, but we'll credit
I don't
him
know.
with the make.
We're seeing time and again that we're losing the last several tricks into Clara play. So maybe the next time there's a thread about ViewGraph, I'll inquire about that and hope that one of the real rich people responds about it.
Dude, look what Bake did. He led a spade to the king at trick 2 and Palma ducked. Oh my god, what a player. I mean, I do like this decision more than what Boki did, assuming the play record is accurate at their table.
Of course, he was ducking because, from Palma's point of view, it really looked like the Clara had King Queen of Spades, and he didn't want to win and have Clara run the town on the next round when he could burn one of his few entries to lead to the Queen on the next round and lose 2 spade tricks as well as an entry. So I think Palma's duck was pretty reasonable given what he knew about the deal.
Yeah, and for that reason, Bake's play has a lot going for it, because if East is always ducking ace empty or ace jack even in spades in this spot, then he basically just scores the king of spades for free by playing a
Yeah.
spade to the king at trick 2, which is super cool. So very well done, and then he was able to safety play the diamonds, cashing the ace king before crossing in hearts to lead up again. We're on to board 3 in
Yeah,
both
so I think
rooms.
Baki obviously played it much better than Boki, but Assuming the score is right, Bookie played it well enough.
Yeah, he really did. Um, 15 count for West at both tables. Wilenkin deciding what to open in second seat. Mono opens a diamond. I don't think Chris is the type of player who likes to open a no trump with these hands. Obviously, he's looking at this
Not with
because
the small singleton now.
yeah, he does have a rebid problem, of course, like a diamond, a major, three diamonds. I mean, like what do you do with that West hand? So that's what he's nervous about. But I think that he's a player who just opens a diamond with this.
Yeah, like there's definitely spots where he likes to operate and mess around, but this typically would not be one of them. He likes to be a little more sure about what's going on in the deal.
Well, if he does end up opening a no trump, it might backfire
He's not
spectacularly.
opening a no trump. Come on.
He's thinking about it. The other
I
table,
think he may be because he has an awkward rebid. Like three diamonds rebid is not great, but he may
yeah,
also be deciding if it goes diamond past a spade. Is he going to bid two hearts or three diamonds? He may just want to decide that now rather than on the next round of the auction.
exactly. Yeah, you need to make sure that you're comfortable with your follow up bids, at least in the normal sequences. And meanwhile, Mono and Palma have been finding their diamond fit, although Palma hasn't suggested that he has diamonds just yet. I don't think that Mono's two diamond rebid necessarily shows a six card suit. It's probably five. So they're going to have
Yeah.
to figure out that they actually have some shape and some extras to get to the six diamonds.
Uh, huh. Yeah, Overdeck, in fact, is a real person. It is not the team's nickname because of their uh, love of the sea. Well, Lincoln still hasn't acted, which makes me think maybe there's a system issue and not a bridge issue here because, for one thing, he's a fairly quick player, and for another thing, like, there's only so many things to think about with this hand. Maybe there's a director call about the previous board.
Yeah, that could
Like,
be.
I mean, especially, like, given how weird that claim was, like, maybe there was a bad claim or something, and that's why it went in as nine tricks, and we're still waiting. Let's see if the operator gives us any color on it. Because I do not believe at this point that the pause has anything to do with the cards we're looking at.
I'm
So
looking at
meanwhile,
the
yeah, East
table
West just
chat.
have.
Dude, this Vugraph operator is going nuts on the. Oh, no, no, no. This was from 2 hours ago.
I was gonna say,
Why?
yeah.
Why can I still see the table chat from 2 hours ago when I've closed the room and reopened it?
Yeah. If you close the window entirely, it goes away. I can
Yeah,
guarantee this because they did it.
yeah.
Um, yeah, so East West here obviously are the stiff king of spades away from making a grand. So looks like they're on their way to six diamonds, and obviously that'll be close to a trick one claim if they do. Yeah, I think it is not real bridge. I think it is a real bridge hiccup at that table.
I
I
think
think
so
there's
too.
some table action. Yeah. I am surprised that the Bugaf operator hasn't told us what the table action is, but I think there is some. Particularly, I know there is some bad blood at that table, so that also may be affecting things.
That does make sense. And for the time being, I'll just close the table while we wait for play to resume so that we can focus on the one where action is happening. East West have appeared to find the diamond fit now. Lots of bids in this auction. Two clubs, two diamonds, two hearts. Two no, three clubs, three diamonds, three hearts, three spades. They're taking their time.
Yeah, I'm not sure at what point trumps were set, like whether it was this four diamond bid itself or if there's some East bid that wasn't alerted that that showed that he had a diamond fit.
If I
Seems like
had
there
to,
must have been because otherwise East could have just raised two diamonds to three since they're in a game force. Sorry,
so
if you had to guess, you would think
if I
what?
had to guess, two hearts probably shows a weak no trump from East, like a balanced minimum. I mean, maybe it's not a minimum, but like a balanced game force. That's what I think a lot of people do over this two diamond bid. And then two no may have showed. I don't know. I don't know about two no trump.
Yeah, I also wonder whether what three clubs was, whether three clubs was showing diamonds like a transfer or something, or if three clubs are just, let's make the cheapest bid, wait and see. Partner bids three diamonds, natural at that point. I don't know.
I mean, so the way that I've seen it played before is you basically do like a relay. So two hearts shows this like balanced hand type, and then West is expected to bid two spades over that, so that the balanced hand can bid two no trump and become declarer in the no trump contract, and then you have Stamen over this. So it's possible what happened is that West two no trump says, I want to declare the no trump, which kind of makes sense. I mean, West has the ace queen of hearts to protect and the ace 10 9 of spades, which is good to get led into, although the singleton club is not ideal. And then three clubs could have been Stamen, three diamonds denied, and three hearts now might be confirming a diamond fit. But I'm not entirely sure. I'm just kind of guessing at this point. I do believe that they found diamonds. I do believe that four diamonds is probably key card. And I have no idea what five hearts is, therefore, but it looks like they're on their way to six diamonds at least.
I see. So four spades would be, but no, four diamonds is key card. Four spades wouldn't be the response, right? Oh, three, right. And then,
Then I don't know five hearts, but
yeah, I wish that these, were played on some system where all the information flowed through. But what can you do? So we still don't have anything going on in the other room. Very
yeah,
strange.
we'll see. I mean, if this match just breaks at one table, maybe we can flip to a different match. But for now, we'll stick here.
Um, So there's some chat, and I am 100% sure that is someone who is currently kibitzing us and not Mackenzie Myers, but, you know, one never knows.
I see. Yes, I do see. Very good. I have the chat covered on my screen for both windows, so I actually can't
Oh,
see.
I see.
Um, but but
Oh, because of
yes,
the way you have it tiled. Yeah. Although I can see it on your screen, on your shared screen.
yeah, I can see it on my little stream preview as well. Um,
Yeah, well, I will say this, and I will sign my name to it. Fuck that guy. Anyway, they have gotten to six diamonds, so whatever these bids meant, I think the players knew what they were doing, and they got to this really excellent slam here.
I mean, they haven't stopped yet, so hold your congratulations for just a moment.
Yeah, fair. Although I would be surprised if East did anything other than pass here. I think he has something extra. West had three bids between five hearts and six diamonds to express interest in a seven level contract.
Okay, East West made it to six clubs in the 4-1 fit at the other table. Very good. Well played. Um, so looks like we might see a push if East passes six diamonds.
Interesting. Yeah, I would love to know what was going on there. All right, so
It's just an operator error. I mean, they didn't
yeah.
really have
Oh,
a,
but we ended up getting a full auction. I think they just left off the last bid.
yeah, probably. Fortunately, the score is the same. We're on to board four in the other room, though, and 23 highs from Gandoglia gets to open two diamonds for them. I wonder if that is specifically the range, like 22, 23, or if he's decided to upgrade this and two diamonds is some sort of, because I think this is one of the pairs that plays this two diamonds as a weak two hearts or some sort of game force, right? Maybe.
Yeah, but there's no chance it's an upgrade because if North thought that it was, capped, he wouldn't have bid over 2 no Trump, I don't think. I mean, depends capped
Right.
at what, but if it was up to 20 and he decided to upgrade, I think North maybe would have bid, but I don't know. This would be a dangerous spot to treat your 23 count as anything less than a 23 count.
Yeah, so it looks like North South have settled into 3
Oh.
no. They miss out on their major suit fit, going through some sort of what's it called? Like the three clubs, three diamonds, three spades. Is puppet esque is the term,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
guess.
yeah, yeah. I mean, at this point, like, there's just so many different variations. It's you know, hard to keep up with them.
And so Welenkin on lead, knowing that North has 4 hearts, South has not promised a spade suit. I wonder if he's going to try a spade. His partner didn't double 3 spades, but it might be his best chance to try and beat it. Or he could go a little bit more passive with a club, I suppose. All right, 6 diamonds has ended the auction, and there's really nothing to the play. Declare just gets to pitch a spade on 3 rounds of hearts and claim 12 tricks. Sean Moy says, "Isn't that just Smolin?" I believe
Unbelievable.
Smolin specifically is like 5 of one major and 4 of the other.
Yeah.
So I don't know if like Smolin is also used to describe this type of sequence, but I think the
No,
technical
no,
term
this
is,
is a puppet auction.
yeah, like the technical term is something else. Maybe it just doesn't exist.
I mean, Smolin does exist over Tuno Trump. I play it with a lot of people,
Yes. Yeah, yeah,
but
yeah.
your choice is between Smolin and Puppet, but Smolin is specifically you bid the 4 card major to show 5+ of the other major.
Exactly. So if North South were playing Smolin here, 3 spades would show 4 spades and 5 or more hearts on the hand, and
And
that's not
South would not have been able to bid 3 diamonds, which
right.
included a 4 card major because you cannot do both.
Yep, yep. All of that is true.
Yeah, I think, among experts, I think, standard puppet stamen over Tuno has become pretty unpopular, but fancy puppet stamen where you can kind of do everything, even if there's some mild trade-off is popular, or just ditch puppet entirely and play small and is popular.
Now we didn't get a play record on the right hand side of the screen. It sounds like the operator has just lost something, and we don't know what that something is. But at least we do have a little bit of an auction. And I'm trying to take a look at like how many tricks I would have expected Declare to take. Declare, in theory, can pick up the hearts for 4 tricks. Declare, in theory, can pick up the diamonds for 3 tricks. There's a spade and a club. I mean, if Wilenkin led a club at trick 1, that would give up a second club trick immediately. So
Yes.
maybe what is likely to have happened is Declare got a club lead, won the 10 of clubs, and then played 3 rounds of hearts, got the bad news, then led a diamond to the queen, ace of diamonds, the jack dropped, 9 of diamonds, and set up his 9th trick that way, taking 2 clubs, 3 diamonds, 3 hearts, and a spade. That is possible. I don't know. I'm just guessing. But we'll
Yeah, it's a
see.
little annoying. This is the 3rd hand in a row where we don't have any kind of a play record, so a little annoying to be watching, probably the most interesting match of the set and having no idea what's going on. So Brogland has the same 2 diamond bid available. Probably not the same 2 diamond bid, but a 2 diamond bid that includes this range.
Yeah, so
Yeah, Mono DeFranco, I don't know.
same.
I
I do
don't
not know.
really.
But I think I see them playing on some of the Bridge Champ events, or at least they used to. But I don't know. It could be a recent thing that they've started playing with other people.
Yeah, or who knows, maybe DeFranco just for whatever reason isn't available for this tournament, for any number of reasons, and they just got some other substitute who Mono can play with. Because I think Mono DeFranco were playing as recently as the fall NABC. If not, like pretty recently, we've seen them playing together in high level bridge. Like last year's World Championship, I'm pretty sure they played together.
I
Maybe
believe
not
so.
actually. I think Mono. No, Mono played with someone else in that, but it wasn't Palma either.
Maybe he's
I
just
don't
a
know.
free
Anyway,
agent and has been
yeah, who
fishing
knows?
around.
I mean, just from time to time, people can't come to some NABC. It does happen. As they didn't play together in transnational last month. Yeah, who knows? And the Italians do seem to switch up their partnerships more frequently and more amicably than the Americans do. So who knows?
So same three no Trump contract, almost the exact same auction. Um, and we'll have to see what Mono leads against this sequence. Does choose to lead a club, third best. So Broglin has a lot of routes that are somewhat reasonable to try and take 9 tricks here. Like even just leading high diamonds out of hand makes a lot of sense. Win the 10 of
Yeah, you
clubs
can
and
always
go ace of diamonds, queen of diamonds is not the craziest thing ever.
Yeah, and you're guaranteeing 3 tricks at least in the suit that way.
Well, you're guaranteed 2. I mean, it could be on this layout, it happens to work and you make 3. So that's like the huge benefit of doing it. But
Wait,
you can always
aren't
set
you
up a
guaranteed
second
three just
diamond.
bucks? Oh, sorry. I was gonna. You're guaranteed 2 that way.
Yeah.
Yes. Sorry, I miscounted.
Yeah, and so then with 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, 3 hearts, and 1 spade, you just need 1 more trick somewhere, and the opponents are going to be on lead for a lot of this, so they might end up helping you out somehow. So I think that's like honestly a very sensible line of play, but that might not be the one that's chosen at the table. So 6 of clubs lead goes around to the 10.
Yep. So that's pretty good start for Declare. Getting his second club trick without setting up a winner for the defense. I mean, obviously East was stuck there, but nonetheless a friendly opening lead. And we can take 4 heart tricks, although pretty big position. Not just because you look like an idiot when you said Jack 10 third, but also if we needed that entry for anything, we don't have it anymore. So when hearts are 4-2, you know, even when we can take the finesse, like great, we might just still want the queen to do other stuff. Yeah,
And
so
look at
just
that.
playing
Declare does
first.
exit the diamond queen, at least for now. So this might mean that he's only going to take 2 diamond tricks, because this has the feel of we're going to use that queen of hearts entry to run the 10 of diamonds now, is what it sounds like.
Right. Maybe he'll duck this and cover that one. I don't think that's gonna happen.
Yeah, so he scoops up the diamond king and plays a diamond back.
Well, this looks so fishy, right? One entry to dummy at most, and East knows it, and he's offering Declare this free entry.
It
I mean, I think
definitely
East is probably doing it just because it looks safe enough, but
Yeah, it definitely does look strange. I wonder if the tempo is going to play a huge factor in Broglin's decision here, because King Jack fourth could definitely win the King of Diamonds and play back a diamond here. But I think what would happen in that case is Palma would have spent like 5 minutes deciding whether or not to win the Diamond Queen. With that holding. He would he definitely would have won it, but like he would have thought for a lot longer. Well, Broglin does get the the diamond's wrong. And so now mono is in, knows not to play spades because his partner would have switched to spades if it was correct for his side to play that suit. Heart still looks a little bit scary, but maybe he'll switch to a heart. I think if he does switch to a heart, he'll probably try the 8. Or he could just play back a club, which I think he knows is pretty safe.
Yeah, like when it goes deuce 10, I think Wes is a pretty good idea what's going on in the suit.
Matthew asks, what is best when switching here, third, fifth, or second and fourth? I think it's a widely agreed that third best through declare is the correct way to play on defense.
I wouldn't necessarily widely because the Poles almost all play second and fourth, as do a lot of the other Central Europeans, and that's also pretty good.
Um, no, I think only the Poles play second and fourth.
Well, I mean, I think, that part of it, like the Romanians, I think, I don't know about the Romanians who now live in the US, but, many of the Romanians who I've known have also played second and fourth. So, but, again, kind of when I said that part of the world, I meant, central.
Got it. I didn't know that. I guess I was.
You know,
Uh,
unless they've been corrupted.
yeah, I guess I was of the belief that only Poland was doing that because I basically see everyone else play third through declare. Um, Matt says attitude through dummy. I think that
Like
makes
with
a lot of
attitude.
sense. Yep.
Fourth best with attitude implications also I think is pretty good. In the same way that fourth best trick one is, also good, except,
Except,
honor location is important too.
oh,
I don't know, for what it's worth, I've played a decent amount of second fourth and I really like it. I think it's very good.
gotcha.
But doesn't mean other things aren't good. I just think that is good. It's obviously this like regional quirk, but nonetheless, it's pretty like obviously like these guys have won a billion world championships playing that way. It can't be that bad.
So Brogland is squeezing everyone for. Oh, maybe he's not squeezing everyone. I thought Brogland was going to play a heart to the queen rather than cashing the ace queen of spades, and East would have been squeezed in the black suits. I mean, it basically would have been a double squeeze in effect, and so East would have had to pitch a spade, and then all of his spades would come home. He can guess the hearts here. I don't know if he will. He would have to be fairly trusting of West's opening lead to get this heart position right. I'm sure he wants to guess the hearts correctly, but it also would cost the contract if he misguesses. But it's Brogland's law. He always plays for over tricks. You think he's hooking the 9?
There's no way he's thinking. I mean, he's obviously thinking about it, but there's just no way. I don't think.
I think the likelihood that the 9 of hearts wins is like 90 some percent.
I
But
guess that's true. We do know an awful lot about these West cards at this point.
yeah, but like it's
I mean, 90% isn't good enough.
no 90 it's more than it's 90 some. It's gonna
Yeah.
be who knows, but like if I had to ballpark a number 94 or something, which is probably very close to the imp odds of
Yeah.
risking your contract for the overcheck.
Right. Like 90% imp odds is not good enough because that's 9 to 1 and the imp odds are, 13-1 or 12-1.
Right, 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 right. But I mean,
Yeah, I
like,
mean that
I,
was the Kid Woolsey. That was the Kid Woolsey philosophy too. Like if it's plus EV, if you are winning theoretical imps by taking the finesse, you take the finesse.
yep, 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 yep. Sorcy says, so much energy for an overtrick. Is it worth it to expend this amount of energy? For Brogland, I would say probably, because he plays like every board. I don't think he plays every board on this team. Although I could be wrong about that. Like, do Chris
No, no,
and
no. Yeah, no, no, no. It's 3/4 for the pros and half for the sponsor always. So.
yeah. But like Brogland is used to playing every single board in these 60 some board matches. So for him, I don't think stamina is a serious concern. And he is completely comfortable being locked in on every single hand.
Yeah. Yeah, it's also, it's a bit of a close match. He knows he's playing a good team. Yeah, he does take the finesse. Well done.
Yep. Well
I mean, this is
played.
also a spot where, um, Andrew Rosenthal is, um, you know, like no one, including he, would describe himself as a world class player, but he's a very good bridge player, and he's someone who understands bridge really well. Like maybe you don't bring this back to a really weak sponsor who's just like, like we lost 13 imps, but a guy like Rosenthal, you can bring it back to him and be like, look, here's my logic, here's what I knew about the deal, and Andrew can both follow that and understand it, and knows enough about bridge math to be like, yeah, like you have my sympathy instead of like, don't lose 10 imps on my team.
Yeah, that's a good point. It does depend on team chemistry in that regard. And of course, I think like maybe if Brogland started doing this and started losing like 12 imps on back to back to back boards, then you would get a bit miffed. But if Brogland does this once and ends up going down, I think everyone's going to understand. They're not gonna be like, Brogland is an idiot. He doesn't understand how to play imps. Like he's obviously been at this
Yeah.
high level of the game for a long time. So they'll give him some
It's
slack.
analogous to what you're talking about with the Zach Grossack, leads that sometimes work out really great and sometimes you underlead an ace into the Civ King. And Boy Rogaland has earned the benefit of the doubt in these because he does this and, he's right often enough that he shows an imp profit. And if on any given hand he shows an imp loss, so be it, right? We're looking for lifetime expectancy, not just, look what this, idiot did on board 4 of this match.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, Cersei asked, why not just take the second spade finesse against the jack? West could make this play of winning the king with king jack doubleton or even king jack third. It would be a clever play, but Brogland decided to do something that he basically figured to be no risk. And I think he was under the impression that West had the king of clubs. So he cashed the ace queen of spades, expecting that West was going to get show up squeezed and hearts and clubs. But when West turned up to not hold the club king, or at least when West turned up not to discard the club king, that threw him off a little bit. It seemed to me like the heart to the queen was a little bit better in terms of like effectively being I can now turn my brain off and don't have to think at the end of the hand plan. But I think they're both very close. But so that's what Brogland was doing. He cashed the ace queen of spades, expecting West to hold the club king, probably because of the way that trick one went, that it went low club, low, low 10. Like East didn't play third hand high. And once that didn't work out, he knew that he still had some chance by picking off the hearts. But he did make it a little bit more complicated for himself. We had a long pause there. Finally, we get board 5 on the table. I have the feeling that we're going to just see an auction and then a claim on the right-hand side.
Yeah.
But hopefully we do have all of the problems fixed. I guess we'll stick around here for a moment to find out. But if this match really is just kind of busted, then maybe we'll head to a different one.
Yeah, and at least we're getting to see one table, but it is kind of annoying um, what's going on the the Walenkin bookie table. Well, we do have an auction that is not populating in its entirety. Maybe that's a good sign.
So
So both
diamond,
tables make this paper thin one spade overcall.
yeah, favorable.
Yeah,
A, I mean,
spades.
for six
Spades
high
are
card
good.
points, it's a decent spade suit.
Spades are really good.
Brogland balances with three no trump, and Gandoglia decides to balance with a takeout double.
Yeah, I wonder. Brogland, obviously, his thought process is pretty easy. He has a spade stopper and 13 points and wants to play three no trump. I'm curious what, in the other room, is he trying to like find some holding where I was going to find some holding where he can steer the no trump into the north if he can find a stopper? Is he, trying to find out? I don't even know. Like partners denied three hearts by passing. Curious what, extra possibility South was catering to. Maybe just North having a really strong hand, but wouldn't he have cubed two spades or done something? I don't know. Oh, if they don't play support doubles, then he does need to give partner room to show a three-card hard suit. That makes sense. Thank you,
Yeah,
Matthew.
that makes a
Yeah,
ton of sense.
I live in a world where everyone plays support doubles. I kind of forgot that there are other ways to structure your bidding. So how are we doing here? If we pick up the clubs, that gets us kind of close. It'll give us a spade, a heart, two diamonds, and four clubs. That's eight.
Yep.
Well, we can sort of set up some more diamond tricks, except Dummy has this entry, and that's kind of it. I mean, probably we should play a club to the 10 because we can pick up these 4-2 clubs, 3-3, we can pick up the queen with either guess, but we can't pick up 4-2 clubs with a doubleton queen in West because of the entry problem.
What? Um, no, we can't. Well, I mean, the ace of diamonds would get stranded, but we
Right,
might
right,
get
right.
back
Yeah,
to
yeah,
it.
yeah. Yes, yes, we can do it, but it's a lot easier to set up and catch four club tricks by playing East for Queen Doubleton, the West for Queen Doubleton, since we can do it in the suit itself.
That's true. Huh. Okay, well, first things first, we definitely put up the Spade King at trick one. So we start there. Well, Lankin leads a club at trick one instead of a spade. Wow. Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, this seems like South Jed King Queen third of spades. West certainly wants to be starting with a low spade, but on the other hand, I guess if he's had stronger spades, maybe he wants to wait for East to get in and just play like if he's had Queen Jack of spades. Is that possible? I don't know.
So after the club goes around, Gandoglia, as you mentioned earlier, is up to 8 tricks, 4 clubs, and 2 diamonds, and a trick in each major.
Yeah, but he's in really good shape now because he can play the king of diamonds, unblock the clubs, maybe play a spade up, and now with the queen of diamonds dropping, he can actually just knock out the diamond. He's got the time to do that.
Um,
I mean, it's a little double dummy-ish, but I think he's in better shape on this lead than Brokeland is on a spade lead.
that's certainly true. But I think it's going to be hard to justify taking that line of play over just playing for hearts to split. I mean, maybe this club lead
Yeah, that's
suggests the
true.
hearts are not splitting. And so a club, because of the club opening lead, it sounds as if West has both black suits. Therefore, the hearts don't split. And that actually makes it more likely that West has a short diamond on her.
Well, here's another possibility. So, West has led a club, which like let's assume that it's obviously we can see the Queen of East, but that West has some club length. Well, I just some Lexington diamonds. I'm wondering, can we maybe try to strip squeeze West if we think that his hand overall is a little stronger than it really is? Like lead a spade up and then cash a bunch of things and eventually throw him in to try to get the Queen of Spades.
Yeah, you have to be worried about some one suit squeeze possibilities. But I think I would be pretty nervous that East has one of the spade cards because the way to throw West in would effectively be to play a spade to the king, cash our cards, and then lead another spade up. And it sounds like that probably does work if West has or if East has like two of the Jack 10 9 of spades for his doubleton. Um,
Yeah, I'm thinking like if West had like King Queen of Hearts Doubleton or something like that.
then it's a lot easier. Yes, that would do it. That would be very simple. But I think the club lead, I mean, not only did it pick off the club suit, which of course is huge for Declarer on this hand, but it also told South all of this information that West had both black suits, and therefore his best bet was no longer to play for hearts to split 3-3, that it had to be to play for the short diamond honor, and he's absolutely right. Now, what ended up happening is instead of crossing to the spade king, which looked like a very natural thing for Gandoglia to do, he ended up crossing in clubs blocking the suit. So is he just going down?
So this is interesting. So in the other room, Declare put up the king, played a diamond to the king at trick two. So probably hoping to, blink and drop the queen, which is gonna tell Declare to have some diamond tricks. So I guess he was gonna play for West to have the queen of clubs and, you know, I guess hopefully also find some diamond position, king jack third, queen jack third, or short honor.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Tough hand.
Very difficult. The club lead made things easier, but I mean, did Gandoglia mess this up? So, like, Schultz can win this and put the Jack of Spades on the table. And then what does Declare do? Because now he's lost the spade entry to dummy, and he hasn't
Oh, sorry,
unblocked the
mono
10 of
double
clubs
diamond, not
yet.
link.
I don't understand why we crossed in clubs instead of
No,
spades.
hang on a second.
I'm
So let's
hanging
say we
on.
win the jack. First, this is a little awkward for Declare to find a pitch, right?
Sure.
So what do you want? Like, a spade is kind of unattractive, but a heart actually lets you put the king of hearts on the table.
Sure. Yeah.
Like this, I don't know whether the ten of clubs was the biggest problem, but yeah, like unblocking it, I don't know. Like it feels like this is gonna get a little ugly for Declare's hand. Like at some point, if he catches the nine diamonds, he has to pitch another thing, and maybe actually the second thing isn't a big deal because if he pitches one heart, the second one is fine at that point.
I mean, like he could have just made this by leading a spade to the king. Like
Yes.
there were no problems on the hand by leading a spade to the king, and somehow I guess Declare just got complacent. Like
Oh,
worked out all of the everything that he needed to was like, oh, what I need is for this honor doubleton of diamonds to drop, and he figured that out. But then he didn't spend time figuring out how to like actually play the hand properly. So
but a spade to the king doesn't guarantee a ninth trick, right? Four clubs, one spade, one heart, and two diamonds. You still have to find a ninth trick somewhere.
no, you have three diamonds. I mean, Gandoglia needed the honor doubleton of diamonds to drop.
Oh, yes, yes. I mean, you have three diamonds as they lie, but he didn't know he had three guaranteed diamond tricks.
Well, but like, I mean, what does
What
You're
else
going to
is
need to
there?
play a spade to the king at some point anyway.
Yeah. Look, I'm not disagreeing, but presumably from his point, like like I don't think it's possible that he didn't see the position, but he may have just thought it was so unlikely that he had to play for something else. Although I'm not sure whether that's something else in his mind might have been.
There just wasn't a, yeah, this is just not a good line of play. Oh, the 10 of diamonds cashes though. Schultz ducks. Whoa! Now declare unblocks the club 10, and now it's just easy. Wow, what a miss.
Yeah. So now club spade up and yeah.
And I mean, in the other room, Brogland is in some serious trouble.
Yeah, who knows? Like, I wonder if Schultz wasn't sure what was going on in the hand and sort of said, well, it looks like Declare really wants me to win this trick, and I'm not sure what's going on, but if he wants it, then I probably don't want it. I don't know.
I mean, normally it is good technical practice to try and retain major tennises than minor tennises, right? If Schultz had won the Jack of Diamonds, then he would be left with a minor tennis. He would not have the MasterCard in the diamond suit. And so now he does. Like, this tends to be technically correct. But in this case, we really needed to cut the communication. He doesn't necessarily know that. I mean, Wilenkin could have had the 10 of clubs. It's always possible. But
Yeah, well, there's actually something else interesting, which is Will Lincoln led the five of clubs. So I wonder if Schultz thought that maybe clubs were 4-4-3-2 around, with South having a fourth one, which would also be consistent with his weird line of play blocking the club suit. So, he may have thought that there were no communications to cut, that Declare had club communication to both ends.
sure, sure. Yeah, and I mean, obviously, you want to like construct a hand and find a layout where your play works and the other play fails. That's the ideal way to go about solving these problems. He did give it considerable thought, but ends up coming up with the wrong answer. So I think that club lead really blew the defense from Lenkin. I'm not sure it's necessarily his fault, but it does seem a little bit anti-percentage to not lead from your strong spade suit or relatively strong spade suit into this sequence.
Yeah, yeah. I think especially with such a weak hand, like Partner probably has some strength somewhere in the hand. If it's useful. Like as is, he had Jack Doubleton of spades. We didn't need much for four spade tricks. Either South having King Queen of spades or East maybe having the Queen of spades instead of the Jack. Who knows what?
Well, Brogland has worked some magic on mono, got him to cash that ace of spades, so he now has a second spade trick in, which means if he guesses this club, he's going to end up with two diamonds, two spades, three clubs, and a heart at the very least. And now a diamond comes through. He can actually set up another diamond trick at this point. So now what? Is he just making it?
Yeah, I mean, if he puts in the nine of diamonds here, isn't he just cold?
He has to guess the club queen.
Oh no, no, no! He still has to get the club right.
But wow, I mean, somehow this defense from mono really backfired, and Brogland is in with a chance to make 3 now. I don't think he believed he had a prayer when the hand started.
So we have board 6 at the other table. I'm not sure what Wolankin is doing on this hand, but it has gotten him to a fairly weak 4-3 spade fit vulnerable.
So a club, a heart, one spade, denying as many as 4 spades.
So far, so good.
And then 2 hearts, the heart raise, pass, pass, and Wilenkin says, I like competing for part scores at imps, so here we are. We are in two spades.
Yeah, of course, if East only had three hearts, which is, well, yeah, I guess actually, right, East normally would have, four hearts here for the simple raise by North. So, I mean, obviously, like, East might have been rooting for a double with Ace Queen 10 fourth of hearts. Still a little scary to be defending this at the two levels since he doesn't have a lot of other tricks, and, like, Declare could also just have all the hearts. But I guess Lincoln didn't want to sell out and didn't want to double for whatever reason. Maybe just that his hand is much too light. I have sympathy with that view for sure.
There is a bid that you can make if you think your hand is too light for any sort of forward going action. So,
Sure, but once you've made the decision that you want to bid, two spades is better than double.
sure. Yeah. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Yi Yi. And of course, Mono needed to return a heart here, but
Yeah,
I mean,
Brooklyn is
Broglen still
still
needs to guess the
confident
club
with seven
queen.
diamonds.
Like, that is the thing that needs to happen. Anyway, we'll get back to Broglen's decision when he does decide to play on the left side of the screen. For the meantime, Lincoln elects to take the heart finesse at trick one, hooking north for the jack of hearts. He sets up three heart tricks in the east hand. And Gandoglia does switch to the diamond ace, probably hoping to get an overruff in the diamond suit with his king nine doubleton.
Yeah, so now all of West clubs can go away on the Ace Queen 10 of Hearts. Obviously, North can rough in on one of those, but we're happy to shorten his four card trump holding.
So how is Declare going to approach it? I mean, is Declare going to play the queen of diamonds, pitching a club and allow South to rough? Are we just crossing to the club ace and running hearts? Are we playing a club to the jack?
So I think
Lincoln has
not
some
club to the jack.
decisions.
I think not club to the jack because of the fact that we've probably, assuming that North had Jack third of hearts exactly, which is what it sure looks like, we don't need to, do anything in the club suit, Queen of Diamonds and see what happens. A lot of the time when that gets rough, it was with a four card spade suit. A lot of the times it isn't. It's with a three card spade suit, which isn't so bad for us. It's a little annoying that here it's with a double tin. But I think, as long as the ace of clubs hasn't been dislodged by the opponents, I don't think we want to dislodge it ourselves quite yet.
Uh,
Like, what's the hurry to catch those hearts? No one's pitching a heart profitably anytime super soon.
yeah, that seems fair. I do kind of like that idea. If Queen of Diamonds pitch a club, if South switches to clubs, then maybe we actually win and play back the Jack of clubs, setting up the club suit. Not the craziest
Yeah, I
idea.
mean, sometimes the diamond cashes, and then we have ace of clubs, queen of diamonds, two guaranteed heart cashers, plus a trick in. That's five. Like maybe eight is going to be a challenge, but we'll probably take at least two more tricks. No, Declare is going after trumps. This seems pretty risky. I mean, the defense obviously can now draw every trump, although, they don't have a lot of side winners, but king of spades, spade back, north cashes all the trumps and leads a club. This is not a great position for us.
Nope. Yeah, so it looks like if the defense
But
does
one thing we're
find
caught
that
off
line
of
of
is no
play,
diamonds at that point.
Declare is going to go down two, right? The defense is going to take
Yeah, like let's say,
down
we would do
three.
whatever we do in clubs. South exits with a heart, and our queen of diamonds is stranded eventually. South will get both of his clubs one way or another.
Yeah, so that's what, down three, I guess. Yeah.
Two, three, four, five. Yep, done three.
Well, Gandoglia plays back a heart, and so that allows Declare to actually rough this. And what next? I guess
Yeah.
cash the Diamond Queen or something.
Support seven. We have average. Terrific. Yeah, I
Great.
mean, obviously, very hard for South to read. The West has done something abnormal, both in the bidding for sure and in the play possibly. And meanwhile, Broglen is not still thinking on the seven of diamonds. I don't think. I think this whole match is just foolhardy.
How are the other matches, chat? Let me check out one of the other matches just to see. I'm gonna click on this one. Do we have action at the other tables? I'm gonna hang out here for just a moment to see if the sequence. The fuck
And
is this board? Yo.
Zimmerman team seems to be operating normally. Let's take a look at Hans. Hella Han seems fine. I think we just drew the short straw here.
Okay. Great. Yeah, this auction has gone very well.
That was the two hearts pass it correct by Chip Martell there.
Yeah. Fleischer just opens two diamonds multi, and Martell's sitting here with the classic 1-3-1-8 8 solid clubs distribution.
Yeah. And of course, like, this is a pretty sound preempt for Fleischer white red.
It is. Yeah, this is not EHA for North. This is just multi, and Fleischer likes to bid.
I think they play two ranges of preempts for this reason to let Marty bid preempts on any hand where he thinks it's right, which is basically all of them, as well as, sort out the sound. It's like, it's okay to preempt super light. The problem is you can't have your range include both the really ridiculous hands and the sound ones. So two ranges of weak twos via multi is a really good method if you're an aggressive preemptor.
Yeah, I guess I'm making the executive decision. Let's hang out here at the Fleischer Shori match.
Yeah, I think we're happy to see more of the Rod squad.
Although they are trailing by a substantial margin right now. Fleischer's a tough team.
Yeah. Yeah, one seed defenders, always one of the most dangerous teams. Everyone on the team is really good, and the sponsor is a world-class player himself. It's just, very tough for teams that are spotting Fleischer, at least a couple of dozen imps to make him up on other boards. Yeah, so Chip Martell has now, with Chuno coming around vulnerable in a spot where if he ever get in, he would have 8 winners, his bid 3 clubs.
It's true.
I mean, it is possible. I mean, I guess the problem is if he doubles Chuno, saying, partner, find me for one thing, like, maybe that suggests spades because two hearts is, normally equal or better spades. So, maybe that, I don't know. I think on this hand, Fleischer would not have a problem finding the club lead because he knows not to lead a spade. He knows not to lead a heart because two hearts suggest bad hearts. He would have been two spades if he had stronger hearts than spades. He knows not to lead a diamond from queen fourth, so stiff club it is.
I mean, it looks pretty bad when North has a club void. But
yeah, that's true.
But yeah, so 3 clubs from Martell.
West here with his hand with 6 diamonds has not taken the opportunity over 3 clubs to introduce a 6-card suit.
No, he feels like he's done enough. Just a 15
well, he's
count.
right. I don't know if North was going to hit 3 diamonds, but it's 500 if he does and 200 if he doesn't. Actually, maybe even more because South can get a rough with club singleton club lead, 3 rounds of spades, South roughs, and South plays more clubs. North will still have 2 trump. North will get 2 trump tricks at that point because the 3rd round of clubs I think gets maybe not. Maybe it's only down 2, but regardless, they would be going for a lot. So West has done very well to let this hand go.
For now, East
right.
has a realistic chance of balancing here. I mean,
yeah, and I think 3 hearts. South could have 1 heart and be forced to bid this way. East West could have a big heart fed on this bidding.
It's true. Hey, Carl. I do not believe that is actually Mackenzie Myers, but thank you for letting me know. Sometimes our chat be trolling me. just troll the streamer.
Yeah, yeah. One of the joys and horrors of Real Bridge is the chat is completely unmoderated. You can use any name you want, and you can post any length text you want.
Only sometimes. I mean, every once in a while, someone makes a real comment that we need to talk about, but for the most part, I do believe that chat does a good job trolling me. Cranyak really in the tank over this three club bid, trying to decide if it's right to compete for part scores um, at Imps.
Yeah, he knows that his side has more than half the high cards. Um, he knows obviously Fleischer is a very aggressive preemptor. You know, hard to know whether he's being stolen from, whether it's just going to be totally different to the other table. West here, white red could have a good hand, a better hand even than he has, and still be frozen out at this point of the auction. So, from East's point of view, there could easily be a red game in the cards.
Exactly, right? And
I mean, as it is, by the way, like the hearts come in for 5 tricks. We don't have that many losers.
but Cranyak does pass, and
And
it
diamonds
looks
is
like
terrible. The hearts, I think, is down one or so. 2 clubs, 2 spades, and a rough, and that's kind of it.
yep, 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 yep.
Maybe we lose another trick because we don't have a entry to the east hand to finesse the jack of hearts. So I guess we're down 2 because actually they'll get a third. The 10-9 third of hearts becomes an annoying trick, I think.
That seems right. But I don't think that East was getting doubled in three hearts.
No, no, certainly not. Well, the declare here has 9 top tricks, 1 ace, and 8 trumps.
Yeah, I wonder if Martel is
Yes, of
going to
course
play
he's
this
going
hand
to.
out, or if he's just going to claim at
Well,
trick one.
I mean, he can claim 10 tricks, right? The spade finesse has to be working.
Just because
I mean,
West
again,
didn't
like
lead a
Boy
high
Brogland would
heart.
take the finesse. Boy Brogland would definitely take the finesse. Kit Wolsey probably would. We'll see if Chip Martell does.
He can definitely just start running a bunch of clubs, and he might get enough information there. But it's not accurate to say that West can't have the Ace King of Hearts because West has the Ace King of Diamonds and led a club. So
No, no, no. But I think West is a virtual certainty to have the King of Spades, so the spade finesse is basically free.
this line of play seems fine.
Yeah,
Exit a diamond
yeah.
for
We
now.
can.
Like, I mean, basically the idea is Martel is probably going to try and collect as much information as possible before he decides about what to do in the spade suit.
Yeah.
And Demoy should definitely switch to spades now to and he does. So Martel now is placed with the guess. I think it would have been better for Martel if he actually did want to consider on the spade finesse, like run a bunch of clubs before exiting this diamond. And he goes up with the spade ace. So 3 clubs making 3.
Boy Brogland would win an imp against him.
They're still up by 38 currently in the match. So a couple passes at Hurd and Bathurst's table. Around to Bathurst, who opens 5 clubs in third seat, favorable, which makes a ton of sense. Lorenzini, I don't know. Are we supposed to double with Lorenzini's hand? I mean, I probably would, but there's a decent chance none of these diamonds are cashing.
Yeah, I mean, 5 diamonds seems pretty crazy, but pass, I don't know. I mean, double probably. Like, partner shouldn't be taking it out, I think, without a 6-card suit, which means double is probably fine.
Yeah. Yeah. The question is just like, do you think five clubs is going down more than half the time? And like we do have two clubs, so the chances that South really has like a 10 card club suit are minimized, I think. But Lorenzini does decide to just let it go. Very reasonable.
Yeah.
So he'll lead a high diamond. A look at dummy. King of diamonds asking for count from his partner. Basis can play the 10 at trick one.
I thought we had seen earlier that actually they were playing upside down, despite it being somewhat heretical in their home country.
Yeah, I do wonder if like five level contracts or trick one are different.
Nope.
Basis does play the 10 of diamonds.
So I think
Hmm.
we can see this down no matter what, but West still has to, you know, figure out what's going on and find a play a trick two.
That's true. And
Hey, quickly
West
play for
makes
King
the
of Hearts.
defense simple. I mean, this is definitely a simple plan. Try and get a heart ruff, or try and find partner with the ace of hearts. So King of hearts, heart to the ace.
And having the jack is some security because partner, even if they don't have the ace, it's hard to imagine they don't have either the ace or the queen.
Right. So there it is. And Declare has the rest. Five clubs down to five imps to Fleischer. On to board 10 at both tables. Quick auction to four spades from Martel and Fleischer over here. And it looks like everything is working for Declare. Also, Demoy led the Jack Doubleton of clubs.
Yeah, so Declare can actually take 12 tricks here via finessing out both of East's black suit queens.
Yeah. Yeah. Why did we lead the Jack Doubleton of clubs? I don't know. Up with the ace of spades. A club's going to come through thinking that West is roughing, but he is not. And then just crossing diamonds, take another spade finesse. So it looks like maybe a same auction at both tables. Bathurst with the 18 count, trying to decide, is four spades enough on the South cards, or am I worth a slam try? And if so, what sort of slam try am I going to utilize? He does just bid four spades. I like this. The trumps are a
Yeah.
little bit weak.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, if partner had made a mixed raise showing the same high card strength but guaranteeing a fourth trump, I'm sure we would be doing something aggressive on the South cards.
Right? Right.
Yeah, see if it's a
Lorenzini, a respectable human being, leads the King of Hearts from the West End, and so declares gonna lose a club trick.
Yep, so this is almost certainly going to be one imp to the Fleischer team. I think whether or not Grandak plays a club here, Martell is not going to get the club suit wrong.
No. Eha Purdue says if we also had the Spade Queen on top of South's hand, what sort of slam try would you make? A couple of possibilities. I don't know if this partnership would be playing like a two no trump kind of asking bid, or if two no trump is some sort of game try or balanced type hand. But splintering with a singleton ace is always fine. So if South wanted to, say, self splinter with four hearts, that would probably be pretty acceptable if you wanted to try that as your slam try.
Yeah, I don't love that plan because for two reasons. One is it's space consuming, but the other is that the King of Hearts from partner could be a good card if we need to pitch a club away.
It's true.
Um, Like I don't hate it, but I think I would probably just bid three diamonds if partner bids four spades over that, showing that he likes my diamond game try or whatever, like now I'm pretty happy. Maybe he has double and diamond, maybe he has the queen, whatever it is. Like it feels like he said that his hand is suitable for us. Yeah, to know like whatever that is, asking for some information to try to steer the hand to some point where we can bid, even if it's a non-serious 3-no, to force him to Q-bid clubs and announce whether he likes his hand, which by implication would show that he has decent trumps to go with. Maybe is a reasonable plan.
Yeah.
I don't think, the problem is, of course, 3-no might be to play. I mean, sometimes it's just too hard. I mean, for one thing, I think both players made what I would consider to be the right evaluation here opposite a two spade bid. If it goes a spade past three spades, mixed, 3-no probably is non serious, and that's perfect. Partner either bids four clubs or doesn't, and, we just go from there.
Right. Well, we're talking if South had the queen of spades on top of what they actually have, because then South's hand is
Oh, I see, not the actual hand.
right.
Yeah, I mean,
So I mean,
we bid three
okay.
clubs.
Wait. Bathurst is going to pitch a heart, pitch a club, pitch a club, pitch a club. Bathurst, sexy. Okay, so I, sorry, I had to cut you off because I wanted to talk about this. So Bathurst, rather than crossing on diamonds to take a spade hook, which I think a lot of players would have done, elects to just start pulling trumps immediately. The opponents haven't threatened to get a ruff in either diamonds or clubs, and he thinks that one of the only ways for him to go down is if he loses two spade tricks and he starts getting ruffed, two spade tricks, a club, and gets a ruff in either the diamond or the club suit. And so rather than playing a diamond over, which could be very risky if diamonds are 5-1, he just starts spades out of his hand. And this looked a little bit strange to me at first because I was like, well, what if spades are 4-1? If spades are 4-1, they win the queen of spades and then they force him in hearts and then he plays another trump and they duck and they win the next trump and then they force him in hearts again and he just goes down. But he can pitch a club like this loser on loser play. And now if they play another round of hearts, he can roughen the dummy and protect his trump holding. So very clever play from Bathurst. It's going to cost him an extra over trick, but he will end up making four spades. Sorry. I just wanted to get that out
Yeah,
there.
no. And again, like this, like an extreme example of correct in play, but a really interesting one.
Yeah. I'm actually not sure that it's correct. But it
Well,
was
of the kinds of things people think about at Amsterdam.
yeah. I mean, this was a clever play, and of course, he ends up costing his side one imp by doing it, but he does end up making the contract, and it is very safe. It was a very safe plan. So back to the whole slam try thing. One thing that I like doing, I don't remember if Craig and I did this, but my personal preference is that the only game try over one of a major, two of a major is three of a major. And therefore, all other bids are slam tries. So for me, if I wanted to make a natural slam try, then I could bid three diamonds natural slam try or three clubs natural slam try or whatever I felt like. So I think that would be one way to do it as well. And then you just like these natural slam tries make things so much easier because partner's not allowed to jump to four of the major. Partner will just Q-bid something if they have an accept. And so then you don't get this awkward sequence where we're forced to bid over four spades and get to the 5 level in spots like this. But I know that's not the most popular treatment. It's just what I prefer to play.
Yeah, I mean, I think helps you game tries. Everyone knows that they're, pretty bad for a lot of reasons. First and foremost because they're so uninformative to the guy who has to make a decision about what to do over it.
Right. Right.
So, yeah, and like, slam bidding being so important, that actually does make a lot of sense. I actually don't think we did that, but it's a bit of an extreme view, but I also think an extremely reasonable one. Yeah, just like those bids otherwise are, not that useful for other purposes.
Exactly, because it's often very difficult to determine what's useful opposite a help suit game try and just like help suit game try helps the defense both in terms of the opening lead and the card play. So having just a generic game try of three of the major, like one heart, two hearts, three hearts, four hearts, it looks like we're the 80-year-olds playing at the local club, but the opponents have no idea what to do on defense, right? Like we could have an unbalanced 6-3-3-1, or I could just be like 5-4-2-2 with a little bit extras sort of thing.
Yeah, and those bids as bar bids are kind of useless anyway if you're playing against people who, are going to judge level appropriately. Like, they'll either come in or they won't, whether or not you bar them. They'll decide what to do with the three level appropriately because they're experts. Those bids are more useful in weak fields where people are going to have a hard time judging level accurately.
Absolutely. Well, board 11 in front of us, we have a little bit of a difference in the way that this hand has started. Same one heart, one no, two heart sequence, but Demoy, sitting on the 10 count with the stiff jack of hearts, elects to bump to three hearts. And Cranyak is going to accept, but he's trying to decide if he wants to accept with three no, given his good 6-card heart suit and 15 high card points, giving a little bit of weight to his stiff king, or if he's just going to accept by bidding four hearts over here.
Yeah, and there's another possibility. I think he could accept with three spades to show a spade concentration and let partner decide how good his minors are for three no trump.
That as well. But I mean, three hearts, what a bid. And if they do get to the heart game, this queen third of hearts on side is going to be enough for Declare to make this. A diamond can go on the club queen. Declare can just lose a club and one or two spades. Welcome back, Shift.
Yeah, yeah, that is true. That it's not totally clear from East's point of view how playable three no trump might be.
Well,
And again,
East. I mean,
West could have doubleton of hearts instead of singleton jack.
I mean, let's rephrase that a bit. West should have queen doubleton of hearts instead of singleton jack. Like
Sure.
the stiff jack is a very unusual holding. I mean, I think Demoy, rightly or wrongly, identified that his partner might be bidding two hearts a little bit heavy because this was a fourth seat one heart opener, and so that's the reason why he decided to take the push. Whew. Possible opportunity for Shori to pick up this non-vulnerable game swing.
Yeah, I think Kranyak he's considering, I think, a couple of different bids, but I don't think any of them are pass.
Right. right. And he does try three now. I like this choice. I mean, I think anything, three spades, three no, four hearts, all seems very sensible for their own reasons. And Vince, now this is tough because East is bidding 3-0 on the impression that West has a heart fit, and Demoy kind of doesn't have a heart fit. So I wonder if he's going to make this weird-looking bid of effectively pulling to four hearts. His shift says that Cranyak's slow 3-0 trump might enforce a pass from West. It could.
I was thinking about that, whether West has any, obligation to pass here based on the slow 3-0 trump. I don't know, like you know me, like I think anytime there's a slow bid, then we're obligated to pass. I'm actually somewhat atypically for me not sure this is one of those situations because the hesitation here, it could imply that East isn't sure what game to put it in, but this is also, well, I guess, yeah, I think like, is this kind of a weird auction? I guess it actually isn't, so yeah, maybe West is obligated to pass.
Okay.
Like, it's a weird auction to us because we have an abnormal hand. It's not a weird auction to East.
Right. So 3-0. Fleischer gets off to the best lead for the defense, which is to track a spade, knocking out dummies entries. I mean, a little bit random that that's what it happens to do, but it works here. Vince has a lot of work to do. He doesn't know that the hearts are coming home.
Yeah, and the
Let's
king of
see.
clubs might be an entry.
I
You
It
know,
could be,
the
but
opponent,
the defense can always deny him that entry. I mean, they might not, but I
but
think if he's going to set up hearts, they're going to realize it looks
yeah,
to me like Declare's best plan is to win the king of spades and lead a heart to the jack.
yeah,
Because
I think so too.
if we get 5 heart tricks and 2 spades and 2 diamonds, we're there. If a heart to the jack loses, we're pretty likely to have 5 heart tricks, at least we hope. And if heart to the jack wins, it would be the same as if we like took a winning heart finesse. So I think that has to be tricks 1 and 2. And in this case, Fleischer is going to have to scoop up the heart queen. So I don't think Declare will have much trouble after that.
Yeah, New York Purdue, it's a little different. So the ACBL used to have a system of expert committees where the experts would, you say, oh, like, my opponent hesitated, and the standard is, not did you take advantage, it's did you have an alternative that the hesitation, may have suggested that one alternative was better than the other. So, it's not an accusation. It's just there's this legal standard of what is quote unquote a logical alternative. And now it's done by directors and polling experts, which, I think is worse because like if an expert panel says, well, like this alternative is a 30% action, that probably meets the logical alternative standard, but you give it to 10 experts and say, what do you do on this hand? Virtually all of them say the thing that's, the other thing. So like a 70-30 becomes 100% in the new format, where in the old format, the hesitation, like there actually is some consequences for it, but they're one way or another. Like, if it's egregious, there's definitely adjustment, and there is a procedure for looking into it as, beyond just like telling everyone at the bar what the scumbag did to you.
And I think in terms of whether or not people can agree about what happened at the table in terms of the hesitations and stuff, I've never seen a situation where it turns into a he said she said sort of thing. It seems like I've always had at least 3 of 4 people in agreement at the table in my experience. So if the concern ever is just like, oh, it's going to be us against them, and my partnership says they hesitated and theirs both says they didn't, that doesn't actually seem to happen. So I don't know if that's just random good luck on my end, or if that's actually just active ethics from basically all of the players around, or at least 3/4 of the players at the table.
I think to some extent it depends. Like, so I have had that happen, but only against Flight B and worse pairs, like playing regional pair games or in, you know, um, like weak Swisses and whatever. Like, you know, it doesn't happen at the national level. Like maybe someone says no, or my hesitation was 15 seconds, it was really 90 seconds because you actually just completely lose track of all time in that position if you're the one thinking. But like people blatantly lying, that's only ever happened to me when it was weak players, not experts.
Got it.
Yeah, judging like that's definitely my experience is bad players just blatantly lie. But sometimes the directors can look at it and say like, no, this was complicated. Like you can say you did it instantly, but I can tell that you're lying. Like this person says you're lying. I can look at the hand and see no one could do this instantly. Okay, fine, you're lying. Yeah, so Declare has played 3 rounds of hearts. So this, obviously they were going to win the jack on the first round of the suit because if they deducted, they would take 0 heart tricks. So
Yeah,
I
this
guess South
is
is probably going to win this and put a diamond through.
um maybe. Yeah, that seems pretty sensible. But it does look like Declare is going to make it if they guess the spades at this point.
Yeah, I mean, even the club, we can just go up with a yeah, just like we can go up with a queen and play a spade up, and North has two winners. But if we guess the spade right, that's the end of it.
Yeah, now I guess Des
No,
Moines.
Rob is the at the table player, not me.
I guess I was going to say I imagine Vince kind of took this line of play of Ace King of Hearts and a heart, just because it's definitely a percentage to try and set up five heart tricks, and then like you play a heart to the jack and it wins, you're obviously not too thrilled. This
Right.
way, at least we pick up uh, 9 doubleton of hearts, so we pick up that 4-2 split.
Right. We take five tricks against any 3-3 or any queen doubleton or any nine doubleton, and we actually pick up six tricks against queen nine doubleton.
Yes, that is the added benefit. But the 9 doubleton specifically is the only one where a low heart to the jack is worse, although low heart to the jack would net us 3 heart tricks and we're still on lead. So there are definitely considerations for either line of play, and I guess this is like just a simple line. Sometimes simple is best.
Yeah, I guess the problem is we leave low heart to the jack, and someone started, yeah, and I guess it's like queen nine fourth, and it holds.
Well,
Well,
queen 9 fourth is all. It's really just 9 doubleton that heart to the
right,
jack is bad.
yep, yep,
Yeah,
right.
but or queen 9 doubleton specifically, we lose the extra trick. Yes, that is that is another loss. But all right, moment of truth for Des Moines. He's going to lead a spade up. Fleischer hops ace, and so that makes things easy. He may well have gotten this guess right anyway. But board 12 in the other room that we have not been paying attention to, Basis and Lorenzini ended up bidding to 2 hearts and making it after a no trump overcall on the south cards. We'll see if we get a similar sequence here.
Yeah, although, if you really think deeply on every hand, then you're not giving any information away because that just is your tempo.
I think that's the right way to go about learning Davy Kappa, um, for what it's worth. I think that it's really important during the foundation of whatever it is that you're endeavoring to do. You try and spend a lot of time to actually analyze your decisions and be very critical about your choices so that you learn to play or learn to do the thing the right way. Because if you just kind of like wing it when you're learning, you develop bad habits. So you want to squash those bad habits before they even take place, and your learning curve is so strongly affected by the first handful of times, first 100 times you do something. So I think it's a good idea to kind of overanalyze things when you're first starting out.
Yeah, BZL, yet another reason to use electronic devices where you have your time bank, they have theirs, and if you use yours up, it's 100% your problem, as opposed to the director coming over and being like, like you all got to play faster. It's like, come on, I'm playing against Mark Feldman. Like, who is you all?
That's true. Like it does need to be a fairness consideration to everyone at the table. Like I so you do kind of have to temper some of your thought process if you're a very slow player or if you're like trying to learn.
Well, or
But
you
do the
take as
best you
long as you
can.
want, and there are penalties, and you have to decide for yourself if the cost of the penalty is greater than the cost of not giving it, the full amount of thought that you would like to give it.
Speaking of, there are penalties. Like, look at board 12.
Yeah.
Demoy just like cracks one no with an 8 count. Yep, good here. Partner was a third seat, favorable, one heart opener. I'm ready. we
Although
balling.
it's weird that West double is alerted though, right? Like it looks to me like it's just a card showing double, but they did alert it.
Yeah, maybe it actually
Not,
is a
I
heart
don't think it's
raise.
I don't actually don't think it's SOS. I think it is like a don't kind of run out one suit.
I think so too. Um, so Cranyak escapes to 2 clubs or bids 2 clubs. He's not comfortable doubling 2 diamonds, although Vince may have been.
Yeah, he also wants to set up a possible competition to 3 clubs over North South two diamonds.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, like that's a problem BZL where, if one pair is playing unlimited time bridge and you're playing limited time bridge, it's just a different game, and let alone when they're taking up your time bank, and you get to every table, the director's like offering like, like you guys got to catch like it's not my responsibility to catch the rest of the section up. It's your responsibility as the director to keep the slow pair moving on their way. And if that means penalizing them, taking boards away from them, that's much fairer than penalizing the next pair and taking boards away from the pair trailing them. There's good and bad directors, right? And good directors are there, at some point, like, you can't stop people from just being, antisocial, um, you know, I don't want to say scumbags, but antisocial creatures. But, there are things you can do, and some directors just, you know, don't do it. Anyway, West has bid 2 hearts here. He's got his 8 card fit, so probably sends the auction.
Yeah, for sure. And we'll very likely see a similar result to what happened in the other room. King of Clubs opening lead from Martel. And I guess there's this possibility of the 9-8 of hearts coming into play. I mean, Declare is going to need to be a little bit careful. Oh, just kidding. Martel has led the King of Hearts, and that is going to make the rest of the play very simple for
Yeah, I
Declare.
mean, pretty understandably, though, right? King of Clubs into East 4 card suit. West might be short in clubs. Like, we could just draw West trumps and hope to score all our club tricks.
Sure, yeah. It might depend on what West double of a no trump was, because it seems very likely that West is going to have some value somewhere to ditch some of East club losers. But you're right. A trump opening lead could be best for the defense here. And Martel just elects to continue the heart suit. So 3 rounds of hearts. Declare will be in, knocks out the diamond ace, and I guess then gets to... Well, he might just score the diamond queen here. Like diamond to the queen, and is Martel going to let this hold? He does not. So now Declare does have an entry, can pitch 2 clubs on the king jack of diamonds, and this will be an overtrick, 140. So 1 imp going the way of Team Shori here. Obviously not what they need, being behind by 38, but they've done well to make a little bit of a comeback, especially thanks to that previous board where Demoy made the excellent 3-heart bid and got his side to a good game, or at least a reasonable game. In the meantime, 4 spades on board 13. There is a pivotal moment right now. Basis is in this club suit, ace 9-8 fourth, opposite queen 7-6 fourth. He leads the 8 of clubs. South plays low. Is he going to run the 8 of clubs into North? This allows him... I mean, there's still a lot of work to do, even if you do that. But he would then be able to cross to the West hand with the Heart Queen, lead the queen of clubs back, pinning that jack doubleton, and eventually get back to the west hand and the club suit itself to take a heart finesse against North's jack of hearts. The much simpler plan is to just go up with the club queen and hope that South has the king of clubs. But what has he seen so far on defense?
Yeah, and so North passed, and North has shown up with um, King Queen Jack of Diamonds because South led the nine and North dropped the king.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't really know because the Ace of Hearts could be in North if South has everything else. Like if South had King Jack third of clubs, North
Right,
might not
right.
be opening with that hand.
Yeah. Definitely a
He
tricky
is
spot.
really thinking about this.
I mean, this is one of these positions where a lot of the times as declarer, it, you can kind of get a little bit of a feel on South for having played low in such solid tempo here. It's a little bit difficult, even for the top players in the world, holding King Doubleton, for example, not King Third, to duck this trick. So if you discount the possibility of King Doubleton from South, because South would have either hitched or would have gone up with the king in this spot, then it's not that far off to make the percentage play running the eight of clubs here.
Yeah, and if West had a club holding that, suggested that Declare might have a finessing position, then it's a lot easier for South to duck. But here, looking at that club suit, like what reason is there for South to duck King Doubleton?
Right,
Like
right.
it doesn't, like from Declare's point of view, if South is sitting there with the king, he's going to think that there's just absolutely no reason to withhold it.
Yeah, so Basis really thinking about it. We're going to get to a similar position here from Cranyak in a moment. Leads the spade queen. He's already stripped the diamond suit and now is going to try another spade, but Martel can win, exit a third round of spades, and Cranyak will be in the same spot. Also, probably going to try the eight of clubs, I guess, or maybe, yeah, probably the eight of clubs out of hand. Giovanna says in the second segment, there was a board where they ruled 3-no trump down one instead of four hearts making in the overdeck match because of a slow 3-no trump bid. I didn't see that. We were watching that match, right?
Yeah, well, we tried to watch the overdeck match in the third segment, but no, actually, no, we didn't. Did we watch any overdeck? I thought not.
In the second
Oh, overdeck
set?
versus Rosenthal. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Second set. I thought we were watching one of the other matches. I'm so dumb. I'm sorry.
We were watching Zimmerman. Yeah. We were watching
Yes.
Zimmerman up against not
Yeah, we
Zimmerman.
tried to watch overdeck in the third set, but Real Bridge did not cooperate with that plan.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, so they have had some director rulings then.
Yeah, I mean, some of these pairs are, kind of, I don't know, like I don't want to say, I'm not, I don't mean that some of the pairs have bad tempo and are doing stuff like this. I meant more that there are some pairs that are more litigious than others, so they're going to be even when they're justified, they're just going to be a little more attuned to when they should be calling the director, even at this level. So, it's not super common, but it does happen. And like, I don't know which pair was on, on which side of that dispute, obviously, but just, some pairs are a little more likely to request a review than others.
Basis still in the tank about what to do after the Sata Clubs has been played.
And given who the player is, I think this actually is a tank, not a real bridge tank. And yeah, I think, as always, like, very important to keep in mind that requesting a review is not an accusation. It is saying that you would like a professional opinion about a situation that came up at the table, and, at that point, it's in the director's hands. Boy, it sounds like it's pouring again in New York. Let's see. Yep, it is going to be raining until middle of the night. Fantastic.
Well, it's
In the other room,
beginning of March, so hopefully it's going to start becoming a little bit more like spring soon.
yeah, and actually, like that, they've reduced the forecast a little bit, but at one point they were predicting temperatures in New York in the 70s next week.
Yeah, I guess you're getting some of that warm front that we've had the past couple of days.
Yeah, in the rain, like, not that it's, so pleasant to have it too rainy to go out, but the snow is starting to get kind of gross, so at least it's washing that away.
That is nice for sure. All of our snow has melted. Hey, Snoo, which teams are still in? Well, all of them from the start of today. So, and most of the matches are somewhat close. I guess this match is getting a little bit out of hand with only 18 boards left to score, and it's currently a 37 imp margin in favor of Fleischer. But a lot of the other matchups are pretty close. I think Hell up against Hans is also a little bit one-sided.
One-sided in which direction? I haven't seen the scoreboard lately.
I think Hell is was way ahead, but let me take a look. Yes,
Wow, yeah, they're up 44 imps after three.
yeah,
Rubenstein cut their deficit a little bit. It's now 7 imps going into the last segment. Overdeck Rosenthal's the only one not in, and unfortunately, with bridge base being or real bridge being screwed up, no way to tell what's going on there. I would, for a lot of reasons, like to see Rosenthal win that match.
Well, Cranyak has gone wrong. So no matter what happens from here, he is not going to make his contract. If he ducks this trick, then he will end play South, and South will effectively be forced to give him the Jack of Hearts. If he goes up with the Queen, well, then I guess North is going to be end played into giving him the Jack of Hearts. But either way, North South are going to take 2 clubs and a heart from here for down 1. Basis is still thinking on the 8 of clubs.
Yeah, so the other room, Craniac hatched the Ace of Clubs first, so that was that. Well, I mean, that was sort of that. He can duck this, and try to have the King of Clubs just, drop on the same trick if South was playing the Jack here from a remaining Jack 10. So he does, Craniac also has to decide how to play the clubs at this point in the hand.
Right. Yeah, Yakbub
Yeah.
says
We can see
on
it doesn't, we can see it doesn't matter, but he obviously thinks he has a reason to think.
right. Yeah, so as Yakbub is pointing out, if South had the King of Clubs over here from Bathurst, then by ducking from King third of clubs, Declare could win the Queen, ruff a diamond, go Ace of Clubs and a club, and South would be end played into giving Declare the Jack of Hearts guess, whereas Bathurst could have hopped up with the Club King and then exited either a diamond or a club, forcing Declare to guess the hearts himself. I don't think that's necessarily enough justification for South to go up with the King of Clubs from King third. For one thing, South doesn't necessarily know if that's the case, that his partner doesn't have the Ace of Clubs. So like if you pop up with the King of Clubs from King third, you just allowed Declare to cut their club losers to 2 instead of 3 sometimes. So I think it's pretty likely that South would duck from king third almost always in this spot. But it's true, right? Like, South could have avoided an end play if Declare was always playing a club to the queen in this position. But Basis is still in the tank. We're on to board 14 at the other table. And on that hand, looks like we're going to get a couple of passes. I mean, maybe not. Maybe East is going to open. Said yesterday that Cragnac and Demoy do not like bringing back losing cards to their teammates. And obviously he might feel like that last board he left a bit on the table. Could have, in theory, made the contract if he had guessed the clubs better. But he does just pass in first seat. Martel, an 11 count.
Oh my God, Cedric still hasn't played a card.
Yep. It's not Cedric, it's Tomas.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, well then I do wonder if it's frozen. Nope, there it goes.
Oh my God.
You got it right.
So 8 of clubs around, a diamond comes back. I mean, he could still be planning to just cash the club ace. He leads the 9 of hearts. Is he running this? This is another big position because he still needs to guess the jack of hearts with this plan. Like, he might pick up the clubs and misguess the heart jack.
He's definitely getting this. Oh, well, he could be playing South for ace jack of hearts.
Right.
But he knows South has the ace of hearts at this point.
Yes. So...
Well, he doesn't know it, but he is committed to playing South for the ace of hearts at this point.
Yeah, and... I mean, big decision. Because he can make it if South has ace jack third of hearts. He would run the 9 of hearts, and then be careful. I guess he, in theory, could lead back the 10 of hearts. The 2 of spades to the 7 is technically an entry for the club finesse, but he would probably just go king of hearts heart. South would then be end played into giving dummy an entry, and then he could lead the queen of clubs, pinning the jack doubleton. Matt asked, does anyone know the score for 4 spades redoubled, making an over trick vulnerable? Yes, it's a lot.
Is it 1480?
1080 sounds right. Yeah, 880 is 4 spades redoubled, making non-vulnerable. So 1080 is vulnerable.
Yeah, so I thought it was
and
1080
then,
plus a 400-point overtrick.
Right. Yep. 1480.
I think that's what I said, right?
It is.
Excellent. Well, we can I can pull it up very quickly because I'm not sharing my screen here.
All right, someone needs to step in and check Basis for the hand records because holy crap, that line of play. Look at this guy go. 4 spades right? Making 4. That's why Fleischer pays him the big bucks.
Yeah. Although, wait, which pair is leaving that team, though? Cementa and Versace are, right?
I think it's Cementa and Versace, yeah. He better get a bonus for that hand. If you're going to take 15 minutes to declare a hand, you better get it right.
Yeah, that's a good roll. Yeah, so it sure does look like 4 spades redoubled is making.
Oh, in the Zimmerman match?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, Rosenberg made what did not feel to him, I'm sure, like a speculative double of 4 spades, but it turns out it was, and Klukowski redoubled it. He had ace, king, 10, 8 of spades, so I'm sure looked at it and said, well, at worst, they're not going to make it an overcheck.
We love us some redoubled contracts. So Demoy and Cragnac having an interesting discussion here. They get to 4 hearts in the 6-2 fit. And how is this going to do? North on lead. I I mean, I guess Declare is just going to pull trumps and then run the diamonds.
Yeah, I mean, North is going to lead a spade, obviously, as his partner requested one, and we have the ace of trumps. Maybe we can get a spade rough.
So spade around to the ace. I mean, if Declare just runs the 10 of hearts, then another spade comes back, Declare can't continue pulling trumps from there. So I think that's not good enough to make the contract. Declare might need to be a little bit more proactive.
Yeah, and of course, the problem is a second spade. Then, if we play our last trump from dummy, they can win in cash spade, so that's bad for us. I mean, North, I guess, needs to be hopping up with the ace of hearts because of the blockage here. Yeah, Rosenberg is, like he's not going to be happy, but he's not really tiltable. And also, I think, that is going to be it for Rosenberg and Rubenstein. But I think if he came back for the next segment, or even if that had happened mid-segment, it might tilt his partner, but it would not tilt him.
I think the spade lead might beat the contract in 4 hearts.
Do you think that it beats the contract if Declare plays a harder trick two and North ducks it?
Yeah, because like South only has 2 diamonds.
Right.
I mean, I'm not 100% convinced, but this looks like. So Fleischer is thinking about what to do on this heart. Um, he does go up with the ace, so he'll play another spade, I assume. And now there's just nothing Declare can do. On this lie of the cards, like 3 rounds of diamonds, pitching a spade, South can ruff, pull West trump, and then cash a spade. Obviously, if Declare tries another heart, South will get in and then just cash 2 spades.
Yeah, so in the other room, it was played from the other side. South let a high spade from Queen Jack. North didn't unblock the nine, but it's not really going to matter since it was Ace King Doubleton anyway, and you don't need to be finessing. You can't. I mean, I guess it was better at this table where it was, low, where the Ace King of Spades went on air, but it doesn't matter. We'll need one spade winner, so I think it's still going down to the other table.
Yeah, it does seem that way. I mean, the similar plan of just South continues another spade here, but South switches to
The South did
clubs.
not continue another spade here.
Okay. But is it still down? um, so Declare wins the club ace. I mean, what is Declare's plan? Like, Declare obviously knows that he's in a bit of trouble.
So let's say we play spade to the ace, rough a club, rough a spade, 3 rounds of diamonds, pitching our last spade as South roughs. Now we can score the ace king of spades separately because South can just play a spade.
Yeah, well, even more so than that. In this hand, North gets to overruff the 3rd round of spades. But yeah, if spades were
That's true, yeah.
not 5-2, that line of play is like somewhat reasonable.
So the ace king of
This,
hearts crashed, but of course the South has the eight. It doesn't matter.
yeah, now Hurd does need to return a spade here. Because if Hurd just plays back a club, Declare can knock out the last trump. And there's the spade back. So Declare is going to do his best. Ace, King, Queen of diamonds. Hope that the 3rd heart is with a 3-card diamond suit. But it is not. So 4 hearts down 1 at both tables.
Down one. So one more word in this match, although given that to push, this is not a great position for the Shori team to be in. Stuck 49 with 16 boards to go.
No, they've had some big leads going into the fourth segment themselves earlier in the event, but now they're behind by quite a bit. Fleischer and Martel are going to be out. Versace and Cemento will come back in for Team Fleischer, and we'll probably try and follow a different match because this one is looking like there might be a lot of action, but there's a lot of imps to make up.
Yeah, I mean that hand where Tama made on the intra finesse. That's the difference between a 36 imp match and a 49 imp match. You think, well, 13 imps like going to the fourth quarter, that is an enormous, enormous difference. 49 is a number where you absolutely have to be swing looking opportunities. 36 is a number where like a couple things go your way early, and all of a sudden now it's like an 18 imp match, and you can win 18 imps on normal bridge luck. But the other way, you win, 20 imps and like you still have 30 imps to make up in 12 boards, and that's really hard to do with normal bridge luck.
Definitely. So both Lorenzini and Demoy open a no trump on the 13 count here. I was assuming that Demoy would do this. I'm a little bit surprised that Lorenzini did because I think they play 15 to 17s. But I was kind of expecting Demoy to do it because I think, again, they need a little bit of a position, and this feels like a hand from West's perspective where he might be able to take a position on his cards. So
I think East West might even play 13 plus to 16, Cran and Vince. So
they might. They might. But for Lorenzini and Basis, I'm a little bit surprised. And so they get to six hearts. They get to six hearts from the wrong side. Well, it doesn't matter, but it does take a spade lead to beat this contract. Because if not, the club hook is winning, and Declare can set up a fourth diamond to ditch a spade loser. So, and Hurd leads a club. Wow. Okay, well, the line of play is very simple for Lorenzini. I know that he's a tanker, but this is going to be an easy one. Ace of clubs, pull trumps, run the diamond queen. South will eventually take that king of diamonds. And now as Declare, you have nothing better to do other than to take the club finesse. You need that 12th trick. So this is going to be Lorenzini and Basis making a slam. Demoy and Cranyak stay at the 4 level, probably due to the difference in no trump range. So the 4 diamond bid, some sort of balanced slam try from Cranyak over Stamen, and Demoy rejects it, despite having found a 9-card heart fit. But justified, because Fleischer finds the spade lead. So this is going to be...
that he would have made the same lead against 6.
Yeah, he probably would have. It's a little bit of a guess as to what to lead. So Jack of Spades lead happens. Demoy doesn't even play another card. He just asks where the King of Diamonds is. It's offside, 11 tricks. So that is the last board at that table. Let's head in to watch Lorenzini play out the last hand.
Yeah, and of course, I do think that Shori is going to play the last segment, but now all of a sudden it's going to be a 60 plus imp deficit.
Exactly. In fact, exactly 60.
Oh, right. Yeah, non-roll slam was 11. Yeah, so I mean, 60 imp comebacks are possible, but you definitely need a lot of racing luck your way. You just need to be um, you know, doing things to try to generate imps and hoping like they're not all going to cash because they never do, but hoping that a lot of them cash. But like sometimes you flip 6 coins and 5 of them are heads, but that's what you need.
And you need it to line up with the right boards, of course.
Yeah, right. Certainly. Like you win a couple of big swings in the first couple of boards, and all of a sudden, now you're within shooting distance. Anything can happen.
So the diamond goes around to the king. Bathurst thinking this one through, but realizes that there isn't anything he can do. He's counting out the shapes. He knows Declare started with 5 hearts. I guess he'll probably try a diamond back to cut some communication in case there is a squeeze. But really, just nothing to be done. Jack of diamonds, club to the jack. I mean, at the end of the day, this is a pretty good slam. Even if they find a spade lead, you can still make it if the diamond hook works. And if they don't find a spade lead, you're on one of 2 minor suit finesses to make. So there goes a spade.
We should have all of the quarter scores in now. Yo, Overdeck is now up 45 against Rosenthal. They had a big set. And we do see that adjustment was in Overdeck's favor. So they actually were up 30 at the end of the second segment rather than 17, I think, that we thought it was. Yeah, so Zimmerman Rubenstein is both the closest and the tightest match, or not the lowest scoring match. Overdeck has fewer aggregate imps, but Zimmerman is 7 imps ahead of Rubenstein. That's the closest of the 4. Everything else is 40 plus imps. It looks like there may be a scoring error in the Shori match because the Bridgewinner scoreboard says it is a 59 imp match.
Got it.
Oh, sorry, 61. I was no 59. Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't math. So 59 to Fleischer, 44 to Hallow over Hans, and 45 to Overdeck over Rosenthal, and a mere 7 in the Zimmerman Rubenstein match.
I guess we're headed to Zimmerman Rubenstein. Hopefully
Yeah,
it's functional on Real Bridge. That would be great.
indeed.
I have no idea what Lorenzini's doing. Like, there's no way he cashes the ace of spades as some Vienna coup, right? He's not going to, go ace of spades, 2 rounds of hearts, pitching a spade, and hope that South gets squeezed in the black suits. That's just impossible. Yes?
Yeah,
We agree?
I think
Why
so.
hasn't he played a heart to the jack and a club to the jack?
I mean, we know he made it because the scoreboard reflects the 11 imps he picked up.
Yes, but
Oh, Matthew, that's funny. Is that really true? Wait, no, there's more than 24 players in the semifinal, though, right? Yeah, there's
that
18. Oh, so semifinal. You're looking ahead to the teams that are favored to win, but you know, 45 and comebacks happen.
Yeah, but that can't possibly be accurate because I can count sorry. I was looking at the Shori
Well,
team, but the Shori team is currently getting knocked out. I see what you mean.
right. Fleischer has 2 Americans out of 6. Hella, of course, has 0. Zimmerman has 0, and Overdeck has just the 1.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Which
I mean,
is
there obviously are
honestly
a lot
pretty
of
good
really
odds for America since, that's like 1 out of 8, but there are so many more European countries than just the one America. So, yeah, I would say like 3 out of 24 Americans is above average, not biased. What is Lorenzini doing?
I'm kind of curious, and I'm going to take a look at the round of 16. I'm curious how many Americans participated in that.
Okay, Lorenzini asks, is the Queen of Clubs on side? Yes, it is. So, 6 hearts making. Let's take a look at the scoreboard. I know that Craig already announced the scores, but here they are. So Fleischer up by 59, Hell up by 44, Zimmerman up by 7, and Overdeck ahead by 45. So only one match is close, although we have seen some pretty large comebacks in the past. Like specifically yesterday, Overdeck made a massive comeback against Andresen in their round of 16 matchup. So it could happen to any of these teams, but as we get closer towards the end of the event, it tends to be the case that there are not that many comebacks. The teams are just so good playing up against each other. And currently, there have never been lead changes, at least beyond the segments. Fleischer Shori were tied, Hellhans were tied, but the team that's been leading has been leading every single match since. Zimmerman's been leading throughout. Overdeck has been leading throughout.
So I just took a look and of the 16 team. I didn't count players because, just a little much to do at the moment. But of the 16 teams in the round of 16, three were all American. And of those, even the teams that are all people who play for the U.S. for bridge purposes, each had at least one person who immigrated to the U.S. as an adult.
Mm-hmm.
So, oh, sorry, not Nickel. I guess. Oh, yeah, because Nickel has Hampson. The Ivatori team that lost to Fleischer has Uday, who came here. I don't remember if it was for college or post college, but I believe he came here as an adult, although he's been in the U.S. for 40 plus years. And they also had Gittleman and Sherry Weinstock, who were Canadians until they moved to Las Vegas as adults. And I think the last one was Rubenstein and Michael Rosenberg came here from Scotland as an adult. So zero teams in the round of 16 with all native-born Americans. Kind of a remarkable stat.
It's a lot easier.
I mean, I'm not saying that to be xenophobic. It's just kind of amazing.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to have a non-full American team in this.
Oh, and Helgamo, yes, thank you.
Yeah, Helgamo is on that team as well. Because like the NABCs don't have any restriction for all American teams, right? Like it's if you're going to play on an all American team, it basically is just the USBCs. That's the only event to do it for the most part.
Yeah, but that's a big change, right? Because the cycle deal is the three NABCs and the USBC. So a lot of people like to play, like, Nickel plays with a team that's all USBC eligible. It just happens that one of the guys used to be Canadian.
Right. So we're going to follow Zimmerman, Rubenstein, the close matchup in the final segment. We have 13 minutes left until that starts up.
Hella Hans is playing already, and the other three matches are on the time delay.
Yeah, they're through one board in that matchup, but Hans does need to make a big comeback. They're capable of doing it, but it's always very difficult when you come in needing to earn a bunch of swings, because what can easily happen, especially because you're trying to swing, you're taking anti-percentage actions. And you know what anti-percentage means? It means that if the normal thing happens, then you end up losing another large chunk of imps on that board. So things could get out of hand quickly.
Although it's possible that they'll be swinging less than some standard pairs might, since their systems do a lot of the swinging for them.
That's true.
So how was your Spire 2 tryout?
Spire 2 was good. We almost finished a run, and so I'm basically almost at the final boss. I guess I'll probably wrap that up at the end of stream after we finish the fourth segment today, just to get a little bit of completion. But I mean, the way the game works, unfortunately, if you don't use some sort of cheat to unlock everything, is you have to play an awful lot of runs. The idea is like it gets you acquainted with like all of the different characters you can play and the way the game functions. It's a little annoying as someone who comes from Spire 1, who like was already playing on the hardest difficulty. to start out back at like the baseline difficulty. Because I basically like did a bunch of silly things since I was trying to explore and still kind of breezed through much of the game. But yeah, it looks like fun. I'll probably end up playing more if people have been enjoying it. Maybe I'll do a little bit of a chat poll tomorrow during the break to see if people want to continue doing that. I mean, I would like to explore all the stuff. There's a bunch of new things. They added in at least one new character, maybe two, into the game. So I'm curious to see kind of how the mechanics work for those guys.
Now, are the unlocks purely by achievement, or there's also like in-app purchases and that kind of thing?
There's no purchases. I mean that you it's not one of those games where like you have to spend money once you've already purchased the game. Everything unlocks through just playing the game more, basically.
Yeah, that's what I meant by achievements.
Yeah. Some of it is through, I guess I would call an achievement of winning. Like it doesn't allow you to advance. At least Spire 1 didn't allow you to advance to the next difficulty level until you beat the previous difficulty level. So,
Like, yeah. And is it like also are you unlocking different cards or different classes by that, or do you sort of start out with all of that populated?
there are, but there wasn't much of a grind in Spire 1. Like they had effectively like 5 experience levels in terms of playing each character, as far as I recall, where you unlocked the cards as you gained experience. But it was basically like if you played 5 runs with each character, then you unlocked their entire card collection. It wasn't one of these where like, you have to play 7 runs to get to level 2, and then you unlock 1 new card, and then you have to play 10 more runs to get to level 3 or something. It wasn't annoying to try and unlock all of the stuff like it is in some games, as I've found. But yeah, it is. If in case you're wondering, in terms of like speed running the game, I believe the current world record for all achievements in Spire 1, which basically includes unlocking almost everything in the game, is approximately 3 hours. So in theory, like you could unlock everything in Spire 1 in 3 hours if you knew exactly what you were doing and you were very fast. But I think for most players, it would take weeks to months of playing to get all of the stuff.
Right, like 3 hours, but 3 hours plus all of the many, many hours that you put in previously to optimize this project.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. But it'll be cool. Apparently there's a multiplayer mode. So there was a mod that someone made in Spire 1 for multiplayer, which I did play with a couple of friends. I think even once or twice on stream before. So, which was super cool, but now it's just kind of built into the base game. So I guess anyone who has a copy can join up and play multiplayer in some way. BZL says, you also didn't have to beat the heart. The heart is the final endgame boss, like a secret unlock. Once you get further in the game, just getting through the main floors counted as a win. That's correct. And in fact, in terms of a glitch that people found, I mean, if anyone's interested in the Spire speedrunning community, I was at some point, there's a glitch where you can actually, after you get through Act 2 of 3, you can like frame perfect save and quit out, and it counts as a win. So people would do that to complete the speed run faster. But yeah. You did not have to beat the heart to move up to the next difficulty level. It was just like an extra bonus that was added towards the end of the game because players were finding it too easy to defeat the base game. But the super cool thing that I liked about Spire in general was that, I guess, a couple of things. There was a character, the Watcher, where basically if you ever lost, it was your fault.
Okay.
you have made a mistake if you lost with this character. It is a very difficult character to play, so it's like kind of interesting to try and optimize a lot of the decision making and trying to build your deck and play through all the combats. But the character was so strong that like even at the highest difficulty level, it was basic. You know you've made a mistake, and so you can like critically analyze your decisions with that mindset. But then secondly, for all the other characters, even the best players in the world will have like, let's call it a 50% win rate. It tends to be a bit higher, but like 50% sounds to be about right. So like the game was hard enough where you couldn't always win, even if you played perfectly, but you could win enough of the time if you made really good decisions. So it was kind of this like sweet spot of difficulty challenge, which was nice. I don't know if that's appealing to most people, but like some people just enjoy games where you don't have to do any thinking or any work on your own, and they just want to win all the time. And Spire is not like that. I mean, unless you're playing Watcher, but it's also a lot of work if you want to win on Watcher.
Yeah, just need a good balance of you want it to be difficult enough to say interesting, but not so difficult that, if you're like fine, if you don't win 8 out of 10, that's one thing, but if you're like, losing early 8 out of 10 games, that's no fun,
Yeah.
Like you want whether or not you really do have a chance to win every game, you want to feel like you have a chance to win every game.
That is important.
Or
And of course,
enough that you're not just like, well, like this is just stupid and impossible and I'm done.
that's true. I do think that the learning curve at the very start, it might feel like a bit frustrating, but like there really are the baseline game. If you play a decent amount of deck builders, or if you have a decent understanding of deck builders, you should be able to beat the baseline like lowest level difficulty. And then the difficulty increases incrementally. There are 21, at least in Spire 1, there were 21 different difficulty levels. And so each one added a small boost to the opponent's like combat skill, or a small boost to something throughout the run that made it a little bit more challenging to you. Once you got all the way up to the final one, obviously it was very difficult and compared to the first. But yeah, I will enjoy it, and I will enjoy unlocking stuff. I think it would have been cool, given that it came out right now, to try and do a bit more streams of it, because I know a lot of people are going to be streaming that game. Actually, I'm going to take a look at Twitch. When I swapped my category over, I think there were 141,000 people watching Slay the Spire 2. So let me just go ahead and take a look right now. And see if I can find Slay the Spire 2. How many viewers are there? There are currently, only 72,000. But still, I mean, that's quite a bit. And a bunch of the top streamers for Slay the Spire 1 have a decent following over there right now. But how many people are live streaming this? I guess I can't find this information out. But currently scrolling through, there's like over 100 different people streaming Slay the Spire 2 right now. Over 200. 300? I don't know. There's a lot. We got 3 minutes to go until the next segment starts.
What is the I don't spend a lot of time on Twitch other than these streams. Like, what is the Twitch record for, most people watching just a single type of thing?
Certainly in the millions. I mean, like League of Legends streams tend to have multiple channels that have 150,000 viewers during like the World Championships times. I know that NFL streams a game once a week on
Sure.
Twitch. The NFL stream doesn't tend to get that many. It's relatively speaking. It tends to be about 200,000 viewers on the NFL streams. But there's only like one of them because it's like the official NFL like hosted broadcast, so there aren't like 20 different people streaming it. Yeah, George Brad says the Amazon Prime one, I assume you mean like the NFL one, gets 100,000 or so. But yeah, there are quite a few streams for different games that will have several 100,000 viewers. And so then if you get a couple of those streams playing the same game, like especially on release day of a new game, then it will be very popular. BZL says this isn't that uncommon for a hype new game. I think it is because Slay the Spire is fairly niche. It's not one of those brain off type games. You know, it's not like Fortnite or something. So like the top streamer right now, I think, is Baylor Lord, and he has like 4,500 viewers, which is maybe about 50% more than he usually gets.
Yeah, so the Slay the Spire subreddit has 309,000 weekly viewers, weekly visitors.
Mm-hmm. I
Let's
don't
see,
expect Spire
don't
2 to
see.
die quickly, and depending on what the popular streamers think about it, like Baylor Lord, Frost Prime, Jorbs, other people, I don't know who else is going to be streaming this thing. That will probably determine how much popularity the game has in terms of longevity. If they decide that Spire 1 is better, they'll probably go back to doing that. If they decide that they like Spire 2 instead, then they'll probably remain, and then it will remain very popular for a bunch of people. We are in to the final segment, Rubenstein against Zimmerman. Board 16 on the table. I've got Gru and Moss on the left side of the screen, Novozatsky, Novak on the right. And we have our first divergence on the first board. It's only a 7-imp match. Novozatsky opens a Polish-style 2 hearts, even though they're not playing Polish club, showing hearts in a minor. Takeout double by whoever East is for Team Rubenstein. I guess it's going to be Helgamo over there. 3 clubs, pass or correct. North-South find the club fit. East balances with another double, and Grossack tries 3 no-trump on his hand with that King Doubleton of clubs stopper. The diamond suit is not going to split, though, for Declare. So another club comes through. Grossack, oh, we can't see the screen. Sorry. There we go. Yep. There we are. Fixed. Thank you, chat. And so Grossack is praying for the diamonds to split, but they will not.
What?
What?
Well, the other room, I think we just have operator error. It says it went pass, a diamond by South. And I don't think that's like South's opening bid would be a diamond, but there's no way anyone past that hand is East.
Hey, Kevin Epley, the new Resident Evil is good, really scary. I've never been a fan of the zombie games. I think it's cool to watch like speed runs of those zombie games, but playing through the games myself, I was never a big fan of jump scares. But yes, as Craig points out, East opens a diamond here. South has passed. And West is going to bid a heart. So diamond, a heart. Either 1 spade or 2 diamonds from East. And I suspect East-West are going to end in a diamond partial based on the way this auction has gone. So that looks like a good result for Team Zimmerman, who might pick up a handful of imps on this first board. Matt asked, did I play any of the Rome Total War games? I didn't play any of... No, I did not. The only games that I've ever really played, I've played some RTSs, I've played some MOBAs, and I've played Slay the Spire. And I guess I played some Blueprints on stream a while back.
Yeah, you had streamed some chess problem solving, but obviously that's very different.
Yeah. We need to
Nice, I
get
think.
we need to get that collab going though with the Polish Grandmaster. Who who can make this happen for me? We need to. I'll swap him some bridge lessons for some chess lessons, or maybe we could do like a little. I would be up for like a handicap match. Like we could do a first to 10 points. He gives me, I don't know, what's fair for a grandmaster? Two pawn handicap, a piece handicap. What would make it fairly even? And winner of the match gets 10 subs from the loser. I would be down for that. What's my rating? About 2,000. Rook odds? No, 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 no. I would win with rook odds every game.
I mean, depends on the grandmaster, but yeah, like like I don't think you would beat Carlson with rook odds.
I almost guarantee I would beat Carlsen with rook odds. Rook is a
Really,
lot. Yeah.
I would have thought that you would be competitive, but that 1,000 point difference in rating was still too much to overcome.
Rook is a lot. I
Yeah,
mean,
fair.
yeah. I wouldn't beat Carlsen with rook odds. I that's I mean, I know that you can overcome pretty sizable. Like it's not the 1,000 point difference. It's that like the mistakes don't end up costing as much in terms of the evaluation. So it does depend on time control. Like I would lose to Carlsen with rook odds if it was a blitz game. That's absolutely true. In which case, like maybe it's not fair to play a blitz match where I only get two pawn odds. That seems stupid. Yeah, I'm pretty bad at blitz, so that's a bad idea. Anyway, if someone wants to make that happen, go coordinate with the guy.
That's what we got. An auction on 17, 16. North South did get to four clubs, although I suspect it was not on the auction that we're seeing at the table, but who knows?
Yeah, I don't know if what's going on at this table. Hopefully this match is watchable because this is the close one, at least currently. So on 17, as you mentioned, North-South have found their heart fit. They look to be in four hearts for the moment.
Yeah, they do have a slam.
They do. Both hearts and clubs do split. So Declare has an easy time, and South has the perfect holding in the pointed suits.
Yeah, I think, South obviously is thinking about this, and he knows partner has a singleton spade because of the jump raise by West. He knows his club card is great. If he does think the partner is 5-5 in hearts and clubs, then he knows that, his ace king of diamonds cover both the partner's diamonds, assuming partner's 1-2 in the other suits. It's like all of a sudden, all we need are those, terrific trumps, but we probably have 5 level safety. So he does bid four spades. I don't know whether it's a cubit or a key card.
Yeah, but as you point out, I mean, South does have an excellent hand for slam with the controls. Needs a little bit of help, but the four club bid maybe suggests that that North has some pretty good hearts over there, as well as a source of tricks in the club suit. And it does seem like they're on their way to the slam. 5 hearts showing 2 key cards and the trump queen from North. Maybe, if 4 spades was key card. No! Novak passes 5 hearts. So an opportunity for Team Rubenstein there on that board. But to start with, I mean, it looks like North-South are in 4 clubs on board 16.
Yeah, well, yeah, and I did one, I think the polls are not super kick players, so, four spades and 5 hearts could have been a kickback, because 5 hearts would be the bid, but I think it wasn't. I think you were the South hand, a bid key card, and North said two with, you're bidding a slam.
I think so, yeah. Kevin Epley asked, how's Shori doing? Shori is currently down by 59. So they're way behind. They need a lot of help to overcome the Fleischer team in their matchup.
Yeah, I think the other three matches were all in, time to operate in the fourth quarter territory. This is obviously a very different setup, 7 imps. The other two matches were 44 and 45 imps.
We're on to board 18, but we'll keep an eye on Gru and Moss's auction here on board 17. Gru is going to get to open a heart in first seat, and we'll see whether or not Moss thinks opposite a precision one heart opener, his hand is worth a slam try. There's going to be a little bit of interference with the spade suit. But we'll keep an eye on that table. Over on board 18, Grossack, he's in there. 3 spades. Pass by South. 4 spades by Helgamo. Novozatsky has 3 aces. May end up doubling this. But he does not. He lets it go. And it looks like this is going to be a steal for Team Rubenstein. They get to play 4 spades undoubled when North-South are cold for 5 diamonds.
Or 3-no, they have 9 top tricks.
Right? Yeah. So King of Diamonds opening lead. And in 4 spades, I mean, how bad is it? Damage looks like it's going to be 2 hearts, a diamond, 2 clubs, and a spade for down 3.
Yeah, 150. It sort of doesn't matter. You'd be down 5 or 6 and still be pretty happy about his result. Down 10 would win imps. Well, so the auction has started somewhat similarly. 1 spade overcall, South bid 2 spades, Q bid, and West raised to 3 spades. Then, same 4 club bid, and South just bid 4 hearts in this position. Maybe a little less sure about the singleton spade. Also a little less sure about partner's hand overall because the precision opening, Joe Gru just has a lighter range than whoever's at the other table in the North Sea, Novosatsky. Moss and Gru, they were non-vulnerable. His position would open any 8 count. It definitely changes Moss's expectations from North.
Exactly. So 4 hearts makes 12 tricks. We get a push. Oh, there's a club rough as well. So it was actually down 4. Yikes. I mean, it's scored up as 4 spades making, but obviously it did not. Hopefully we get that corrected. Otherwise, this is going to be a bit of a miserable viewing experience.
Yeah, so it'll be a 1 imp difference if they do make a game at the other table. 600 and 150 is 10. 600 and 200 is 9. So either way, as long as they bid a game on the North-South cards, it's a triumph for Helgamo and Grossack.
Same 3 spade opening bid from East. Are we going to get the same spade raise from Klukowski here? And if that's the case, is Gru actually going to let it go? I was a bit surprised by Novozatsky's decision not to double with the 3 aces. But Gru also just lets it go. Wow.
Yeah, very well done by both East-West pairs. I think both North-Souths in a tight match are going to be really nervous about this board.
Game King asked, do you have to accept being robbed?
Yeah, sometimes.
I mean, I have to admit, I probably would have doubled 4 spades on the North cards, but maybe I'm just a fish. But yeah, both of these players elected to pass it out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know, but yeah, absolutely. There's some class of hands where you just get robbed. 2 world-class players, both guys who won world championships, just let themselves get robbed on this hand. It just happens.
Right. Matt has already pulled Robson, and Robson has said double. Way to go, Matt. I'm glad that you have Andrew Robson on speed dial. So board 19, diamond preempt here from Novozatsky and Novak. Also, the 4-card spade suit overcall from Grossack there.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you watch Robson stream? Great question. Do you think Robson streams?
Would be surprised, but it's possible. I mean, he runs a bridge club, right? Promoting bridge would probably be good for his business.
He does?
Huh,
Wow.
cool.
Who would have thought? So it looks like Novozatsky has gotten himself overruffed in hearts, but it doesn't end up costing him a trick, I don't believe, in the play. He was always slated to lose a couple spades from here. And if he had pulled trumps, he would only get to ruff one of his heart or spades in the north hand.
He has more than 5,000 videos.
I mean, I have more than 1,000 videos on my YouTube channel.
Yes, but 5,000 and 1,000 are very different numbers.
He's like 5 times as old as I am.
Well, sure, but Twitch was not available during both of your entire lifetimes. And I guess if he's been doing it for, more than a decade, and YouTube has obviously been around for 25 years and is posting, approximately one video a day, sure, why not? But that is nonetheless a lot of content.
It really is. And oh my God, wait, what happened? Oh, no, this is, yeah, the stupid thing happened.
Claire's still in serious trouble here.
No, I was just looking at the score. I was like, oh my God, Rubinstein's back in it. But no, those 11 imps are not real.
Yeah.
Like, those are not a real 11 imps. In fact, it looks like
Was it
Zimmerman.
actually pushed today? Was it 200 in the other room?
Yeah, I think Zimmerman's actually picking up 3. So it's not a 2 imp deficit. It is a 16 imp deficit, is where we currently stand. So Gru opens a no trump in third seat on board 19. We get a penalty double here from Kalita sitting east with the 15 count.
Yeah, so I think West will. Who knows what South will do, but West will take this out into hearts. So that might just end the auction with East, West, and 2 hearts.
You think if South passes, West isn't just going to take his chances with 6 highs?
I do not think West is going to take his chances. With East on lead, we can't really support either a spade or a diamond lead. We do know the hearts is playable. We could have a heart game red. That's another consideration.
Sure.
I mean, it's true. Like pass whatever. I don't think it's inconceivable. I just really don't like it.
And it's also kind of the case that you might expect. Well, it looks like Helgamo and Grossack are also playing. 2 hearts is not the bid on the West cards, so maybe Klukowski does know he's in a similar position to the other room. But if the other table has opened 2 hearts on your cards, then you're kind of behind, having not done so. So 2 hearts becomes a little bit more attractive for that reason.
Yeah, that too. Although red white second seat, of course there are plenty of players who would open 2 hearts, but not all of them.
Yeah, so Klukowski does pass the double with the 6 high card points.
I take it back.
And we'll see if Moss's pass. I mean, the amount of time it took Moss to make a bid, I guess I was under the assumption that his pass was probably an invitation to play. but it looks like it was some sort of rescue attempt. So now two hearts by Klukowski.
Yeah, presumably that, I don't know, but West may have, asked about the pass and been told that North is redoubling. Presumably that was what pass asked for.
Does seem that way. So Moss effectively showing some sort of two suited or three suited run out without clubs. Three diamonds went down two on board 19 in the other room in the north. So if East West end up in two hearts, it's going to be one more imp going the direction of Zimmerman because that looks like it's going to make an overtrick. And on to board 20, Helgamo opens two no trump with his 21. Transfer to hearts, four diamonds, looks like natural. Helgamo can bid four hearts. He does have a very good hand. So first question.
Yeah, and, even for his two no bid, he had a maximum, and obviously three diamonds aren't great, but he has ace king queen a partner's trump suit. So first question is,
Do they have any chances in a grand? It looks like no.
well, I mean, yes, but they will not make a grand, right? It's a 25% grand. I don't see anything straight up better than picking up the diamonds. You know, I mean, I guess like King Jack Doubleton of clubs on side.
Hmm. Yeah,
King
it's
Doubleton of clubs. Yeah, no, King Doubleton clubs on side isn't good enough. You can take.
King Doubleton would be
No,
good
that is good
enough.
enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, it looks like Declare's best chance in the grand is to pick up the diamonds because I'm wondering if Zach is going to make a couple of inquiries, find out about all the key cards, and bid seven hearts. I think that's a very reasonable thing to do on his hand, especially if he's looking for a swing. Partner sometimes has the queen of diamonds. Partner sometimes has a doubleton diamond. Partner sometimes has the jack of diamonds and the hook is working. So
Yeah, I would say two things. So one is I don't think he's looking for a swing because from his point of view, it was a 7-imp match and they stole possibly like they don't know what to push. He thinks they might have stolen a game swing on the hand where Grossack opened three spades and he raised to four. So, I don't think he has any reason to be looking to do anything heroic yet. But obviously, what West would love to do is keycard for diamonds because then he could find out about the ace king queen of diamonds and bid a grand confidently. I just don't think there's enough room to do that, but that would be obviously what West would prefer to do if he could.
okay, it looks like Klukowski ends up making two overtricks and two hearts, so he gains two more imps. Again, the score is very wrong.
Yeah. Well, it's not very wrong. It has one, extremely incorrect score, but fortunately, it's not board after board.
And so over Grossack's five no trump pick a slam, Helgamo did pick a slam. He chose no trump, which is not exactly what Zach was hoping for, but it looks like he has tempered his aggression a little bit here with just the 12 high card points, and the weak hearts elects to sit for 6 no.
Yeah. And I wonder if he intended 6 no as a very mild 7 try if he's had some extras. We don't know much about East Hand except that he has forced to slam.
Right.
Like,
Yep.
anyway, that should be probably fairly easy, right? With the club's guarded, we can just play on diamonds and score this easily. I don't think there's really any other uh, likely way for Helgamo to mess around and find a minus score.
He's going to make it. That is
Yeah.
a guarantee. Um,
So Klukowski and Kalita have bid this hand a little more briskly, at least in time terms and not necessarily in auction bid terms. So, 2-no transfer, four clubs, some kind of super acceptance, four diamonds, who knows, four hearts, and he says, looks like key carded for hearts. 1430 response, five diamonds, queen ask. Could be wrong. I'm not sure what five spades is here.
I've seen Klukowski effectively cubed queens before, so he might be treating the ace queen of spades as the ace king, or because it does get an asterisk, the ViewGraph operator saw an alert. Maybe it is just showing some extra stuff somewhere.
So North is still thinking about his lead against 6-no Trump.
Yeah, obviously, club lead is going to just give declare the 12th trick immediately. But Helgamo does have a little bit of work to do. Okay, well, this match has just gotten close right now because East jumped to seven hearts, Kalita. He gets the info that his partner has something extra, and like I was kind of positing from Grossak's perspective, once East is the one who takes over, if you find all of the key cards in the Trump Queen, seven hearts is, I'm not necessarily sure that it's odds on, but it's definitely better than 50% to be making. And so the grand break even point tends to be about 68% or thereabouts, maybe a little bit more. But I do believe that seven hearts is probably percentage based on what East knows about the hand. Maybe there was a way for East to bid six diamonds over five spades to ask, but given that East had showed natural diamonds, it might have looked like six diamonds could have been an alternative offer to play. So I totally understand the seven heart bid, and it looks like this is not going to work out. Yeah, Matthew asks about whether six diamonds is possible. I'm not sure. They would need to have some sort of an agreement. Snoo says, is there some sort of squeeze if South had a club honor? Not really. You can play the hand as some sort of squeeze. So there are a number of ways where you could play this hand for some sort of squeeze to be effective. But I think the percentage play is to just play a diamond to the 10. So we'll probably see that right now. Oh, Game King asks, is four diamonds natural? You're right. It might not be because three diamonds was a transfer to hearts and four clubs was a cubed in support of hearts. So that's what happened here. Klukowski cubed in support of hearts, so four diamonds is just a cubed. Four hearts was sign off, four no trump was key card, and then blah, 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 blah. Very good. Novozatsky leads a spade, which is one of the few leads that, or one of the leads that makes Helgamo actually have to take a bit of time. He's going to be a little bit nervous about the diamonds not coming home. Super accept lacking fourth heart is vomit inducing. But for a lot of European pairs, three diamonds is game forcing shift. I mean, if your point is that like you should just never show a good hand without four trumps, then that's one perspective to take. But I think for many of the European partnerships, three diamonds is a game forcing bid.
Yeah, and certainly if you're in a game force, you have to take a little aggressive action with the West hand.
It is a very, very good hand for a 2-no opener.
And again, we're also sort of assuming that that this is just one of those things. I guess it is possible that West was more aggressive than he's supposed to be on a hand like this, and that was the cause of disaster. But I think one of those things is probably the more likely explanation.
Oh, hey, we got the score corrected. So the
Sweet.
score, four spades down two. Wait, four spades down two at both tables? I don't think that's right either, but we'll run with
Right.
it.
Yeah, it's closer anyway. Um, yeah, this will be. Um, is this 17 imps? Is that right? Or
Yes, assuming six no trump comes home, which
sure.
again, I don't think there's any chance that Helgamo actually goes down. He'll probably
Well,
play a
no, I
spade to
think
the king. He'll cash a couple of hearts throwing clubs, and then he'll probably lead a low diamond from dummy. Nope, just kidding. He's heard enough. Six no trump making six. So those 17 imps are going to put Rubenstein on top, barely. That's a huge result for them. Although Grossack and Helgamo won't know it. It's going to be Kalita and Klukowski are the ones that realize they've had an error.
not well. Don't Zimmerman have two more imps though because of the four spades down two?
I mean, I think so, but also I am
So that would make it exact tie if
it
that's the
would
case.
it would be. Hopefully it doesn't matter at the end, but we'll probably get the correct scores on bridge winners after the set. Either way, this is going to be the realization for Kalita Klukowski that they definitely messed that one up. So I don't know if they have a great sense of where the match is, but they'll probably realize that they might be a little bit behind or the match will be close. So Novak opens a no trump on board 21. Pass, pass. Grossack balances with double because he ran out of pass cards. He's only allowed one pass per auction. That's his quota. Two clubs from Novak. And is
Hoping for a
Helgamo going to
six.
bid two hearts?
Yeah, it's not really lead director, of course, since he's going to be on lead, but he might just want to, compete for the contract here. Do we know what this double was?
I don't know. It could be one minor or both majors. So two hearts from Helgamo. Looks pretty reasonable to me. I'll
Let's see
pass.
South. Having been two clubs wants to show his other black suit. I think probably not, especially if he's could have had both majors. Yeah, that's that.
Matt says maybe double is just a maximum passed hand. Nah, Zach would probably do this without the diamond ace as well. I mean, whatever points we don't have, partner does, right? Where they passed a no trump.
So this is just down, right? I'll start three rounds of clubs and a spade through, and then we'll still get a diamond.
That seems right to me.
Well, we have a score correction. It now says Rubenstein's up by two. Do we think that's correct?
No.
It's the other way around, right?
No, we think that it's a complete tie.
I thought it was Zimmerman by two because I thought they just put the 200 versus 100 wrong sided. No, they still haven't even adjusted that. So board 18, the four spade hand, wasn't it down four in one of the rooms?
We thought it was down four in one room and down three in the other, which would be a two ump swing, which would make up the entire difference in the score right now, but I have no idea.
Yeah. Right now they have it as I thought it was down four versus down two, which would be a 3M swing actually, but who knows?
It could be.
Could just be anything.
Yeah, a lot of
That's just
people really do not like grands, but it does have a big swing in the other direction if it happens to make, and they're only in a small slam at the other table. You do need to be significantly above 50% for it to be worthwhile. And of course, that's only if you can guarantee the other table happens to be in the small slam. If the other table has a chance
right.
to be in a game, then the Grand Slam becomes a lot worse in terms of your expected imp gains.
Yeah, like I think don't bid a grand in anything below a national class field, I think is actually very good advice.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
For that reason, like, you're playing in some match point event, the grand is 80% and like 50, maybe 50 or 60% of the tables are in false or in a small slam. 5 to 10% find the grand and the rest are in game. Like, even then you're probably not getting the odds on it.
You're just not. You have to be very certain that the Grand is the right place to be.
Right.
So board 21 at both tables, East-West have settled into two hearts, it looks like. Moss opens a precision club in third seat, but then gets the auction stolen away from him and has to just let it go. Grew unable to even make a double of one heart, probably showing like, I don't know, 6 to 7. Most of the time precision pairs would play that as like 5 to 7 or something.
Yeah, and two clubs is going to make 90, so stolen from him for all of one imp. No big deal. Or two imps, I guess. 50 versus 90. No, that's one imp, 40 points. Yep, so no big deal.
Schmeeble says the issue isn't the grands, it's the imp scale. We need to redevise the imp scale. I mean, we could redevise the grand scale, like rather than just having what is it, a 750 point bonus, we can make it like 1,000 point bonus or something. That would be the way to make grands more attractive and more exciting.
Yeah, I mean, well, right. It's kind of a consequence of the scale. I mean, the grand obviously scores a lot more points, so rubber bridge is really significant. But since the imp scale doesn't reward, you know, the top, it doesn't reward large scores in that part of the scale as much as large scores on the lower part of the scales. Like part score versus game is a much bigger deal than small slam versus grand slam. Obviously, just even though it's the same number of points.
Board 22, we have this 3 no trump contract. Club opening lead does pick off the club suit for an extra trick. Declare technically could do that themselves. So Novozatsky ducks a diamond to go about setting up the suit. Helgamo is in and needs to find a switch. He could play back a club.
Yeah, and of course he knows East is, pretty thin on high cards given his own hand in North-South bidding. I guess actually North had a 17 count, so there was room for East to have a little more than he held.
Yeah, certainly possible that Grossack has the Heart Queen, maybe, as a potential entry to the clubs if he can get them set up. But Helgamo could instead elect to just work on his spade suit at this point. Which would also cut some communication from Declare's hands. BZL, you've only been in a grand versus the other table in game once in this decade. You need to bid more grand slams, I guess. I'm pretty sure that happens to me like once a month.
Most of the play looks like it's been almost identical to what happened in the other room, so there should be a push at two hearts down one.
Yeah, the diamond came through, and Declare eventually tried a spade hook, which was unsuccessful. Snoo, you scored up 2142 boards in a row. That's impressive because you not only have to bid the slam, a grand and a minor 2 boards in a row, but you also have to be vulnerable. You need to be like in the right coordination of boards where you're vulnerable on back-to-back hands.
Are there any other ways to score plus 2140?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think so either, but I wouldn't be surprised. I don't really know my redouble tables that well.
640 is a thing, but there might not.
Right.
No,
But that's
640 doesn't have enough room for. You have the parity wrong. It's an even number of hundreds.
right.
Yeah.
Right. You can't get 1500 more to get 2140. Hilgo taking his time on this. Now he's just exited a club. Partners clubs could be better, and he could just have some extra high card. Why not?
Sure. So club goes around to the ace. Grossack concealing that 3 of clubs. Crazy Picka says, who might be the #1 tournament director in the world? I don't know. I don't know any tournament directors, really.
Um, yeah, I think Saul Weinstein is retired, but he was the WEF chief director. He was a very good director. Rui Marquez, one of the ACBL directors. Mr. Connie Goldberg is an excellent director as well. I'm not sure who else directs at the WBF level, but there's some good ones. I can tell you who the worst director is.
Is it the one that's been shitposting about me in the chat?
Yes. Actually, honestly, probably not. It, you know, most of the others who are worse aren't responsible for the major events on the calendar.
Schmeeble asks, is 2 diamonds natural enforcing over the precision diamond here? It seems
Sure
like
looks
two
like
diamonds
it.
is maybe natural and sometimes something over the 1 spade bid.
Yeah, so Al Hollander is claiming that they're still playing 2 over 1 in first three vulnerable, but that is not what it's looked like to us, so we'll see.
Nope. Al Hollander is behind the times. He needs to update his convention card repository. I don't know what Gru's 2 diamonds means. It's probably some sort of artificial force, if I had to guess.
Yes, we do have more or less a similar position, I think. Yeah. In the other room, it was a blind lead, but in this room, even after the overcall, East let a club, right? No, East let a spade.
Yeah. Kalita led his partner spade suit. Or,
Oh, sorry, yeah. In the other room on a blind auction, East let a club. On the spade overcall room, he did lead a spade.
yeah, so spade to
Let's
the
not
8
switch here, quick.
holds. And now Klukowski in gets to find the killer switch to the queen of spades. Let's see, what are the other possibilities? He could put a low heart on the table. That might be okay in exactly this situation where his partner has the jack of hearts.
Yeah, it's not that attractive, but a partner has stronger clubs. The jack of clubs is possible.
Yeah, jack of clubs is a possible switch. I mean, a spade's definitely safe. I don't think he really expects to set up the spade suit, but you never know. Like, that queen of diamonds might be an entry, the king of hearts might be an entry, and all of a sudden the spades do run. And so Declare at this table only starts with 9 tricks once the diamonds come in. The other table made 11 tricks, which is a lot.
Yeah, the club opening lead certainly helped.
Did Declare actually make 11 tricks at the other table? I saw them take a diamond and the queen of clubs, and it looks like in this end position, North still has a loser. So
Closely.
this is probably inaccurate. Okay, Klukowski does decide to switch to the jack of clubs. Goes around to the ace. Now Declare has a lot of breathing room. Feels somewhat natural to try and set up the diamonds, I guess. Gru goes up with the diamond ace. Interesting choice. Does unblock the spade ace. And now I suppose we'll duck a diamond to west.
Yep.
So Klukowski can overtake this, push another club through, and that will give Declare enough tricks so that West will get show up squeezed in hearts and spades. And so that looks like it's going to be 10 tricks, which I think is a push, but it's hard to know.
Too. Yeah, just looking at the end position and hard to imagine. Yeah, it's one of these things where the players probably just, said the number of tricks faster than the operator could hear it and just goes in wrong. So probably 10 tricks at both tables.
I think so.
It would be nice for someone to win a game swing just so that the one or two error in the scoreboard won't affect the real state of the match.
Right. I'm rooting for a less close match so that we actually know who's winning. That would make commentary easier. Welcome back, Koopa. Yes, the match is very close, but we don't actually know how close. I'm going to quickly peek on the table that is currently not playing for what's going on in the other matchups. So Hell against Hans. I'm taking a look. Looks like Hell is up by almost 70 midway through this segment. They're on their way to qualifying. Fleischer Shori midway through the set. Fleischer still up by 53, so they're on their way. And in Overdeck Rosenthal, we have 56 margin in favor of Team Overdeck. So that's where all of the other matches stand. The scores are wrong. They might be wrong. Assuming the play records are accurate, the scores are wrong.
Yeah, we think they're wrong, but not necessarily extremely wrong.
Correct. It's just some over tricks, but I mean, like, when have over tricks really mattered in an imp match, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
Klukowski back in the tank here after picking up that queen of diamonds. So what's the deal? If he switches to heart, is that the only way to prevent this overtrick from coming through? Because,
and then he's can play another heart when he gets in with the club.
yeah, and that would cut the communication for the squeeze. Oh, well, no. I'm just being dumb. Like, that would force Declare to guess the hearts if West switched to hearts right now. And so it looks like Gru would probably just put in the heart queen. So there isn't really anything Klukowski could do to prevent the 10th trick.
When it loses, he's going to start with King Jack of Hearts, and if your turn somebody can put up the 10, and sometimes that wins.
Exactly. PZL says, after day one of the women's pairs, the top two qualifiers are tied for first place. That is a bit surprising. In a match point field on day one, it's not that surprising to have a tie, though, because match points are a discrete quantity.
Yeah, it's a small field, so I don't know whether that makes it more or less likely. Presumably less because, the fewer comparisons, obviously, the more likely it is that, there just aren't that many differences. BZL, how many pairs entered that event? It's usually very small. Like, if there was only one section, honestly, it wouldn't surprise me.
We have board 23 up. So passed by Novak in first seat, Helgamo gets to open a diamond with the West cards, the 13 count. Novozadsky, I mean, if you're playing intermediate twos or intermediate jump shifts, he could bid 2 spades on the North cards, but otherwise 1 spade. Grossack does like to go after these penalties, so it looks like that's what we're about to see. A spade doubled is the final contract for East-West. Is this a good decision or a bad decision? Time will tell, because North has a pretty good 1 spade overcall.
And the clubs obviously are very good for the defense since Dummy is short on entries and also short on trumps. Declare having 4 in his hand is pretty good for us. I mean, of course, if he didn't, then maybe we'd be catching hearts or diamonds.
So the ace of diamonds opening lead. Helgamo's going to give suit preference on this trick. And, I mean, looking at his hand, I'm not sure what suit preference he wants to give. I would probably give hearts, so 9 of diamonds. But he might...
I am honest. No, you talk.
But yeah, I mean, he might also decide that just ace, queen, jack of clubs, may as well get some clubs on the table, is also reasonable.
So BZL is saying there are 50 tables of the women's, and I am honestly shocked. I do not think it was possible to get that kind of entry for women's pairs in 2025. Like the women's knockout doesn't exist anymore because I think the final time they ran it, they had 3 or 4 teams.
And that was the case for like the USBCs last year as well. There were only 3 teams that were competing for 2 slots in the Venice Cup. Well, okay, board 23. We do have that 1 imp swing, maybe not, unsure. So a diamond opening from Klukowski, playing the Polish club style. Gru will once again get to overcall in spades. How many, though? We have yet to see.
Yep, just the 1.
So Helgamo elects to give a middle diamond spot, make sure that he doesn't score the beer on this hand. and Grossack switches to hearts.
Yeah, so you say Grossack does like to collect penalties, and Kalita in the same position has just chosen to show his hearts. So very different styles on view here.
Yeah, I mean, I actually witnessed Helgamo and Grossack do this in Pittsburgh. Kurt and I only kibitzed them for like 2 boards or something, but they played a redoubled contract. And so it, based on that one experience, I have made the conclusion that Grossack really likes to penalize in these sorts of spots.
Ogamo went to Pittsburgh to play in a regional.
No, this was the
Ogamo
NABC.
in
Last year.
Pittsburgh.
Philadelphia. That's the one.
Okay.
Yep, that's the one. You got me. So Helgamo's
Yeah,
in
not
with
quite
the
the
10 of
same.
hearts, pushes a spade through. Generally a good plan against these low-level penalty doubles to try and take your partner off trump end plays and get the trumps through. Okay, Novozatsky has some thinking to do. He can obviously go ace of hearts heart rough at some point and shorten himself once. Period.
Well, I think first question is, does he want to win this or let East win it?
I can't imagine doing anything other than playing the 10 of spades here, but yeah, maybe it is a bit of a question. If we can win this trick and shorten ourselves and then kind of constantly exit, maybe we can come down to like a king 10 9 of spades ending and exit the 10 of spades later. It's very possible. Game King says flying seems better with the ace of spades. I'm not sure it's actually all that relevant what we do. Schmabel said, wait, chat. Hold on. Are you telling me that East had the opportunity to double 3 spades at this table and did not do it?
I was not looking. That is true.
And then are you telling me that Gru just led a club into the ace queen?
I suspected that table when the 3 spades bid came around, both between the guy bidding 3 spades and West bidding 3 hearts, and East thought the partner had a spade void.
Yeah.
What that implies for whether East double is wise or not, I have no idea, but it definitely, was an inference that that particular East was going to draw in that auction.
I'm sure that Kalita is going to be disappointed looking back at this hand, because if he was told the other table has doubled 1 spade on their cards, then doubling 3 spades feels like a surefire way to pick up 11 imps. At least. I mean, maybe 12.
Yeah, I mean, the first 2 tricks you blow on defense are free.
Right. So he better make 4 hearts. This club lead helps, or the club switch helps, because now Declare has collected 2 club tricks without losing one. But it's near certainty that Declare is going to play north for the heart ace. So I think what's going to happen is I don't know. This hand's a mess. You don't have a lot of losers, but you don't have a lot of winners either if you can't get trumps pulled.
Zalhander, I think, is implying that East might not have been able to double 3 spades. It might have been an artificial slam try.
Because he
Really?
says, well, so why didn't Kalita double three spades? And Hollander saying, why use double a slam try instead of penalty? Because Warren had the same thought as you that doubling three spades seemed pretty clear. But as you know, possibly that's just not what double means. And look, if you're playing against sane opponents, like how often do you have a three spade penalty double on this auction versus the double being used for something else?
I mean, that's certainly true.
You have operator said that double would have been a slam try. That's where we got that info.
But how could the operator know that? Like, does the operator know Kalita Klukovsky's system? Is that why they know this? It's not like that would have been a note written on the table. Gru is not asking what would double of three spades have been. I mean, maybe he is, right? Like, he makes his opening lead, sees dummy, and is just like, hey, why didn't you double?
No, I know it's possible. Like, someone said, hey, like, did you know, like, did you have any slam tries available between three spades and four hearts? And Kalita said, oh, actually, yes, I did. I could have doubled.
Yeah, that's certainly possible. Okay, so Novozatsky does stick in an intermediate spade. Sorry, I'm catching up to the play, and one spade doubled. He stuck in an intermediate spade, which felt natural to me. I don't know if it's the right play or not. But then crossed to the heart ace, and instead of roughing a heart, elected to lead a club towards the king. So now a diamond gets roughed and over-roughed, and Grossack is in. So what does he do? That's there. No,
That seems unlikely.
no. Try again. Grossack over-roughed the. What?
Well, I'm confused.
Great.
And down two.
One spade doubled down two. Well played.
Whoa.
Yes. Whoa, indeed. Big hand for Grossack there. We'll see if he decides to walk the dog.
No. Well, opposite a pass partner, your hand is just too strong, though, I think. You have to open two clubs and treat it honestly like opening four spades when partner could have the right cards for a grand as a passed hand. You can't do it. King, Queen of Hearts, King of Diamonds is a lay down grand slam.
Yep.
Well, not lay down, but, Jack of Spades, King, Queen of Hearts, King of Diamonds, fine.
Thank you, Roram.
Ooh.
Confirmed that it seems very likely one spade doubled went down two.
Well, we are seeing the operator say that Zach pulled the wrong heart, played Jack under North Queen on board 22. That was the 3-no trump hand. I don't know. Yeah, so there's two club opening.
Okay, well, that would explain the one-up swing on that board. Okay, I'm very uninterested in this two-club opener. I mean, they're going to get to four spades, and
Yep.
that's going to be that. I mean, maybe they get to six spades, who knows? But they're going to get somewhere. I'll keep an eye, but I'm very interested in what's going on in this four-heart contract from Kalita here, or Klukovsky, I guess, is the one declaring, because another round of clubs has been roughed. Declare has not touched the trump suit. Is it allowed to pull the wrong card out of your hand? I don't know. I mean, it would define allowed. You don't want to do it. I've done it before.
Yeah, I mean, it happens. I've played against top experts who, revoked or misordered their hand or pulled the wrong card out of the beginning box for the hand. It just happens. Not very often, but of course it happens.
What did I say? Sometimes they get to six spades. Now, this does not look like it's going to make no matter what the opening lead is, because, well, I don't know if I even need to explain it, but Novosadski doubles Leitner trying to get that diamond rough. I mean, Novak was like, I was about to lead a trump partner. Redouble from Grossack. He thinks they're way behind. Look at this. Oh my god. Grossack really expecting...
Oh, well, he also may think that North is doubling on the ace of clubs and a thing, and he knows the ace of clubs is not helpful.
Sure, sure. Harsh Duality, thanks so much for the resub. Appreciate the support. Welcome back to the lounge. I mean, like, what do you do as Novak? Do you still just ignore a partner's bid and still lead a trump? Or are we actually leading a diamond from the south hand?
Yeah, and I think, partner has said he's roughing a diamond, so, like, maybe this stops the over trick. We don't know. Like, the redouble doesn't change the fact the partner told us to do X and we have no reason to overrule his judgment.
Yeah. Well, there it is. What was Berkowitz's comment to Grossack about toning it down? Well, Grossack's response was you're interfering with greatness, and this is kind of the opposite of great. This is going to be very problematic. Yeah, I mean, Zach just figured his partner had king fifth of diamonds, and that was going to be good enough. And it turns out that it's not. It turns out it's not.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, come on, chat. Let the boy cook. He likes doing this, and sometimes it's to his detriment.
Yeah, so this is down 2, right? Hard shift and, well, is it down 3? Because on a hard shift, Declare has to win. And now he's got to draw trumps, and South can catch 2 hearts.
Yep.
Oh, wait, that would be down 4. 2 hearts, a diamond.
You can pitch a diamond on the club ace. Or a heart.
Right, because you do have that entry in the Jack of Spades, yep.
Rome says the imp odds on redouble are good, but only if you're limiting your losses to down 1, because these redoubled extra under tricks are very costly.
Yeah, turning 100 into 200 isn't a big deal. Turning larger into much larger obviously is, although again, if they don't get to a slam with the other table, that's going to, mitigate the imp damage a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty disappointing given that, like, 1 spade doubled down 2 might actually be a pretty sizable win, especially if Klukovsky ends up going down in 4 hearts. Like, he's definitely not made 4 hearts yet. On board 23. Oh, Novosadski switches back to a trump. So no heart is coming through. And
Here, if they're in a game at the other table, it's not even that costly, right? Let's say they went for 500 versus whatever, 50. Let's say if they're down 1 and 4 at the other table. No, they're going to make 4, right? Yeah. So 500 versus 420 is 920, which is 14, and 1,000 versus 420 is only like 1 more imp, I think.
Yeah, it's a lot is the answer. I don't have that part of the imp scale memorized,
Yeah. Isn't there?
but yeah, this should be a large swing going in favor of Team Zimmerman on this board, but Klukowski's still kind of
No difference.
struggling with this 4 heart contract. And he might well play a heart to the 10 right now. Is that good enough to make it? If he plays a heart to the 10 and it holds, then what? I mean, I don't know. Then what?
Yeah. Mm.
Romas, thoughts on Helgamo introducing diamonds? I think that you are required to do something when your partner makes a strong 2 club bid. Like Helgamo can't pass 2 spades. So I don't know what the
And
alternative is to 3 diamonds on his hand. If you suggest an alternative, let me know. But 2 no trump is a non-starter. We
right, three
are.
clubs is negative almost certainly.
I mean, whether or not 3 clubs is negative, like we have longer diamonds. Like, don't we
Yeah.
just want to bid our long suits? It's the same reason why we open a spade on 10/5 in first seat.
Yeah, I mean, I think three spades is the alternative on Jack Doubleton.
Yeah, okay, yes. But
I'm not. I
that's
mean, I'm not saying we should do it. It's just you must make one of those two calls.
yeah. Um 3 spades would be your thought. So why do you want to distort your shape? Let me ask you that question. Like, are you looking at this and being very results oriented and saying, well, Zach Grossack assumed that we had the king of diamonds for our 3 diamond bid? I mean, for one thing, Zach shouldn't do that. He did gamble, is basically what happened. But but again, like 3 spades would show 3 card support. And like, what
Right.
happens if we get to a 5-2 fit instead of our 5-4 diamond fit? Like, then you would say, oh, well, we bid 3 spades, but then we should have bid 3 diamonds. And so, like, we caused this disaster ourselves. Like, 6 spades redoubled down
Or
to
or
Jesus.
partner has ace king empty six of spades and thinks, hey, we might have six spade tricks opposite my partner's three little, and oops, we never have six spade tricks because we don't have three little.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, just three. Yeah, three diamonds. Right. It could be right for diamonds, and it could be right for spades. Our hand does not give us a reason to distort. Like we had like Jack and one or a higher honor, three little, king fourth, four little. Like, yeah, to me, like that's three spades because we're kind of desperate. Our alternatives are really bad. Here, alternative isn't so bad.
Matt wants to see Klukowski play a card. Okay,
So,
let me seriously put some effort into 4 hearts here. So let's say a heart to the 10 wins. I think we know what's going on in the diamond suit with this queen of diamonds falling. We know what's happening in the spade suit given the auction. We don't know where the heart honors are. But if a heart to the 10 holds, what could we do? Something that doesn't work, I think, is heart to the king. South could win the ace and just play back a heart, and you're stranded in the west hand. You can cash the king jack of diamonds. You can rough back to the east hand, but then North is going to have a spade and a club to take at the end of play. Oh, that's not true. You could rough a club back to the east hand. So that does make it, right, chat? Heart to the 10, heart to the king.
right.
I'm actually not certain that that's true, but let me stare at it for a
I
second.
think so.
Um, Anyway, Klukowski has played a card, so now I get to stop analyzing. So what's he doing? He roughs a spade, leads a high diamond, roughed and over-roughed. Is he roughing another spade? Is that what he's doing here? Is he on tilt? Zach? Yes. Well, he's not on tilt. He's just trying to swing because...
When's the last time Zach wasn't on tilt?
That's board one of this set. Not this set. Board one of the match.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, like, Zach is trying to swing because he just went for 600 in a freely bid slam that he redoubled. So he needs to get something back. I mean, I don't know. Is 5 diamonds doubled making? I haven't really taken a deep look at this. Seems like Declare needs to pick off the something. Declare needs to pick off something.
Clubs.
Yeah.
But if he can somehow get a second diamond going with that 9-8, maybe they have a way to beat it in the trump suit. I mean, for what it's worth, like, I think the redouble, redoubling with a void is very often the right thing to do. Like, I think he had this huge hand. Fine, he knew it was, like, maybe he shouldn't because the 6 spade bid was already a gamble and he didn't really know anything about his partner's hand, except that his partner didn't hate their hand. But, the redouble with a void principle is very often sound.
Yeah.
Works really well against the robots.
Right. So in this 5 diamond contract, I mean, I think Novozatsky's going to make it because there are a couple of lines of play which are just going to work. One of which is to play it as a show-up squeeze against West. And that's going to be very simple. We basically rough the spade return here, pull the last trump, ace, king of hearts, and a heart rough to see if the hearts split. And then West has already been show-up squeezed at that point. So we'll know that West has the guarded queen of hearts, and we can just play king of clubs, club to the ace. We have a full count on the shape at that time. So that would be one way to make 5 diamonds doubled. I am looking back over at 4 hearts. It looks like Klukowski has roughed yet another spade. He can continue the jack of diamonds, okay, or the queen of hearts, it looks like. Around to south, who gets to win. And this is going to be, wait, 4 hearts makes. Is this true? Say it ain't so. So we win the ace of hearts. We play back a heart. 1, 2. Yeah, that works. Well done. Very well done. So I was not following the play too carefully, but it looks like on this line of play, it seems as if Klukowski had a full count on the shape, and therefore I think this line of play was guaranteed. Yeah, it seems like it. South basically gets stepping stoned when they get forced in with their own natural trump trick to give access to the stranded jack of diamonds. Very well played. All right. We got to watch for 6 spades redoubled down 2.
Yeah, well, we have Grew already trying to take up some space, so we'll see whether that makes it easier or harder for East West. It might make it easier in a weird way. It gives East room to make a slam try, where in the other table, the slam try was 6 spades.
He bid slam and tried to make it. Snoo says, knowing Klukowski, they're going to get to 7 spades here. That seems pretty unlikely on West's cards. West is holding the ace in the opponent's suit opposite his partner's void, and nothing else. Kalita would have to go insane to reach 7 spades. Well, back-to-back boards, not great results for Rubenstein on the right side of the screen here for Helgamo and Grossack. We gotta wait for this table to catch up, though. So currently Zimmerman up by 5 or thereabouts according to the scoreboard, but they're going to pick up quite a few more on board 24. Oh, board 26 is on the table.
Well, probably they're going to. Well, they're going to pick up some amount more because Kalita may not send it back if he gets to 6, but it looks like the auction is ending in 4 spades.
Yeah, Klukowski is thrilled to pass that out. And after a club lead, Declare is going to have absolutely no trouble making 11 tricks. Just pitch a heart on the ace of clubs, pull trumps, and knock out the diamond king.
Yeah, he might go up with the ace of clubs and take a diamond finesse here.
Sure, possible.
Maybe not, I guess, if this holds, he just has 10 tricks by drawing trumps, but, well, he's still going to have 10 tricks no matter what. Yeah.
Game King asked, did the rewind only cost 3 imps? 720 would be 12?
No. I think it costs 720 would be 12, and this will be 1020. Is that right?
Yeah, so 1020 is 14. 13? No, it's
14, right. 900 to whatever is 14.
Yeah, so it's 2 imps is what it cost. This match did become a lot less exciting. I mean, somehow Zimmerman always seems to do this down the stretch. Zach Grossack has a serious amount of main character syndrome, though. So he, Klukowski and Kalita did very well on a bunch of these boards, but I think a lot of the decision making was based on whether or not Zach's actions worked.
And I think, maybe there is some fourth quarter effect, but I think it's more likely that they're just an XM favorite over most opponents over the full match. And the matches where they're ahead by 50 after 3 quarters, we never think about it.
Yeah, that does seem accurate. Oh, Will's right. It only cost 1 imp because this is making with an overtrick on the ace of clubs to pitch a heart.
Right.
So board 26 looks like East-West have signed off in 4 hearts after North-South competed a bit in the spade suit. There's a spade, a diamond,
Heart
no
guess.
clubs to lose. So yeah, as long as the defense doesn't lead clubs and give Declare a bit of a misguess, then Declare can just cash the ace king of hearts and knock out the diamond ace.
Well, wow. So South insta put Declare to the guess, and East just as quickly played small from dummy.
Yep. And now, very simple. Declare gets to try and guess the hearts. Heart to the jack. And makes the overtrick. Oh, you're so right. Kalita did try to lead a diamond up towards the ace queen at trick 2, and Gru was like, thank you very much, I will take that trick. So now Declare is only making 10. Still has to lose a heart and a diamond.
Yeah, so, go back to his teammates like us, sorry, didn't take the over trick and it cost an imp, and the teammates be like, it sure did.
So I was right the first time. It was 2 imps that the redouble cost. At least this means that we can still sit and stare at the scoreboard and think that the match is close for a little bit longer, while I don't know why the play is going slowly here. Kalita can just pull trumps and claim his 10 tricks, which he should do. Maybe against a very weak match point field, you would run all your spades and see if South accidentally gets themselves strip squeezed.
So, haven't taken a look. Have any of the other matches gotten any closer?
I doubt it. I haven't looked recently, but it was very. They were all like 60 plus imps. So.
Here.
Okay, there's 14 imps to Zimmerman. 4 spades making 4. So this was the board where North-South got to 5 diamonds doubled. North picks up a nice hand over there. 14 count, gets to open a heart. Spade overcall.
Yeah, overdeck Rosenthal is effectively over. Rosenthal's down 50 with 3 boards to go, or 3 boards of Ugraph to go. Leicher looks like they won comfortably over Shori. Insurmountable lead with 2 boards left.
I forgot Gru and Moss like to open these precision clubs very late. So Gru with only 14 opens a strong club in first seat. 1 spade
And
overcall.
Stomp tons.
And then 2 diamonds by Moss.
Yeah, well, they have to, right? Like, I think if the floor on their 1 level opening white is 8 points, then, probably like 8 to 16 or 17 is just unplayably wide, so you have to lower the 1 club to make your 1 level suit bid range a little more manageable.
Yeah, they play like 8 to 13 or something. So Moss able to game force with 2 diamonds. This does make the auction a little bit favorable for North-South. Gru makes a forcing pass, and Moss might end up doubling.
I mean, he has no defense, but on the other hand, he also has no reason to believe that he has any playable offense either.
Yeah, he basically has kind of the minimum values for this sequence in terms of high cards. He does have an extra diamond, but no aces. So it figures he likes his chances better on defense. So now is Gru going to pull showing a slam try? That's the question. He does have the stiff spade, a decent source of tricks and hearts. He has a diamond fit, and he does. He pulls to 4-0.
Yeah, of course, one difference is on this auction, I do not think East is going to be doubling. Yeah. He knows 2 spades probably aren't cashing. The opponents have had a power auction, our partners preempted. So this may just be a few imps to Zimmerman just for that reason that it might be 400 versus 550.
Exactly. Yeah, Game King asked, does pulling show slam try? Yes. They're playing a forcing pass here. And this has nothing to do with bidding a game or vulnerability or something. This is just because they opened a strong club and had a positive response. So they're in a forcing pass sequence. If North did not have any interest in slam, but wanted to play offense, he would have bid 5 diamonds or 5 clubs or 5 hearts or whatever over 4 spades. So therefore, when his partner doubles to suggest penalizing the opponents, if North had a hand that wanted to penalize, he would have sat for the double, and therefore North's passing and then pulling shows a slam try. Is that strong enough? We've been over this. We were talking about it. You thought it's 16 plus? Yeah, but they open all 8 counts, at least favorable.
Yeah, they shift all of their port ranges down a little bit because they want to be able to open extremely aggressively non-vulnerable.
So 5 clubs by South, 5 diamonds by North, and Moss is, of course, going to let this go. I mean, his hand is pretty... I think he's going to let this go.
He hasn't yet.
Yeah. Usually when you pass and pull in a sequence like this, it's because you have a void in the opponent's suit. The sixth
Yeah, and I
diamond
do
is a big deal.
wonder. I mean, if Gru is always bidding diamonds, why wasn't he doing it over four spades instead of this pass and pull sequence?
It's a slam try.
Right. I mean, so maybe Moss with a minimum is like okay, whatever, but he does have extremely strong trumps. I don't know.
He does. Yeah.
Like both, he didn't have to have the sixth one either, let alone the King Queen 10. Ah, interesting. So the operator actually is saying this is not a slam try. This is five hearts and playable in both red suits. Well, he says looks like. I don't know. He might just be looking at the hand and mesmerized and not aware of some of these forcing pass implications for other type auctions.
We have another one of these VuGraph operators who thinks they know more about the player's systems than the players.
Yeah.
Game King says, don't get how this is a slam try if you're 14 plus and you have 14. Well, I mean, it's a very good 14, right? Like, it's not just that if North decides he wants to play offense, he has to decide if his hand is like interested in possibly playing a slam when they're on a 30-point deck. And so what does he need from his partner? He needs like good diamonds, and then he has chances. Like, he definitely needs a little bit more help than just good diamonds. So maybe it's a bit rich to make this pass followed by 4-0 and 5 diamond correction type thing.
Yeah. I mean, it is very aggressive. On the other hand, he's stuck 19 and he may know it again, especially like also at this table. He thinks he's a game swing worse than the actual score because it went three spades past four spades here when he had a red game. So he may now think he's stuck 30, 35 imps. So it's very possible this isn't the action he takes on board one of the match, but it's the action he takes on board 55, stuck 30 and change.
To be fair,
Like
it's
it's only
makeable.
19, but he thinks it's more than that, I'm sure.
BZL, would you like to elaborate on the to be fair, it's makeable? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Moss's decision to bid 6 diamonds comes a lot down to a lot of this idea that I was mentioning earlier, which is I think that the decision to pass and pull is often based on a void in the opponent's suit in these sequences. That just is based on my experience. That's what it looks like. So from Moss's perspective, I mean, yeah, it's only an 8 count. He basically has a minimum, but Craig already brought up that great trumps. He has a 6th diamond. No fitting heart honor, which might be a little bit of a little bit disappointing, but if partner really has a spade void and a slam try in diamonds, we expect to lose no spades, probably no diamonds. Partner should have some hearts, and maybe a heart finesse is working if we get lucky. Need to hold our club losers to 1. Hopefully that's possible with king third. Yeah, and Moss is going to be very disappointed to see this dummy. So spade to the ace.
And so this was actually a very nice play by Kalita at trick 1.
What?
Not the overtake. He overtook with the ace. No partner even before Moss played that the contract was down.
Oh my god. Not this shit again.
What's that?
That overtaking with the ace. I think this is bullshit.
Yeah, it's good for him. Anyway, this, I don't know, but I suspect that, Gru and Moss were catering to the score and not that they, really think that they both had a slam try and slam acceptance. But who knows?
Yeah, that could be the case as well. Board 28 looks a little bit interesting. Grossack picks up another what he considers a 2-club opening bid, or maybe just swinging a bit. So 2 clubs, 2 diamonds. some sort of cokish sequence is going to happen.
I mean, he has, 9, possibly 10 tricks in his hand. It's a two club opening.
Sure. So 2 spades, cokish, and Zach can bid 3 diamonds, it looks like. Diamonds and hearts.
Yeah, I mean, Snoo, like, if you think you're down 30 imps with 5 boards to play, you're not going to win 30 imps with, like, good tight bridge against one of the best teams in the world. You've got to make something happen.
Which
Yeah, I
slam
guess
will
you can
Grossack
reduce
blast
by,
this time? That is a great question. Do we think it's going to be 6 diamonds? I guess that would not be very effective. Sometimes the 4-2 fit can produce an extra trick, but not on this hand.
So I am curious, at what point in this hand East showed 6 diamonds and 6 hearts and 4 diamonds. Whether none, there are no alerts, but it feels like this might have been a cokish sequence.
Yes. Yes, yes. So they stop in 4 hearts, and it looks like East has the potential to lose 3 tricks in the black suits. Has to make a guess. But this is not going to be the board to pick up those 31 imps that they're behind. Stu says, you don't know what's happening at the other table, and your teammates could have a plus 30 card. This is definitely true. You have to be a little bit careful about doing this. But I think the general philosophy is that it is A-okay to swing in spots like this. At least that tends to be the belief among most top players.
Depends on your opposition too. If you're playing a weaker team where your teammates could be plus 30 just because the other team makes some mistakes, yeah, then you don't want to be swinging at your table and neutralizing their good card. But when you're playing against, Helga Gross, or Helga Grossack or Kukowski Kalita, whoever it is, like, these absolute world class players, fine, it could still come up that your teammates have a win 30 set, but chances are no one in the world has a plus 30 set against Kalita Kukowski, right? Like, that would just be a massive outlier set, no matter how good you are. So, you assume your teammates aren't hemorrhaging, but the idea that you're just going to come back and very often they're going to say, yeah, like, we have a great card, hope you hold your own, is pretty remote at this point in the event. If they're playing against like the round of 64 opponent and, even an expert team, but not a top expert team, sure, like then absolutely, your expert teammates could just win 30 imps against, a good but not great expert team, but not against a Bermuda Bowl winning team.
I think that is a good point.
I mean, like sometimes they will, but you don't. You assume they haven't because virtually all the time they actually haven't. Anyway, 26. They're in the same 4 hearts. So save it as the spades lead. I'll save it the same continuation.
Probably will be. Moss can see that diamond suit is scary, so needs to get the clubs going immediately. I guess if he switches to clubs, he should switch to 6. I didn't see which club Novak switched to, but we want to be in a position where partner does stick in the 10 of clubs from King 10, because that's basically what we want, but we also want to give Declare a guess if Declare has the ace 10 of clubs. So I like the 6 of clubs switch from Moss if it is an attitude switch here. As South.
Yeah, I did not see which spot South shifted to against Grossack.
Yep, attitude through dummy, not 3rd and 5th. I mean, I don't know. That's what I play with most of my partnerships. I think maybe it's an American thing a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, 2nd and 4th for the polls is kind of the same as attitude because you're leading low with an honor and high without one.
Novak switched to the 2. What a fish.
Well, or the operator recorded the 2.
Moss is taking a long time to switch to clubs. I mean, I'm not sure what he is seeing in dummy that makes him think those diamonds aren't setting up? He's looking at ace doubleton in front of the king queen fifth. I mean, he does have a stiff heart. I suppose he could be thinking about continuing spades to try and force dummy, because this is an auction where east-west could be in a 5-3 heart fit. That's reasonable, actually.
Right, then if we can tap dummy a couple times, maybe the ace of spades, ace of diamonds, and two trump tricks from partner.
Or a slow club or something like that. Yeah.
So in the other room, three boards from the end, someone has requested a bathroom break.
Oh, very good. Uh-oh, quick, hide the stream. Everyone cover up the cards so that they don't accidentally tune in and find out what's happening at the other table. Moss is taking a long time on this first trick, or the second trick after cashing the spade ace. I think part of the reason why Novak switched so quickly was because he probably got this two of spades suit preference signal from his partner.
Yeah. And maybe that's also why Declare got it correctly so quickly.
Yep.
Got it correct so quickly. Yep.
Will says
Oh,
that
might
like
be.
the players would have access to the final results. So does that mean if they're in the bathroom looking at the final results, they can go back in time when they go back to the table and make adjustments to their play to try and affect the future? Is that how time travel works?
Probably. Yeah, Boss really is taking an awful long time here. At the other table, Declare had the club on the table, almost as fast as he turned trick one.
Do you think Moss and Greer are going to be upset with Zach?
Uh, I don't know. I mean, about what, right? Like, not about the redouble, I think. The six spade bit was the culprit, not the redouble. And I'm not
Sure.
sure what else Zach, that obviously was a huge one. Um, what else was there?
About what? Just being there.
No, I mean, the second biggest swing in the match was the one where Brad and Joe bid six diamonds with, an unsuitable slam try and an unsuitable slam acceptance. So you could just say like, oh, you think Zach is going to be mad at Brad and Joe for that result?
Yes. But like that wasn't the question. I feel like that's rhetorical. Zach is mad whenever something doesn't go his way.
No,
But
sure, but like really, there've only been two big Zimmerman swings, and it was one at each table, right? There's a 17 to Rubenstein, which is their only swing, a 14 and a 12 to Zimmerman, and the rest is 6-3-3-2-1. Those are small ones.
well,
It's just that all the small ones have gone Zimmerman's way, but it's not like either table is swinging. Like each player did one really swinging thing, and it was wrong.
yep. Moss does eventually switch to clubs, and Declare does get the club guess correct, and then get the heart guess correct. So the same 11 tricks made in both rooms on 26. On board
Yeah,
29, it looks
identical.
like four spades has been reached, and East-West are off quite a few aces. Yep.
Yeah, yeah. This is just down two off the top. Two spades, a diamond, and two clubs, right?
Yes. North will get in, push a club through. There it is.
Yeah, and this, feels like it's Not really state of the match thing. Like one spade showed five because they're playing Flannery. Helgamo has an 18 count with ace third of spades and a solid suit. Just raises to four spades. Maybe very slightly aggressive, but this is not a state of the match. But I don't think it's just here's my hand, good luck partner thing.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, he's had, a normal response, especially with a singleton hard and 5 points, but he's had a complete minimum,
Yeah, that's for
finesse
sure.
lost. I mean, it was down one, even though the club finesse won, but, just a pretty unsuitable East and West combination here. He's could have had a hard honor instead of the King of Clubs or something, or a spade honor.
For sure. So four spades goes down
Like,
two. They got one
you
board to
choose spade
play.
honors, but, actually, the more I think about this, the more I'm thinking that maybe West should have given East one chance to get out. East needed quite a bit more, given that they only had an eight card spade fit.
Right? Right. Could be state of the match. So
Yeah, could be. I mean, I don't think it was, but I do think, the more I think about the West End, the more I think it probably was an overbid. I think most of the time that East is making a spade game, he's raising three spades to four. Although this hand might have been one of those, state of the match might have induced East to raise.
well, they do have
But
one
yeah,
board to play, and
West needed a lot with his flat hand. Anyway,
yeah. 3-0
so
Trump went down
27.
two north-south on 27 at the other table.
Yeah, I didn't even see that board.
But here, Gruen Moss get to four hearts. Everything is not working for Declare. The hearts don't split. The King of Clubs is offside. Clubs aren't even 3-3, so you have no chance to even set up the fourth round of clubs to pitch, say, a diamond or something. So this is probably going to be down, what is it? Down two for a push.
Yeah, feels like Zimmerman really can't lose the match at this point.
Matt asks, is Grossack the weakest of the 8 players here? I mean, Grossack is special. He's a special guy.
He plays a high ball game. I mean,
He does. It's very hard to analyze because he does a lot of really, really, really good things. And then he does a lot of really, really silly looking things. And I think people have there's this human bias to focus on the negatives. So a lot of people think that Zach is very bad because they look at all of the silly results he gets and they're just like, see, like no expert player would do this. Look at the stupid thing that Zach did. But
right.
then they don't really focus on like all of the times where he actually wins a game swing.
Right, like no expert player would do this, and it's win 13. I mean, I think the fact that he won the USBF four-handed, and it wasn't particularly close, they just dominated every match, and then went on to win the Bermuda Bowl, like, that certainly suggests that, there are many, many hands on which he has positive expectancy, and just, there are some really spectacular ones where you lose imps because positive expectancy and high vol adds up to a lot of large losses too.
When did Zach win the Bermuda Bowl?
Didn't he win the Bermuda Bowl on that Kaplan Kolesnik team?
That was his brother. He was on
Oh, that was Adam.
Rosenthal.
Oh, I thought that was Zach.
Nope, 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 nope. But I mean, he was on USA 2 for the recent Bermuda Bowl, and they made it to the quarterfinals on Team Rosenthal.
Also a big result. Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought that Zach had won the Bermuda Bowl.
Nope. So we wait for the next boards to come up. I don't remember hand 28 now. It's been so long. But I do not think 31 imps are in the cards for Team Rubenstein.
No. No, I think, board 28 is a perfectly nice result for Grozak and Hogamo, but probably a push, you know. And then at that point, if they're stuck 30th with two boards to go, it's mathematically possible, but it's not possible. And they have a bad result in 29.
Yep. Take care, Shift. Thanks for stopping by. Last board of the day for Grossack, Helgamo, Novozatsky, and Novak. Easton first seat, 13 count, gets to open to no trump. Probably 1 no, 3 no is the way this auction's going to go. I would have to imagine. No, Zach opens art. So a heart and no trump, 2 diamonds, 2 no, 3 no. Helgamo gets to declare the final board. North is on lead. 4-card spade suit, somewhat attractive to lead from. Queen fourth of clubs, Queen nine fourth of clubs is also pretty sensible.
This is definitely state of the match. Hogamo burying his 3-card limit raise here.
Yep. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention to that, but you're so right.
Well, it looks like we will have a Zimmerman versus. Actually, not sure what the relative seeds are. So it looks like, assuming Zimmerman did win this, it'll be Zimmerman against Hella tomorrow. Hella overcoming Hans to advance. They won very comfortably, 69 imps. And looks like it'll be Fleischer almost certainly against Overdeck. So the 1 and 3 seeds, where the original 1 and 3 Overdeck has moved up from 13 to the 4 seed. They took it over yesterday, I believe, and Hella has taken over the 2 seed from Nickel and will keep it for tomorrow's match. So Hella Zimmerman and Fleischer Overdeck.
Okay.
So I think two teams that virtually always get that far, and 2 teams that this may actually be this might be the first time the Hell team has played together, period. But I'm sure this is the first time that Overdeck himself has been this deep into one of these.
That sounds right. I mean, I've seen them win like 1 or 2 matches here or there, but getting to the semifinals is a big result, of course.
Yeah, I think they might have won one of the national Swisses or something like that. Probably not the exact same team, but I do think Overdeck had one very big national result, but not a national knockout.
Got it.
Taking a look here, NABC winners database. Here we go.
This final 3 no trump is very interesting for Helgamo. Queen of spades. Novak decides to dump the 10.
I'm wrong. Overdeck has not won an NABC.
Gotcha. Probably Novak is expecting his partner's Queen of spades lead to be from Queen Jack 9, in which case, I mean, he could also play the 8 at trick 1, but maybe this is a more convenient way to induce his partner to continue the suit if declared ducks. So Helgamo might try the effect of winning the king here. Then he'll have to work on hearts. He can pick up the hearts for 1 loser by running the 10 first or low to the 8, but he may also try a low heart to the jack. And if he does that, low heart to the jack, South can win, and then go ace of spades spade, setting up North's spade trick, and North is the one with the heart entry.
Yeah, so a similar team, but it had 5-handed with Fruscoloni, Gondolia, Boki, Overdeck, and Gerli made the round of 16 of the Soloway. So they've done 2 rounds better in this event, and they were 10th in the 2022 Risinger. So there's only two, you know, strong national results that Overdeck has had. And it was Bulky for Escalante, Overdeck and Charlie. Four-handed, though, so pretty impressive results. To make the Risinger final four-handed with, at that time, quite a new player in John Overdeck.
Gotcha. Yeah. I guess one other thing to talk about while I've commented on 3-0, that this 4-heart overcall from Kalita is just Kalita Klukovsky's style. This has come up a couple of times recently that we've seen where they have missed slams by overcalling 4 of a major in these spots, but they just make this such a wide-ranging bid. It's basically a destructive bid. Like you bid 4 hearts, your partner's required to pass regardless of what their hand is, and then the opponents have to guess what to do from there. And it can easily work out. I think based on experience from watching them play this a couple of times, it seems to not work out for them. This time it ends up being a push. But yeah, this is just a style thing that they like to do. Like most players would have started with a double on the East cards over the one club opening. Wait, Gru opened a club on a 10 count.
Huh.
Wait.
Yeah, I wonder. Well, so we weren't paying a ton of attention. Obviously, we won't get a chance to see it again. I wonder if maybe they switched to playing 2-over-1 only red white and then equal red. They're playing precision.
It could be. Yeah, could be. I don't know.
I don't know. I'll have to keep an eye on them in future tournaments and see if we can figure it out.
So Helgamo does win the King of Spades at trick 1, and he elects to lead the 3 of hearts to the jack, I guess, is what's going to happen. So Novak can win the ace of spades and a spade, hooking the 9, and North will eventually get in with the hearts to defeat 3-0, taking 2 hearts and 3 spade tricks.
Yeah, so are they done in the other room? Almost. Helgamo is still declaring 3-0 Trump.
Here's board 29. Two no trump from Klukovsky in 4th seat. They might be a 19 to 20 type pair. So East transfers, and East is going to bid 3-0, and it looks like East-West are going to get to the same 4-spade contract.
How is Helgamo? Does he have a chance to make 3-0 here? No.
No, North gets in with the heart, and North gets to cash the jack of spades.
Yes, 2 more tricks. Yep.
So they have finished play. We got 2 more boards to go.
Yeah, so this will be presumably a push at down 2. So last board, maybe they'll get to hearts and have a possibility for a swing. Does look like 4 hearts has better chances than 3-0.
Schmeeble says it looks a little bit like a 20 to 21 2 club opener. I think they are 19 to 20, but even if they aren't, you could be right. I mean, Klukovsky does love opening no trump with a lot of hands, so he may well have upgraded this by 2 high card points. It's not really my style to do so without a 6-card suit, but these guys do it a lot, and it works out well for them.
I would have. So I thought in Polish club, like a club starts at 18 when it's balanced. So I would have thought that a club is something in O Trump was the 18-19, and this was, unambiguously 2021. But maybe I'm just wrong about the system.
Yeah, Al Hollander says good 19 to 21.
2021 with frequent upgrades. Yep, there you go.
So let's see. A club is any 18 plus, 15 or more, or maybe 16 or more with clubs, or any weak no trump. So what does that encompass? Any 18 plus, 16 or more with clubs. Right. So one no is 15 to 17, and therefore the one club followed by one no is like 18 to 19. That would make
18
sense.
to 18s to the 19s that don't upgrade an open 2-0.
Yeah. All right. Klukowski has elected to pitch all of his diamonds, which, like, okay, look, yes, this has to go away for you to make the contract, but is this even good enough? I guess it is. If South roughs in and spades are then 2-2, and the ace of clubs is on side, because then you can duck a trump, win the ace of spades, then the three of hearts cashes to pitch a club, and then you can take a club finesse and rough a club. So actually, this is good enough to make four spades.
Right, not on this hand, but all you need now is the ace of clubs on side
Oh yeah,
and
with
the
the trump
spades
splitting.
and the rough from a 3-card space suit.
Yep.
So Moss here, I guess what he's thinking about is he really doesn't want to be on lead after roughing this. Diamond obviously like with a free roughing finesse is going to be bad. A club into the king is going to be bad.
I mean, he can always rough and exit a spade, of course, but he might be wondering if there's a
Yeah,
way.
that could be bad too.
Yeah, he might wonder if there's a way to actually prevent that three of hearts from scoring. Because if he doesn't rough, then declare can't just like duck us. So he does decline to rough. In fact, declare can't exactly just like duck a spade and then win the ace of spade. Like he can, but then if he tries to cash the three of hearts, South could rough and exit a diamond, and declare is trapped in the east hand to lead away from the club king. So he's trying to keep parity with declarer's trumps. Klukowski's over there in the west seat. So, I mean, Klukowski can kind of counter this by taking a roughing hook against the diamond ace, which is going to work. Grew instantly ducks. But Klukowski does need this roughing finesse if he's going to make it, because now that the opponents have three trumps still, he needs that club rough to be able to get up
Right.
to enough tricks, and he also needs the three of hearts to cash.
Yeah, he needs right. Needs the trick.
So he
Yeah, well,
does take the roughing hook. There we go. But he still needs more help. I mean, is it possible that North has the ace of clubs? Let's take a look for a second. North turns up with the diamond ace as a passed hand.
Yeah, I mean South trumps could be stronger when he declines to rough, so that would give North room to have the other ace.
Sure, yeah. But Gru is in. I think it's very clear from Gru's perspective to switch to the club queen. Doesn't really matter if he doesn't switch to the club queen. Because the clubs are not going anywhere. I mean, it's not okay. Gru can't like play back the diamond ace, but if he just like exits the king of spades or something, the clubs are not going anywhere.
Yeah.
They still have another board to play. Of course, Gru and Moss are like desperately fighting for every trick and every imp, and little do they know the match is already over.
Yeah, if he plays the Diamond Ace, South gets end played, so we end up being a make in kind of a very strange way.
Yeah. So the King of Spades exit does functionally work. Klukowski gets to win the Ace of Spades and plays the Three of Hearts. But South can do just about anything on this trick. Could ruff, exit the Diamond 10. There it is. And Klukowski tries the club finesse, but it is no good. Four spades down one, but Zimmerman picks up another 3 imps on that board. Last board of the match.
Yeah, so 4 hearts, I think he's just going to make, right? Ace of Spades on side, Queen of Hearts on side. We're just going to lose a spade and 2 hearts. I mean, or 1 heart if we take a finesse against the 9.
That does seem like an accurate guess. Yeah, the 3
And
no
there's the
trump.
fourth round of diamonds. There was the fourth round of diamonds to deal with.
Right, so Declare does in fact need to play a heart to the jack, not a heart to the king, but should be able to bring home the contract from there. So a heart and no trump to start things off. Kalita gets to rebid 2 diamonds. And now 3 hearts from Klukowski. Showing the 3-card limit raise. Or just kidding. We're just going to copy Helgamo here. we know our we know our counterpart in the other room. And Klukowski and Kalita love playing 3-0. So I think it's, I guess, very possible that they end up in the exact same spot. And they do. So Gru on lead. I mean, I expect the 3 of spades lead. The Queen of Spades felt like a bit of a strange opening lead choice on Queen Jack 7 4th.
The opening lead was the queen or the low one?
It was the queen at the other table.
Yeah, the low one does seem a lot more normal.
So Gru does lead the 3 of spades. First question for Moss, is he going to try the 10 at trick 1? I think he probably will. I think he's very likely to play the 10 of spades at trick 1. He has, I mean, we'll see, and he does. And the reason I really like this play, even if it might not be best, is that because he has a lot of the outside entries, he wants to make sure that he can force communication in the spade suit for his partner. So he's just kind of hoping that maybe Declare has Queen Jack 4th of spades or something of that nature, and mistakenly wins the spade, so that he can then go ace of spades spade and run his partner's spade suit later in the play. If he goes up with the ace, Declare might duck, cut off his partner's spade suit. Klukowski does play a heart to the jack, so once again, now 3 rounds of spades. And is there some sort of squeeze that might happen? It is very possible, and I think... Yeah, so now ace of spades spade is like very typical. But I do believe Klukowski is going to make it after Moss continues a spade here. Yeah, there's a spade.
So North cash is 2 spades, and let's say X is a diamond.
Oh, did I miscount tricks? Are we just 1 trick
I
short
think
of
you
the
just got the
squeeze?
tricks, yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, okay, never mind. You're right. You're right. We do just need the hearts to come home. a shame.
Yeah, so we've got two pretty strong finals tomorrow. Fleischer Overdeck and Hella Zimmerman.
Yeah, we're going to watch the Hull team because we have not seen them at all in this event, and yet they seem to be just dominating against everyone. They're the one that took down Nickel, and today they took down Hans, who was, I'm going to call him the defending champion, even though they aren't. So they are on a
it is a
roll.
team where we have seen many of these players before, but not in exactly this lineup. Hella
Yes.
Hogenkamp, Bob Draver, Rico Van Pruyen, and Duisen Mueller. Yeah, so unfortunate way for the Rubenstein team to end its run after coming into this segment pretty close to even, actually being even midway through the segment. Couple of bad results and a few small swings, and just everything going the Zimmerman team's way.
That seems to be what always happens, doesn't it?
Yeah, those
So
guys are good. Yeah, we'll see. They're playing a team tomorrow that obviously has done very well this week. So, you know, maybe they'll get a little comeuppance finally, but it is hard to bet against them.
yeah. I'm
All
not sure
right,
where
I'm going to
Klukowski.
go.
Yeah, go ahead. All right, take
I'm
care,
going to go have some
Craig.
dinner, so I will see you almost certainly here for tomorrow morning's semifinal. Good night, everyone.
Sounds good. See ya. I have no idea why Klukowski hasn't just pitched a club from dummy. That seems very clear and automatic. No clue what he's thinking about on this Jack of Spades play. It's not that crazy to treat the West Hand as just a balanced invite. 3 small hearts, 4 triple 3. It feels a-okay to try and get to 3-0. A little bit anti-field. I'm sorry, what? Why would we ever need both of those clubs in the East Hand? That doesn't make any sense. So diamond up with the ace. King of hearts, the queen does not fall. And now it's just going to be king, queen of diamonds, exit a heart, north is end played. So 3-0, down 1. Is there a reason we need all the hearts? Well, what if the diamonds don't split and the club queen isn't on side, but the hearts come home, right? Like, the 4th diamond could be a trick. The extra heart could be a trick. Like, even if the hearts came home at this point, Klukowski was going to then need an extra trick from the minors. The club is never useful because north on lead, if north switches to clubs, we get 2 extra tricks that way. I mean, I suppose, like, if north switches to clubs, then we have to guess whether the hearts or diamonds are coming home. So, like, if we pitch a heart and north switches to clubs, then great. We get to win, and then we get to test the diamonds, and then we get to cross back in clubs and possibly squeeze someone. Like, that would be nice if we do that, I suppose. Maybe that's what he's thinking. He was hoping north would switch to clubs. But I think north is always switching to diamonds, even if we pitch a club here. Anyway. Over to bridge winners, we have final scores. Let's take a look. These are our finals. So Fleischer, cruises to victory against Shori. Hell cruises to victory against Hans. Zimmerman Rubenstein was close, but Zimmerman leading throughout. And Overdeck also cruises to victory over Rosenthal. Not the most exciting day of quarterfinal matchups, but that does lead to our semifinals tomorrow. Fleischer Overdeck, Hell Zimmerman, and I think we're going to start off checking out this match in the morning tomorrow. I am going to finish up my Slay the Spire 2 run. So if you're just here for the bridge, thanks for tuning in and hanging out with us. But I have probably another 15 minutes in this run or something. Hopefully we'll get to see the final boss, get to unlock some stuff, and then we will get to see what happens in the game. So let me go ahead and pull that back up. One sec. Oh, we do not need this because I am no longer eating. I guess I can change my Twitch category just for a couple of minutes while we finish up the run. Hopefully I'll remember to revert it back tomorrow. But here we go. Tom, you've been loving Slay 2. Been playing while watching. It is super fun. Okay, we got this little relic. Every time you play 10 skills, gain 7 block. I got a card. I think I picked a second wind. And let's continue on. Powers are afflicted with Galvanized. Galvanized. Takes 6 damage when this card is played. Whoa. Okay. Apotheosis is a skill, not a power. Very good. I guess I will do this. So this is affected with Galvanize. Takes 6 damage if I want to play Mad Science. I see. Silent feels cracked at low ascension. I think a lot of the characters are going to feel pretty cracked at low ascension. Is this lethal? I feel like I'm playing the new Watcher character somehow. $32, $46. Was that 75? So not quite. Okay, but I think this is probably still the best thing to do this turn. I'm fighting a man with a Van de Graaff generator on his head. That's very accurate. Yeah, look at this. These enemies are very cute. Let's see. What's my play here? Let's click on the trance. What does this thing do again? Every time you play 10 skills, gain 7 block. Oh, all right. Radiant Tincture. Gain energy. Gain an additional energy at the start of your next 3 turns. Okay. That sounds good. Cascade. A skill. Play the top X cards of your draw pile. It upgrades to X+1. It's kind of cute with Headbutt. It's not so great with second wind. I think we just skip it. Don't need it. Where am I going? Do I need a campfire to upgrade? What upgrade would I like? What is this upgrade to? Innate. This upgrades to cost 1 less, which is pretty good. Nah, let's see some more events. This will be fun. Okay, I did not get to see another event. Plating. 15 plating? Oh, it's the new avocado. Look at this, the Frog Knight. Interesting. It really is the new avocado, although somehow it's in Act 3. Well, this is awkward. This bird, does this bird do anything, or is it just for the funny effects? All right, let's get a shrug back. Oh, I should have played Whirlwind, shouldn't I? That's my bad. What does this thing do again? Every time I play 10 skills, I always forget. This guy's buffing. That's rude. Okay. I wonder if this thing persists between turns. Probably not. Normally the way these things work, it is not persistent between turns. Holy shit, what just happened? That was a lot. Going back to your silent game, Allison. Enjoy. Gigantification potion. The next attack you play deals triple damage. I mean, I'm not using any of my potions. I guess let's get rid of Fortifier. Stone Armor, 6 plating, Evil Eye, gain 11 block, gain another 11 if you've exhausted a card. Whirlwind, don't need any of these. Maybe Stone Armor's interesting. Another elite. It's the Slavers. Who are these guys? Flail Knight, Spectral Knight, and Magi Knight. Okay. Upgrade all my cards. I guess I'll go after the one with lower HP. What happened? Hex. While Spectral Knight is alive, all my cards are ethereal? Oh, shit. Okay. I better get some energy then, otherwise my entire deck is going to exhaust. This is kind of helpful. Ethereal Howl from Beyond. That would be sweet. I guess let's Battle Trance. So I could do this. That would give me a lot of block. Okay. Play Anger. Sure. Ow. My upgrades are no more. While Magi Knight is alive, all my cards are downgraded? What is this? Hello? All right, much better. Okay, don't play this. Let's get Thrash back. Boom, wrecked. Tuning Fork. A couple more skills is what we're looking for. I guess I'm going to play Offering. Very good. Centennial Puzzle. That's a pretty good one. Oh, we do get a Juggernaut if we want. There's a True Grit Plus, which is pretty good. I could take an Inflame if I would like. Do I need a Juggernaut? Does it do anything? I do have Feel No Pain. I have Second Wind. Probably doesn't do enough. Inflame might be cute. I still have a Strength Potion already. True Grit Plus is maybe like just a decent card. I don't think I need it. I do need more card draw if I can manage. We'll call it good. One more combat. Whenever Scroll Biting deals unblocked attack damage, you lose 2 max HP. These guys again, huh? These guys. Enemy intends to use a buff. Better get rid of that guy. Aha. Easy fight. Get the energy potion back. Don't need it. There is a True Grit Plus, Shrug Plus, Body Slam. Probably not. Don't think we need any of these. Let's go get an upgrade. Apo. And let's head in to fight the Queen with the Torch Head Amalgam. Okay, this is a minion. This enemy intends to apply afflictions on your cards. I wonder what that means. Do I think I need to save potions for Act 4? I guess I'm going to go ahead and drink a couple of these at the very least. All right. Thrash is good to consume Breakthrough. Do I want to take out this Torchhead Amalgam and just try and deal 400 damage quickly? If I can, like, Thrash, Headbutt Thrash, use Gigantification Potion, I might be able to just kill the boss pretty quick. Let's try that. Less effective than we had hoped. Let's try and get Hell from Beyond in our exhaust pile. I will retain my hand for 2 turns. All right. So what happened? The first 3 cards drawn each turn are afflicted with Bound. Only 1 bound card can be played each turn. Cards are unbound at end of turn. Okay, so Shrug is bound, 1-2 Punch is bound, and Uppercut is bound. Interesting. So I can't go 1-2 Punch, Uppercut, Bird Swoop, which is what I would like to do. This Pyre Plus thing wasn't actually so bad in the deck that we constructed. I have the feeling I'm not dealing 400 damage fast enough, but I'm gonna still try. Oh, I am frail, vulnerable, and weak forever. Thanks for letting me know. Get rid of all of this crap in my hand. I was not paying attention. Oh, disaster. So Radiant Tincture gains 1 energy. Oopsies. I just wanted to defeat. Okay, Burning Pact, get rid of Howl from Beyond. I guess we pop the... Do I really care about 2 strength, 2 decks? Would I rather get our Scaling Thrash online? I think we want to get Thrash online. Let's do that. Let's take Pyre. Oh, this is every turn. I wonder if I can get artifacts to block this Chains of Binding, because this is a bit of a problem for me, isn't it? Is it dead? I believe the answer is yes. Proceed. So the Archdemon's thrall has arrived. I threaten you. Enemy kill. Oh no, victory. You dealt 1240 damage to the Architect, but it wasn't enough. You've dealt a total of 1240. The Architect still stands despite taking 479 million damage from all those who have faced him. Oh boy. Now, this is what happens at the end of the first act, because like we haven't yet unlocked the ability to go into the Act 4 yet. So we should be able to get that, I don't know when. So we have discovered 64 new cards this run. We discovered 3 new relics. 3 new relics, that's it. I discovered 35 enemies and 5 epics. I don't know which epics there are. I have 17 remaining unlocks. So let's take a look at a couple of these things, I guess. In the timeline, reveal epics to unlock cards, relics, and much more. In the timeline, okay? We have a timeline. Niao. Play a single run to reveal this epic. Chapter 5, Niao the Reopening. The Six-Eyed Whale. Mother of Resurrection, Niao, awaken from her slumber. Rise, champion. Again, again. Niao will now greet you at the start of each run. Hooray! What else have we unlocked? Play a run with the Ironclad to reveal this. The Silent. News of the Spire's reopening made its way to the Silent. She ferries a boat to the capital. She ferries a boat? She used to be a rogue. Silent sneaks past the gatewards with ease and enters the Spire once more. Unlock the Silent as a playable character. What else have we got? So I guess this is like a story. The Daily. Play a single run with all characters and beat Act 3. Beat Ascension 1 with the Ironclad. Beat Ascension 1 with Silent. Oh my, there are gonna be so many unlocks. Like this. What else have we got? Chapter 3, The Ironclad. The Ironclad, a warrior from a faraway land under its spire, driven by pure instinct and accursed blood. He has lost all reason and identity. All who prevent his ascent shall perish. We unlocked a couple of cards. Molten Fist. Deal 10 damage, double the enemy's vulnerable. Interesting. Vulnerable enemies take an additional 25% from a power. That's not very good. This is kind of meh, but it does exhaust. Gain 1 strength for each vulnerable on the enemy. Oh, interesting. Okay. So it looks like they're scaling with vulnerable itself. What's this? Unlock by accumulating score. Chapter 1, Magnum Opus. A void of nothingness, but then the world came into existence, churned about and molded itself to that which tells stories. Along this journey lay a planet named Prion. Mere spec, they say that was a great story about a spire took place there. We unlocked Automation. Every 10 cards you draw gain energy. But this looks like it's for a different character. Another power. At the start of your turn, transform 1 card in your hand. Whoa. I think this is actually okay. I think this is actually an okay card. Some decks really want to be able to play all the cards that they put inside them, but transforming is really powerful because on average, cards have high power in comparison to just base cards. And transforming can equally hit rares as the same as it can hit uncommons and commons. At least it used to in Spire 1. Catastrophe, a skill. Play 2 random cards from your draw pile. Oh man. That looks like a fun way to lose a run immediately. Yep. Unlock by accumulating score. Kill 15 bosses with the Silent. Beat Act 3 3 times. Beat Act 3 with Ironclad. For centuries, war raged between the Ironclads and the Valley Guard. Driven by ambition, a young Ironclad ventures to the Forbidden Boundary and bargains with the Sacred Demon. We've unlocked Blood Potion. Soldier's Stew. All cards containing strike gain 1 replay this combat. And Ashwater, exhaust any number of cards in your hand. Oh, they just renamed Elixir to Ashwater. Cute. The Ironclad's Rage cannot be tamed. Ascension difficulties can be activated when starting a run. We will do that next time. Beat Act 2 with the Ironclad. The Ironclad's strength surges. The flames of the demonic pack course through his blood. Cuts and bruises heal rapidly. The Valley Guard are cleaved in 2. The Desert Tribe are burned to a crisp. Windwalkers smashed into the ground, and even a familiar horde of aggressive bronze-cladded warriors are set ablaze with these exciting new flames. All the Ironclad's enemies are shown no mercy. All the Ironclad, where is everyone? We get Red Skull, Paper Frog, and Ruined Helmet. The first time you gain strength each combat, double the amount gained. Ooh, exciting. Okay. That is all we've unlocked in terms of the storyline, I suppose. And there is a multiplayer. I wonder what happens if I click on this. I could host a thing or join a game from a friend. And it looks like beat a single run with all characters in Beat Act 3 to unlock daily. Beat Act 3 3 times to unlock custom runs. And we have unlocked the Silent. So there are 5 total characters. We'll check out more of this maybe tomorrow, depending on if people do or do not want to watch this on stream. Otherwise, I can check it out next week when I am done streaming the Vanderbilt. But we got semifinal action coming up tomorrow. Super excited to see that. We'll be able to check out Team Hell, root for our boy Device, playing with his regular partner Mueller, playing their Tarzan club system. That's always exciting to see. So thanks for hanging out, everyone, and hopefully you all have a great day. If you're enjoying Spire 2, don't give me too many spoilers in the chat. I would like to discover some of it myself, but you're welcome to tell me about your runs and some exciting things that you've seen. Oh, I can edit my profile. I didn't realize. But take care. Have a good day, everyone, and I will see you all